rebuke led to a lesser sanctification of Hashem's name. And that's what it says in the Pasuk. Kadosh Baruch Hu says to Moshe Rabbeinu a couple of times, even at the last parasha of the Torah, he says, you're not going to go into Eretz Yisrael because you did not sanctify my name. So there was less sanctifications of Hashem's name, and for Moshe Rabbeinu, that was a big thing, and therefore Kadosh Baruch Hu judged him that way. He didn't judge him the same way for other ones, because apparently there wasn't less sanctification of Hashem's name in the other situations. So it was wrong, it was an error, but it wasn't less sanctification of Hashem's name. One of the examples, for example, is what we just read. The first meeting between Moshe Rabbeinu and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Moshe Rabbeinu argues with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He doesn't want to do this job, and he says they're not going to listen to me. The Chachamim say that Moshe Rabbeinu got punished for this. He got punished for doubting Am Yisrael. Now, did he get punished the same way as he got punished for hitting the rock? Absolutely not. Why? There wasn't a Chilul Hashem. There wasn't a less sanctification of Hashem. There wasn't anything. It was just him and Hashem. It's just that. Why are you questioning? So, that's the thing. There was this particular sin, again, in Moshe Rabbeinu's level, and if it wasn't written in the Torah, we wouldn't be able to even call it sin. This particular situation was had fruit. It was a tree that had fruit, had outcomes, whereas the other things that he did didn't have as much outcomes as this particular one.
I think I read that he stopped the miracle that was going to happen by hitting the rock. The miracle was supposed to be when he spoke it. They praise Hashem for it.
Okay, so that originally what he was supposed to do, he was supposed to speak to the rock, and Moshe Rabbeinu spoke to the wrong rock. He spoke to the wrong rock, and the rock didn't answer. And some even say that the Satan was moving the rock to different places. So anyway, he spoke to the wrong rock, and the rock didn't respond. And Am Yisrael was very, very annoying. And Moshe Rabbeinu figured that let me hit the rock because that worked in the past, and that's what I did last time, and that worked. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him, no, last time I told you hit the rock. This time I told you speak to the rock. You at your level was supposed to pay attention to that minor detail, because that minor detail made a big difference. Why? The first time you hit the rock, it was a miracle. But if you hit it a second time, then you're just going to think it's a trick. Why? You did it before. It's not such a big deal. You already did it before. Like if I already gave you a chidush and you like it the first time, but if I say it next week again, you like it, but you like it a little less. Why? Because you heard it before. You heard it before, right? If a person sees rain for the first time, or your little kid sees rain for the first time, sees a bird for the first time, ooh, wow, that's amazing, wow. But how come when you guys see a bird, you don't even say, hey, look, there's a bird. Nothing. Nothing. You don't say nothing. Rav Tesla says that's the mistake. You grew up too fast. You stopped being impressed by the miracles around you because you took them for granted. Rav Tesla, alav shalom, Michtav Eliyahu, says you're supposed to be impressed like a little child when you go outside. See the birds, the cats, the squirrels, everything is all miracles. The flowers. You know that every single flower has an angel next to him? Every single tree, before it releases every leaf, that leaf has to get permission from Shamayim to fall off the tree. Every leaf has to get permission. But you say, oh, it's leaves. Oh, it's a tree. Oh, now you don't even say that. You get used to it. Same thing here. You see a bird. One of the things that's nice about kids is the kids remind you of how retarded you are. Is that, they tell you, look, they're impressed by everything. You're like, why are they impressed? But then you read the Michtav Me'Eliyahu, he says, yeah, they're smart. You're retarded. Something wrong with you. Why? They're impressed because everything is a miracle to them. You got used to it. It's not good to get used to it. So that's the thing. Moshe Rabbeinu, first time he made a miracle, he hit the rock, it was considered a miracle. Wow, amazing. Second time, it's not so much of a miracle. It's a miracle, but not so much. Why? I saw it before. What's another place that we see it in Halacha? The Nevi'im say, I believe it's in Sefer Yechezkel, says that when a Mashiach comes, there's going to be a halacha that was applicable only at the time of the Beit HaMikdash, which is that if you enter from the northern gate, it's 4 gates. Northern gate, you're not allowed to exit from the northern gate. If you enter from the southern gate, not allowed to exit from the southern gate. Meaning you have to exit from a different gate. But now we're thinking ourselves, first of all, we're a generation of lazy people that only like convenience. If it doesn't come to my house, I'm not getting it. How about that? I'm not going to any store. I have to order. If it's not on Amazon or some website that delivers, I'm not buying it. And even paying shipping, we don't like anymore. We're a generation of convenience. On top of that, here in Florida, people don't like to drive either. It's like almost like people make you feel like they're carrying the car in the back instead of the car carrying them. Oh, you coming to the shiur? Where is it? Oh, it's in such and such. Ooh, that's far. Oh, where do you live? Antarctica? No, I live a half hour away. No, you have a car? Yeah. So what? So press the pedal for a half hour and boom, you're here. What's the problem? It's far. It's far. What? It's far for you to drive a half hour. It's far for you to drive a half hour. It's a sad reality. If they're making like they're carrying the car. If you're carrying the car, at the very least you're riding a donkey for a half hour. I understand. You know, something it's not comfortable. Pressing a pedal for a half hour, nobody wants to do that anymore. No, I'll just watch it online. I'll watch it on YouTube tomorrow. But it's easy for me. This is a very, very bad problem. Why? The Gemara Masechet Brachot says that the real reward for a shiur Torah is going to the shiur Torah. Why? If it's a real quality shiur Torah, guess what? You're not going to remember most of it. And guess what? You're not going to understand most of it. Why? Because that's just a reality. Gemara says it. If it's a real good quality shiur Torah, you're not going to remember most of it. With all due respect to everybody here, unless you're writing notes like some of the tzaddikim here, most of what I said today, tomorrow you're going to forget. How about this? In the morning you're going to forget it. Why? That's just the way the Yetzirah is. Yetzirah works really hard. Part of it is removing everything from your mind, making you forget everything. So unless you're writing certain things down, unless you're applying it to memory, you're going to forget most of this. You're going to get chizuk, and that chizuk is going to go away like gas. It's going to go away. Because you didn't write it down. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, how can I reward you for the full 3, 4, 6, 8 hours shiur Torah if you didn't write a single sentence? How can I reward you? So no, but I attended. What attended? You remember anything? Give me a chiddush from a shiur Torah. What'd you learn? Oh, I don't remember. 8 hours he spoke. You don't remember what he said? Nothing. Out of 8 hours, you should be able to give 8 shiurim yourself. You don't remember nothing? I forgot. Oh, I forgot. You know that in Shemaim, the Arizal says you have to give a shiur Torah for 180 days. That I forgot, it's not going to work up in Shemaim. You tell them I forgot in Shemaim, they're going to make you remember. 180 days shiur Torah, meaning 8 hours is just the down payment. Not even. Maybe all 4 years combined. So anyway, a person forgets. Charta, can't get rewarded for that. So the Gemara says, so what we're going to reward him for? Schar alicha. We'll reward him for going to the shiur Torah. Why? In those days, they would travel 2, 3, 4 days to get to the shiur Torah. He says, that he did, that he remembers, that he feels. He remembers how long it was, and which route he took, and how hot it was, and how cold it was. He remembers. So that we'll reward him for. So for that, he gets the full reward. So that's the thing. When a person doesn't want to put effort into the Torah, wants everything to come to them convenient, it's very, very bad, because you have to be a moser nefesh, a sacrificer, self-sacrificer for the sake of Torah. You're not willing to sacrifice, it's not a very good thing. So when it comes to the mitzvot itself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to push ourselves. And that includes shiurei Torah, that includes everything. And sometimes we're in a generation of lazy people that don't want to do things, and they lose out on a lot just because they don't want to push themselves. So this is not the hardest thing in the world, but it's also not the easiest, simply because it's against our nature. We're all naturally a little bit lazy. We're all naturally a little bit sleepy. We're all naturally a little bit, we don't feel like doing anything. Procrastinators and so on. That's what you got to go against your nature. You have to push yourself. No, I'm not coming. Why not? You know what? I'll get back to you. Wait, you just said you're not coming. Now you're saying I'll get back to me. Yeah, no, I want to come. So what's happened? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Somebody's telling you to come? No. Then why don't you know? I don't know. You feel like you're talking to special ed all day. You feel like you're talking to people that are special education. I don't know. Did you watch it? No. But you asked the question about the shiur. You asked me to do the shiur for you, right? You asked the question, I told you, I made a whole shiur about it last night. Yeah, so did you watch it? No, why not? I don't know. Can't you just give me the answer? Well, you want a 3-hour shiur and a silver platter? So that's the thing, Abutai. You have to remember your Torah. You have to put some more effort behind it. You have to write down notes. You have to apply things to commit them to memory. You have to put some more effort behind it, or else you're wasting it. You're wasting your life. And it's much easier, even for the people that are online, that watch the shiurim online. Why? Because you can stop and start whenever you feel like it. And I told you guys, anytime that I have a shiur with Rav Ephraim, 90% of the time it's me and him. So I'm learning the shiur with him. That's the first time. Until this day, it's the same thing. That's the first time. Then we upload it to the channel. I listen to it again. But the second time I listen to it, 3, 5, 6, sometimes even 10 times the amount of time of the shiur to listen to that shiur. Meaning, if it's an hour shiur, it may take me 3 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours sometimes to listen to that shiur. Why? I'm writing notes and applying my brain to it, just like you would learn Gemara. This is the reason why many times, people, are surprised. Oh, how do you remember what shiur you remembered from Rabbi Mansur 5 years ago? How do you remember what shiur you remembered from Rabbi Pinto 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago? How do you remember that? I don't remember it. I just committed it to my brain because I wrote it down and I said it, and it just became part of me. It just became part of me. But the problem is that people watch shiurim like they watch a Le'avdil, a movie. They watch sports. It's very superficial. It's first take, and it's a waste. It's a complete waste. And that's the thing. So unless that shiur has something that's awe-inspiring to the point where it's going to change you that moment, you just wasted 2-3 hours of your life. Many times people make the mistake. In my opinion, it's a mistake. Where they watch the shiurim in high speed. Like there's a feature online on YouTube and on I think other websites. You can watch the shiur at 1.5, 2 times the speed. Like just to get through it, instead of it being 2 hours, you want to watch the whole thing in 1 hour. Now, if your brain is really fast and you can write down the information that way, Chabad, go do it. But if you're just going through it and you didn't write any notes, it was better off you didn't watch it. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. Why? You're not going to apply anything to memory. You're not going to remember anything. So you can watch 500 shiurim and still know nothing. Still be a complete amaretz. And that's what happens a lot of times. People watch shiurim 5, 10 years and still don't know nothing. Still don't know nothing. No, but I watch shiur Torah. Yeah, you watch shiur Torah, but you don't remember anything. There's nothing in your brain. So we have to push ourselves a little bit more, if both boys and girls. You have to push yourself. You have to push yourself a little bit more, and stop looking for the convenience of everything in the world today. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. In today's world, people are looking for too much convenience, too much things that are spoon feeding, and they don't want to toil for anything. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing for anything, because when a person goes up to Shamayim, Hashem is going to judge you based on how you treated Torah versus everything else. Now, you're going to think, wait a minute, no, I never studied in school anyway. He's not going to ask you about school. You know what he's going to ask you about? Money. Money. How did you study for money? To go close that deal. How many hours did you prepare those files and do research on the industry in order to close that $1 million deal? How many times did you repeat your speech in order to get a proof of that job? How many times did you call that same guy and in order to close it? How much effort did you put into money? So money shows that you know how to invest time. Shows that you know how to commit yourself, how to study. Shows. How come you didn't do the same thing with my Torah? Money, all of a sudden you wrote notes. Money, all of a sudden you made certain reminders. Money, all of a sudden you are the guru. When it came to Torah, I don't know. We think it's going to work in Shamayim. Shem Echem. Person needs to know. Person needs to know. I mean, listen, it's I make a lot of suggestions, really, but all of it's for me. You know, you have to, you know, you guys, you know, may think I know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I wish I knew as much as you guys think I know. And the truth is that there's a lot of Torah to know, and people simply take it for granted because they think, no, I just, as long as I keep Shabbat, I don't eat cats, and I don't murder anybody, I'm okay. Mistake. That's not it's not like that. You have to know a lot, and you have to try. You have to toil, and whether you're a man or a woman. So people think, oh no, the guys need to know. No, the girls also need to know. You need to know all the halachot Shabbat as a lady. You need to know all the halachot of the tzniut. You need to know all the halachot of the holidays. You need to know how to build a Jewish home. Learn how to build. No, but I'm busy working. Okay, busy. Go work then. Go work. And Gan Eden, they're going to say, oh no, we're busy here. We're busy working. We're busy working. You can't come in. Do not enter. Do not enter Gan Eden. Why? We're busy working here. What are you working? What are you doing here working? We're serving the tzaddikim. Since you didn't study, you cannot be. You have to know things. Yeah, but I'm busy. Okay, busy. There are basic things you need to know. You don't need to know as much as a man, but you surely need to know. You surely need to know. You know one of the main things that a woman needs to know? Who wants to volunteer and answer? No, what's what I would say, in my opinion, according to my knowledge, number one thing you need to know. No? Something. Talat Mishpacha. Interesting. No. I'm not, again, my opinion. This is not Torah.
I got the next guest though.
Okay, hold on. We'll give everybody else a chance.
My opinion is how to be a good mother and a good wife.
Good mother and good wife. What makes a good mother and a good wife?
You asking me?
Okay.
Being motherly?
What does that mean? Making cookies?
No, I mean like that like emotion, like that emotional.
So when I cry, you cry? Type of thing?
No, knowing when to say what and when.
You're very close. You're very close, but you're very far.
Yeah.
Hold on, son. Hold on. Give other people a chance. And the ladies in the back. Yeah. Yeah. Modesty. According to the Torah, it's a big deal. You're 100% right. But you're right. But I'm telling you my opinion. I'm not telling you my opinion. Why you need to know. And my opinion obviously is based on Torah also, and I'll prove it to you. But I knew you're going to say modesty. I knew you're going to say Talat Mishpacha. I'm not going to ask you a question that I know the answer. I'm telling you different. You're saying modesty. You're saying Talat Mishpacha. You're saying motherly. And I'm only saying that he's close and not you.
I'm closest.
Very close.
I have the answer.
No, Mike Weaver, go ahead. Kashrut. Interesting, but no. No?
Knowing what not to do?
Knowing what not to do. You're as close as him. But no. Huh? Shabbat candles? How is Shabbat candles close to motherly?
No, because they say that they don't know how to, like they can go to
Get punished for it. Yeah, but how is that close? I'm telling you that motherly and knowing what not to do, knowing what to say or what not to do is close. How is lighting candles close? How is it close? It's not the same feeling. You're right. It's very. Gemara says a woman that doesn't know when to light is lenient when it comes to lighting candles goes to Gehenom. Why? Because you light candles 1 minute too late, she goes to Bechal Shabbat. No, so go ahead in the back. Huh? No, you're very close. But why? What does it mean raising the children? Educating what? What does that mean? Huh? Practical terms. Please speak to me in practical. Hold on, let them say. What? Torah Midot, no? Very close. You're like 2% away. Number one thing for a woman to know. Again, my opinion, but I'll give you a Torah source for it. How to convince the husband and the kids to keep the Torah and the mitzvah. Only a woman knows how to convince better than anybody else. Hence the reason why it's a womanly mitzvah. And only a woman has a mitzvah, from the Gemara says, where she goes to Gan Eden, only if her husband learns Torah and her kids learn Torah. Her husband is a kofir, rasha, merusha. Our kids are avaryanim, criminals, and she doesn't even try to get them to do TeShuva. She doesn't do nothing because she has a kisurosh, and she's fine with it. Guess what? She's going to gain them with them. Why? Your whole point in the world is to convince your husband and the kids to go learn Torah. No, but I tried once. No. And he said no. No. That's it. No, I tried. No. How many times did you tell your husband that you want a new dress? I don't know. Well, we'll tell you in Shabbat. 500 times. How many times did you tell your husband you want a new kitchen? I don't know. I will tell you 6,000 times. How many times did you tell your husband you want a new car? I don't know. 7,000 times. How many times did you tell your husband you want a new house? I don't know. We don't know either. That's how many it was. How many times did you tell your husband you want a ring? How many times did you tell your husband to come home on time? How many times did you tell your husband to remember the anniversary? Everything else you tried 1.5 million times. But to get him to go to a shiur Torah, you tried once, you tried twice, failed. You have to push your husband and your kids to be tzaddikim. That's the most important. Why? Because the Gemara says, a woman, where does she go? There's a machloket. Rabbis fight. Why are they fighting? It's like, why does a woman go to Gan Eden? For what? What does she do? What does she do? She's not Talmidah Chachama. She's not Buruya. She's not learning Gemara. She's not paskening halacha. If she's only if she's reformed, she's paskening halacha. Why is a woman going to Gan Eden for? Chachamim say she goes to Gan Eden if she makes sure that her husband and her kids are going to learn Torah. That she goes to Gan Eden. That she goes to Gan Eden. So yeah, of course, surely that means that she's modest, and surely that means that she keeps Shabbat, and surely that means that she keeps kashrut, and surely that means that she lights the candles on time, and surely you're all right with the mitzvot that you're suggesting, but we need the whole package. Whole package is, what's my goal? What's my goal as a lady in this world, a Jewish woman in the world? Get my husband and my kids to go learn Torah. Now, what if I'm a single lady? What is a single woman to do? To go find somebody who wants to marry me, but also do all the things that he needs to do. Go learn Torah. Yeah, but what about making a living? Make a living. No one says be homeless. Make a living. But learning Torah, priority in the house. Priority number one, before money, before anything else. That's what you go to Gan Eden for. And a woman that knows that, and knows also how to use her womanly skills, her sixth sense, how to convince her husband to do it, that's a woman's going to go to Gan Eden. But if she says, I don't know, then guess what? Our husband says, I don't know also. When they ask her in Shamayim, what Torah did you learn? I don't know. Oh, let's bring your wife. What did he learn? What did he do? I don't know. Oh, okay. Where are we going to go? Gan Eden? Okay, no. I don't know. He's going to answer you. We'll see. We'll see when you get there. And all of a sudden, you see a hot place. All right. You said not get no. We said we don't know. You don't know. We don't know. Now you're here. Now we know. Now we know. You have to get your husband to go learn Torah. You have to go find a husband that wants to learn Torah. It makes it a priority. Sure, he needs to make a living. You need to make a living. Everybody needs to eat. No problem. That doesn't mean that doesn't cancel the Torah. Doesn't cancel the Torah. You have to find a way to do it. You have to learn every day. Every day, every person needs to learn. And trust me when I tell you, there's a few really successful people that I know still make time to learn Torah in the morning and at night. I know one guy, he wakes up something like 4 o'clock in the morning, starts his day at 4 o'clock in the morning, learns for 3 hours. Learns 3 hours straight, prays, goes to work, finishes, I don't know, maybe like 6 o'clock, something like that, comes home, hangs out with the wife for a little bit, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, learns for another hour or so, and gets some rest. Guess what? This person, at this point, he probably makes, I'd say at least $500,000, maybe $1 million a year. He works for some hedge fund. Works for some hedge fund in New York. Young guy, my age, makes $1 million plus a year. How? Learning Torah, that's how he makes. No, you just say he works for a hedge fund. Yeah, he works for a hedge fund, but he makes the money because of Torah, not because of the hedge fund. Now, if you ask, oh, wow, this kid probably has a father that's a rabbi, a mother that's a rabbanit, probably grew up in yeshiva, everything the opposite. Completely opposite. Secular school, secular life, father is in jail, mother Hashem Yerachem. But, Baruch Hashem, he has beautiful kosher home, kosher kids, own yeshiva, his wife has kisui rosh, Baruch Hashem. And he makes money. Makes money. Learns Torah though. Why? Because you can make money Torah. Now no one can tell me that their job is more time pressing than a hedge fund. Whatever job you have, no job in the world is more time pressing than running a hedge fund. Why? Because you need to be awake at certain times, alert certain times, certain days, certain days. It's a very time sensitive job. So if he can learn 4 hours a day, you can learn 4 hours a day. Now surely you can't start at 4 hours from zero. You start somewhere. I started with 15 minutes a day. Later on it got to a little higher than that. But point being is, you have to start somewhere. Every day. Every day. I have a question here. Hold on. Question. No, not question. Oh. The shiur will also be for a refuah shlema for Moshe Israel ben Leah. So the Shem Kadosh Baruch Hu will give refuah shlema, refuat hanefesh, refuat aguf. HaBRIT, next. Somebody didn't ask a question, no?
At which point do someone who's a leader use kindness instead of refuah? We know Moshe Rabbeinu was, Hashem loved Moshe because he was rebuking the people. It wasn't like the story you said before about Rabbi Eliezer, when he was one of those people that would make the people scared of for them to do TeShuva. But at the same point, I remember when the people needed rain and they were praying and because they weren't doing the will of Hashem, at one point someone, Rabbi Eliezer, prayed and no rain came, and they said when Rabbi Akiva came, rain started, and they said it was because he was more kind to people. At what point kindness is used over a divorce?
Was it? Okay, so the Gemara says that there was a drought and two tzaddikim prayed. Rabbi Eliezer ben Hokkanos prayed, his student Rabbi Akiva prayed, but the prayer was answered for Rabbi Akiva, and there was a bat kol that came out to eliminate any doubt. So it's not because Rabbi Akiva was bigger in Torah, but because Rabbi Akiva was not as judgmental on Midat Adin as his rabbi was. Meaning, Rabbi Eliezer ben Hokkanos only emit 100% judgment, Midat Adin. Rabbi Akiva was softer at certain times, looking for the certain leniencies that perhaps Rabbi Eliezer, his rabbi, was not looking for. It says since he is a little more merciful, they answered his prayer. Not because he was bigger in Torah, and also doesn't necessarily mean that he was better or not. For that particular opportunity he was, for other times he wasn't. So we have, that's not the only example we have. We also have a example before that. Who? Moshe Rabbeinu was, and I want to call it Moshe Rabbeinu, Kadosh Baruch Hu cried, as I said before, when he died, because he was Midat Adin. He was the Ish Emet, rebuked people, told them. But the Mishnah in Avot says, Hillel says, be like Aaron HaKohen, Rodef Shalom, Ohev Shalom. He chases peace, he loves peace, and he brings the people to the Torah. So we had a whole shiur about this in our Pirkei Avot series. What does it mean that Aaron HaKohen was a chaser of peace, lover of peace, and brought people to the Torah? That he did. He's a lover of peace, and he chased peace. Where any time he saw two people were arguing, he didn't want it to stay that way. So what did he do? He went to one of them. He said, "Listen, you know, Reuven's really sorry that he yelled at you." Really? Yeah, he's really sorry. Oh, he didn't sound like he was sorry. No. I just spoke. He's really sorry. He's sorry. Okay. You should go see him because he's waiting for you. Oh, really? He's waiting for me, man? He's that sorry? Yeah, no, he was crying. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm gonna go. Where is he? Oh, he's in the park. Okay. He goes to Shimon. Ooh, wow. This guy, he goes to Reuven. Shimon was crying just now. I just saw him, was crying that he was really sorry that he yelled at you. Oh, he didn't sound sorry. He tells both of them that he's sorry. Go meet in this place. By the time they realize that neither one of them said sorry, they already hugged and kissed already. Like, okay, I'm sorry anyway. So with this type of chasing of peace, Aaron HaKohen helped 22,000 households. 22,000 households be built, meaning that when he died, it says that those 22,000 families came and said, look, our son is, his name is Aaron. Our son, his name is Aronovich. Our son is Aaron, is Ari. Why? Because we want to get a divorce. We went to the Beit Din. Aaron HaKohen was there. He says, why are you fighting? Oh, she said this, he said this. Aaron HaKohen gives them a few chidushim to make peace of them. Next thing you know, they have a baby. They say, oh, it's only because Aaron HaKohen didn't just let us get divorced like Goyim. Baruch Hashem, we have a baby now, and now we're happy, Baruch Hashem. And that's it, everything is good. So Aaron HaKohen was Rodef Shalom. Ohev Shalom, he chased peace, he loved peace. But, you have to remember, it also says he brought people to the Torah. Meaning what? He didn't change the truth. He didn't soften it and make it less than what it was and say everybody's Tinok Shenishpat. He brought people to the Torah, not the Torah to people. Why? Because you never bring the Torah down to the lowly level of people. You only bring people up to the Torah. Right now he's a Mechalel Shabbat. You don't tell him, listen, it's okay, you're Mechalel Shabbat, maybe one day you'll keep it. You never say such a thing. Because the guy, you tell him it's okay, he says it's okay, then it's okay then. It's okay today, it'll be okay next year also. And it'll be okay in 5 years from now. If you say it's okay now, it's going to always be okay. You never tell them it's okay, you never make it like it's not okay. In fact, you tell them from day one, you have to keep Shabbat. Or what's going to happen? You're going to go to Gehenom. That's what's going to happen. I'll give you an example. Some kid comes to me, young kid, goes to a modern Orthodox yeshiva. Might as well go to public school. I think he'd be less confused. He tells me all of his friends are Christians. He doesn't like to hang out with Jewish kids because all my friends are Christians. Why should I listen? Why should I do this? Why should I do that? And then he hears one of my shiurim. He says, wait a minute, you talked about wasting seed. Listen, I can't stop. I can't stop. I said, okay, well, you have to stop. Then he tells me after Rosh Hashanah, what happens if you waste seed on Rosh Hashanah? I told him you're going to go to Gehenom. That's what's going to happen to you. He said, he got really scared. He said, what do I do? That's what he did on Rosh Hashanah. People won't go to shul. But an Orthodox kid went to waste seed instead. Why? Because all of his friends are Christian. On Rosh Hashanah, he went to waste seed. That's what he did. Man Orthodox. Shiva. Gadol. But then after Rosh Hashanah, he heard, you're going to go to Gehenom. What does Gehenom mean? I told me there's a couple of shiurim. Go watch those. No, Hashem is in the process of doing TeShuva now. At least he didn't waste seed on purpose on Yom Kippur. Why? He didn't know it's so bad. He didn't know it's so bad. Sometimes you have to tell people the truth that is a little painful. Why? It's the only way to get them to stop. If there was no traffic signs, the roads would be full of accidents because everybody would drive wherever they want, however they want, whenever they want. They wouldn't naturally decide that the right side is this way and the left side is that way. Everyone would drive wherever they want. They wouldn't drive a certain speed limit. They would just drive however one. This guy drives too slow, this guy drives too fast. They wouldn't stop. Because they watch my right of way. Why his right of way? Who is he, Bichlal? I don't even like him. And what that would happen is havoc, chaos. So there's rules. There are traffic laws. Now someone says, yeah, but I don't care about the traffic laws. Okay, you may not care, but if the cops catch you not caring, you could go to jail for a really long time. So you may not care, but you still have to comply. So people don't have a very hard time understanding that. Everyone understands that. But when it comes to the Torah, for some reason people have a hard time understanding that there are rules, and if you break them, you can get punished very severely. Why do they have a hard time understanding it? Because no one has told them until now. So, does that mean it's too late? Absolutely not. You can tell him there's a punishment, there's a reward. Hashem doesn't want to punish you, but that doesn't mean He's not going to. Doesn't mean He's not going to. He's going to give you opportunity to do tshuva before He punishes you, but sometimes you're going to force His hand. You're going to force His hand to punish you. Now, this, Rabotai, is just one of those things where if a person doesn't get their head around it and start doing tshuva for good reason, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will force him to do it for a bad reason. Either way, it's going to happen. Either way, it's going to happen. You know, and the Rabbi Yonah writes in Sharet Tshuva that there are the sins of karet, wasting seed, married, being with a woman that's not your wife, i.e. girlfriend, i.e. adultery, i.e. goya, things like that. These are all isur karets. And a person that violates an isur karet, Kadosh Baruch Hu says Yom Kippur is not going to help you. You have to suffer for it. You have to suffer for it. So every time a person does whatever they want, Kadosh Baruch Hu says I have to suffer for it. But you know the real reason why this kid is doing tshuva now? You know why he did tshuva? It's not because of my shiur Genom. Because I already sent him the shiur Genom before. He never watched it. Told that he didn't watch it. I sent him the shiur about wasting seed beforehand. He didn't want to listen. And he was kind of busting my chops about after Yom Kippur that wasting seed. And I told him you're going to go to Genom. And he didn't really care. Next day he got coronavirus. Next day he got coronavirus. But that's what the Rabbi Yisrael says. That's what Rabbi Yisrael said. That's for us. The Nevuah of Rabbi Yisrael. What? Rabbi Yisrael says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends you the truth. Gives you a book. You don't read it. Okay. He sends you a video. You don't watch it. Sends you the rebuke personally. Rabbi tells you don't do it. Okay. You don't want to do it. Rabbi Yisrael says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, now it's me and you. Now it's me and you. HaKadosh Baruch Hu starts hating you, and good luck getting him to stop. Good luck getting him to stop. Right? The rebuke, if the rebuke, so long as the rebuke doesn't come, Hashem lets it go. But the second the rebuke comes, and you don't react to it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, you know what? It's me and you now. It's me and you. Rabbi Yisrael Salat, Nevuah. What happened last week? Now we times of Chinas, Shem Yachem. But that's what happens. A person needs to know that this is very, very important. Because if you don't listen to my words that may annoy you, may distract you, may upset you, whatever it does, you don't listen to the words that I'm saying, or anyone that's saying similar things to what I'm saying, you're putting yourself in a situation where you're forcing Hashem's hand. Because He doesn't want to destroy you forever. Like you are destroying yourself. He actually has more mercy on you than you have for yourself. You don't have any mercy on your neshama because you're making all these sins without any consideration whatsoever about the future. He knows the future, and He knows that if He doesn't get you to stop, your future is horrendous at best. So He has mercy on you by hitting you now. Why? Because when the rabbi said it, you didn't listen. Which means that listening to the words that we say from the Chachamim may sound like the hard way, but it's really the easy way. It may sound like it's tough, but in reality, it's 1, 2, 3. Why? It's less painful. It's less painful. You just got to decide which pain you want. You want pain from words, or you want pain from HaKadosh Baruch Hu's hand? Whichever one, same price. Same price. But that's really what it comes down to. People sometimes, they ask, oh, how come Hashem is doing this to me? Well, what happened before He started doing it to you? Did you watch the shiur? Yeah. Did you do anything about it? No. Okay, so that's why He's doing it. You have to be a genius. You know the Torah? I heard about it. You know everything He says? No. You know how to drive on Shabbat? Yeah. You driving? Yeah. Okay. No, what's the question? You're lucky you're alive. It's a miracle you're actually responding to my text message. You should be dead, according to the Torah. Say thank you, Kadosh Baruch Hu, for not killing me. Have mercy on me for only giving me a disease and not killing me. You can recover from disease. You can't recover from death. So that's the thing. It's people don't take Kadosh Baruch Hu seriously, even though he's very serious. And unfortunately, they wait a little too long. They play games, and it becomes painful. It becomes very painful. And I've seen it one too many times of people just, they may or may not have an image that they're portraying to the world, that they're having a good life, they're having a good time, but in reality, you look behind the scenes, rotten lives, rotten situation, kids are on drugs, the parents want to get a divorce, potentially cheating on each other, business is on the verge of collapse, regulators are up your tuches all day and trying to ask you for this, that, and the other thing, and you don't have any response for them, all types of issues, and but you look like, you're wearing a three-piece suit, looks like you're doing good. A guy that doesn't wake up with a smile ear to ear, can't wait to live life, doesn't know what life is. Now, how are you going to wake up? Oh no, I love my job. If you wake up smiling ear to ear because of your job, there's something wrong with you. Something's wrong with you. Why? Because that job's not going to be around forever. One day you won't be able to do it. So you're going to kill yourself then? That's actually what happens to a lot of people. As soon as they retire, they die. One of the worst killers in history is retirement. They retire from work, they die. Why? Because they're used to working. That's their life. That's their life. That's what they know. As soon as they stop working, oh no, I'm going to take it easy, I'm going to relax, go see a few islands. Okay, so you do that for a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. You come back home after you spend enough money. Okay, I got to keep the rest of the money so I can live on it. Okay, what do you do now? Nothing. What do you mean nothing? Nothing. What about tomorrow? Same nothing. And the next day, maybe a little nothing with some coffee. How about the day after that? Coffee, nothing, plus TV maybe? Oh, you got TV? Yeah, my son gave it to me. Oh, okay, so you have nothing, TV, and that's going to help you with a lot of nothing. Yeah. 6 months later, so what are you doing now? Oh, a little bit of nothing, Facebook, nothing, maybe a little TV, nothing, and coffee, but sometimes tea and nothing. Before you know it, a year later, the guy's dead. Why? A bunch of nothing reasons. No point of life. No point to life. Person without Torah has no point to live. No point. Why? Because your career is eventually going to stop. Your business is going to eventually stop. Your kids are going to eventually move out and have their own life. If you don't have Torah, you don't have connection to the source, you don't have connection to Kadosh Baruch Hu, you have no reason to live. Purposeless life. So a person needs to know that Torah is to give him life, not death. What life? Life in this world and the next. Next question.
How does it, like, I've read about some cases of really religious people that know Torah and study all their life and all that, and all of a sudden they become atheists. And then, second to a lot of ignorant Jews converting to Christianity, there's like a really high percentage of becoming atheists. Like, why is this happening? Like, all of a sudden like that.
There is no such thing as suddenly going off the derech. The Gemara says that Rabbi Meir Bar Anes, his rabbi, was Elisha Acher. And they called him Acher, the other. Why? He was an enormous Talmid Chacham. Enormous. Mentioned like, wow, it means he was able to resurrect the dead. Who eventually saw something he couldn't understand. He was one of the 4 people that went up to Shamayim, did something called Ilui Neshama, bringing the Neshama to Shamayim, saw some things in heaven, didn't understand when he saw an angel sitting, a few things didn't make sense to him, became a kofar. Murdered, adultery, prostitution, all types of filthy sins. So someone that's just a student is Rabbi Meir Bar Anes. You can just imagine what the rabbi is. On Shabbat, he would be riding a horse. Riding a horse, not allowed to ride a horse on Shabbat. And Rabbi Meir would be following him. asking him questions about halakha, and giving him answers. But he knew he was such a genius that he knew exactly where 2,000 amot was from his head. His head. He got 2,000 amot. He tells, stop, you can't go another step from here. He goes, why not? Because this is exactly what 2,000 amot is. This is where the tchum is. You go one more step, you mechalel Shabbat. He says, what about you? You're on a horse. On top of it, you're going to pass 2,000. He says, I'm mikre avud. I'm a lost case. I'm a lost case. So how could such a thing be? When he was born, when Elisha Achir was born, his father invited Chachamim to the house. His father invited Chachamim to the house. And a couple of the Chachamim started learning Torah, but serious Kabbalistic Torah, to the point where they created a spiritual fire around themselves in his birthday party. And when the father came, he saw this fire. He goes, what, you're burning my house? He said to him, no, don't worry. This is a spiritual fire from the Torah, from the Kedusha, that we're learning. And his father said, if that's what the Torah gives, I'll dedicate my son to Torah. The Chachamim say that's one of the reasons. Meaning, the Torah that Elisha Acher studied wasn't lishma. Wasn't for the sake of Torah. It was for the sake of getting a reward again. It was for the sake of getting recognition. And such a Torah doesn't have legs to stand on. Eventually it breaks. Does that mean that that's it's his father's fault that said he went off the derech? No. Elisha, like others, whether it be Menashe, or it be a David HaMelech's son, or it be many others that went off the derech, had desires. Since they did it because they wanted the rabbis to stop coming to visit them so they could go with the goyot. They go make immorality crimes. So they told them they're idol worshippers, and the rabbis didn't rebuke them as much. They went to easier customers. It's easier to go save a Jew that's secular than to go save a Jew that's married to a Christian, or perhaps converted to Christianity. So said, once they showed him they're practicing idolatry, they left him alone. Why did they practice idolatry? They didn't really believe in idols. No, because they wanted the freedom to go make immorality crimes. Go with the sonot and all of the filth of the world. That's what they wanted. And that's in essence what happened. Also, there was a Kohen Gadol. There was a Kohen Gadol who was Kohen Gadol for 80 years. Went off to death, became a Sadducee. Reformed. How could you be Kohen Gadol, go in Kodesh Kodashim 80 years? Go in Kodesh Kodashim. Gemara says a person goes Kodesh Kodashim on Hoshanah, if he's thinking about anything other than HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he dies on the spot. How could you be so holy? 80 years you're going. 80 years you're going, all of a sudden go off derech. How? I read one time Rabbi Miller wrote, he says in reality, he was rotten the whole way. He came from a rotten family. He was rotten. He was surrounded by rotten friends. And he was doing rotten things. So he wasn't really exactly the tzaddik for 80 years. He just had the job because he had some money and some power. And he had desires that he was fulfilling. And eventually he said, okay, let me just fulfill everything. Same thing with everybody else. Same thing with somebody today that suddenly goes off the derech. Oh, no, I just had some questions. You didn't have questions, you had excuses. Torah tells us every day, mitzvah to ask questions. Why? Torah has answers for everything you're going to ask. Everything you're going to ask, you have an answer for. Which means if you don't get an answer, that's because you didn't look hard enough. You didn't ask the right person. You didn't look in the right books. You didn't really care about the answer. Why? You wanted to ask a question that the average rabbi or person doesn't know the answer to in order to justify fulfilling your desire to go with the goyah, fulfilling your desire to go and do whatever you want. But saying, no, it's the Torah's fault. Babkis. You have a question, Torah has answers. No, but I didn't accept the answer. It's because you didn't read it hard enough. That's because your desire is blinding you. It's blinding you. You're so addicted to something, it's blinding you. And unfortunately, Rabotai, people get blinded every day in business, in religion, in a lot of things. And they refuse to see the truth, even if the truth is staring at them in the face. Now, I'm just thinking about it right now when I'm going to have the idea. Maybe I'll give it to you now. One of the ways I've spoken about over the last 15 years that people are being blinded on a daily basis is in business. There's a lot of corruption, cheating, and so on and so forth. But sometimes people decide what they want to believe and they make it true in their mind. So, for 50 years or so, 40, 50 years, maybe longer, the price of gold and investment in gold was a complete waste of time. Why? It didn't do much. Other things did much better. But over the last decade or so, a little more than a decade, gold became the hot commodity, and so did precious metals in general, gold, silver, platinum, and so on. They started fluctuating in price. Once it started fluctuating in price, as the market became more systematic, more computerized, and so on, and you're able to trade gold without actually owning the precious metal itself, it became a more liquid asset, more tradable, and then more volatile. Now, but in order to keep the volatility going in one direction, started making stuff up. Such as, we need gold in order to, satisfy the economy, back up the economy. And although there's more than enough evidence to show that gold has no connection whatsoever to the economy, people continuously press this. Until this day, gold apparently is over $1,900 an ounce. And people today, until this day, say, look, it went up, it went down, it went up, it went back up. See, gold is going back up. That's because the economy is weak. And therefore, gold is backing the dollar up. And this is one of the biggest lies in the world today, to such an extent that one of two things has to happen in the very near future. One, gold collapses completely like it did in the past, but much worse. Or two, the entire economy collapses. Option three is both collapse, which is probably more likely. Why? People are investing a ton of money into gold, thinking that gold has some type of value as far as the economy is concerned, as far as safety is concerned, and so on. They're figuring that it's a limited supply. Now, I wrote 2 articles about this years ago when I was on Wall Street, trying to explain to a bunch of idiots that even if you wanted gold to back up the economy, it cannot, because there's simply too much money. Now, B'siyat B'shmai, I got this report today. It was published, and it's very interesting. Gives you a visual perspective of the U.S. money supply versus precious metal production during the COVID-19 era. Why? Because right now there's less working, there's less this, so figuring the market's crazy right now, so if it should be major impact. Gold has gone up drastically in the last several months. A lot of people think it's because economy is weak and dollar is this and dollar is that. So this report shows how many ounces of gold and silver were mined since the beginning of the year 2020, the Gregorian calendar, versus how much money was printed during the same time. And they say that for every $4, for every $4 of gold, over $10,000 was printed, and over $11,000 of debt by the government was taken. What does that mean in other terms? That every new ounce of gold, ounce right now is $1,900, the Federal Reserve added another $4 million to the money supply, meaning they printed $4 million more for every $1,900 worth of gold. Now, how much? Maybe you're saying so. Maybe there's too much gold being found. According to statistics, not very much gold is there. The right now 826,000 ounces of gold were mined. No, production, 826,000, 61 ounces per day. The highest it's ever been was 78 ounces, meaning in so many words, it's the average. It's not nothing, this economy, this COVID, didn't really affect the gold market in so many words. It's not more, it's not less, by much, it's pretty much in line. So, the gold supply, in essence, has stayed the same. But the money supply, on the other hand, has gone up drastically. They printed a $3.5 trillion. $3.5 trillion in comparison to $1.6 billion of gold. So you're talking about a situation where over the last 9 months the US added 400% more money to the money supply. They printed 400% more money to the money supply than it did in the entire previous year. And an obnoxious amount more than in previous years. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What do we care about? The economy right now? We're going back to the stock market? What do we care about this? Meaning that right now there's a wool over people's eyes. People think that they're safe in gold, and they're safe in a lot of different things. Safe in the stock market, safe in real estate, they're safe in a lot of things. But they don't realize the whole thing is an illusion. Everything right now is an illusion. The market is simply an illusion. People think that because something went up, that gives it value. They don't realize that it's only going to be up until there's no more suckers to buy.
Okay.
There's no more suckers to buy. Who's going to be the last one holding the chair? Who's going to be the last one holding the bag? Looks in the bag, empty. Empty. Now, because what ends up happening is that in order for gold, just for it to back up not all of the money that's in the world today, not all the money in the world today, just for it to back up the money that was printed this year, it has to go to $4 million an ounce. World War 100 will be declared before that happens. It can never be. And the reality is that what ends up happening a lot of times is that we bet a lot on things we want to believe, even though they're not true, but we feel it. What is it like? In my sukkah, we had a nice breakfast the other day, and I told a story real story, that puts things in perspective. Some years ago, there was a strike in Israel, in the area of Bnei Brak, by the sanitation department. The sanitation department wanted more money. They weren't willing to give it. So, they said, we're not picking up garbage anymore. So what happened? You don't pick up garbage for one day, no big deal. You don't pick up garbage for all week, big deal. You don't pick up garbage for a month, nightmare. Where are you going to put the garbage adds up? You have mountains in front of every house. So, now these mountains become toxic. These mountains are filthy, disgusting. You're hurting other people if you're putting your garbage there. Yeah, but there's other garbage there. Okay, the other garbage is other people's, not your problem. Your garbage is your problem. What does Allah say? Rav Zilberstein paskes l'alacha during the strike. Says you're not allowed to take the garbage out. Well, what am I going to do with the garbage? Just keep it in your house. Why? Because every time you take your garbage out with the diapers and then this and all the goodies that you have in there, you're damaging other people. Yeah, but Rabbi, there's other people that have garbage out there. Says their garbage is their problem. Your garbage is your problem. You add garbage to it, you're adding more damage. You cannot be a mazik. Can't damage other people. So what do we do with the garbage? You guys put it in your house. And so what did everybody do? To have Yad Shammai, listen to the Rabbi. What they do, everybody kept their garbage in their balcony, a little balcony, 10 feet, 6 feet by 6 feet, something like that, tiny little balcony. Everybody started putting their garbage in their balconies, little mountains of garbage. Problem is, okay, after a day, 2 days, 3 days, starts adding up little mountains instead of outside in your garbage. The stench starts going into your house. Now what happens if you're like this guy in the story that's 15 kids and 7 of them are still in diapers? He's going through 30 diapers a day. 30 diapers, 30 bags full of goodies. 30 diapers a day, Shtabach Shimon Ad. Why? Because these are Chasidei Gul, they're healthy. Nice, healthy, they eat nice food, Shtabach Shimon. So they got goodies for you. What are you going to do with that? Put it in the balcony. Okay, you put it in the balcony after a week, 2 weeks, Shem Yishmol. The stench is in the house. You can't pray anymore in the house. You can't say Shema Yisrael in the house because you can't. If there's stench, you can't do nothing. So this guy thinks of a brilliant thought. The Gemara in Masechet Pesachim says that the Am Haaretz, the ignoramus, hates the Talmid Chacham more than Esav hates the Talmid Chacham. More than Esav. Amalek hates the Jews. The lefty liberal hates the Talmid Chacham that much. More. And his wife even worse, it says. His wife even more. So, what are you thinking? Oh, where is the most amount of lefty liberals? Tel Aviv. Yeah, but deliver them the garbage and they get arrested. So what does he do? Brilliant idea. Don't try this at home though. Brilliant idea. What does he do? He asks his friends in the neighborhood, in the Bnei Brak over there, please, anyone that has brand name bags, please give them to me. Brand name bags. So everybody said, brand name bags or plastic bags. They give them Nike, Adidas, Levi's, Donna Karan, all these little brands. Everybody gives them their bags, shopping bags. Doesn't cost anything. They give them the bags. So he starts putting the goodies from his kids in the bags, and he puts a nice bow on, a couple bags to make sure that the present is really secure, and you don't smell it right away. You want to keep the present. Puts the bags in there, puts a nice little bow on each one, fills up his car with all the garbage, goes to Tel Aviv, drives to Tel Aviv, gets to the center over there, opens the pagage, the trunk, and leaves the car. See what happens. Watches from a distance. Not 10, 15 minutes pass by. A car full of hooligans see that there is an opportunity. He knocks. Why? They see a car, open trunk. Let's go see what's in it. What? Yo, look at that. Yo, Nike, Adidas. I got it. Okay, I got this. Oh, they start. Within a few minutes, they get all of the goodies in their car. Yeah, they're like in the movies. They just run away with the presents. Now in the car, come on, listen, guys, we just made a big hit. We're going to make a big hit. Who's going to get what? Listen, I need some sneakers. I like kicks. I get the sneakers. Okay, you get Adidas, you get Nike, and okay, you get Puma, you get Duma, you get Genom, you get Kafakela, everybody gets something. All right, listen, I need some shirts, man. You got to go with the kicks, got with the shirts. Okay, Levi's yours. DKNY is mine. Dude, they start separating the bags. Okay, so now after they got the bags, All right, let's open the goodies. They all go. All right, start opening the bag. Oh, there's another bag in his bag. Kind of strange. You know, by the way, this bag is kind of soft to be sneakers. It's kind of weird. Whatever, I don't know. This guy's probably smart. This guy's clever. Probably trying to hide something. So they go through the bags. It's kind of weird. They don't really understand what's going on here. They're like, what's going on? I'm not sure. You fart? What is that? What's going on here? All right, keep going to the bags. And then he reaches into the bag. And he sees what Hasidut Gur can create. Oh, after a little bit of chulent. That's the basic story. Now, I want to make you laugh, but I also have to teach you. Rabbi Chaim says, a person goes into this world and he listens to a few shurim and he says, Yishtabach Shimo, I gotta do TeShuva. I gotta keep Shabbat. The guy Rabbi keeps saying Shabbat. I gotta make challah because the Rabbi keeps saying challah. I gotta eat kosher because the Rabbi keeps mentioning kosher. Okay, so eat kosher. No, what's the big deal? And he holds on to a couple of mitzvot that he likes. She holds on to a couple of mitzvot that she likes. And they do a few things. And he goes to shul. And Torah, though, not so much. Why? It takes too much time. I'm busy making money. You know what? I'll just give some money to some Talmid Chacham. I'll study for me. I'll give some money. Tzedakah on Rosh Hoshanah. I'll buy an aliyah too. And it's okay. It's okay. Hashem understands. Hashem needs money. So I'm going to give some money. They're going to do the studying for me. Okay. After 120, everybody goes upstairs. Whether you like it, you don't like it. Unless you're Rabbi Preda. Which the Gemara says gave him 400 years because he's such a tzaddik. Go up to Shemayim. A Bet Din of Shemayim says, no, what do you got for us? Oh, listen to me. I lived all this life. I kept Shabbat. My wife made challah. I kept kosher, supermarket every Friday, $1,000. What? No? You know what? Let's bring the mitzvot. They bring a bunch of Nike bags, a bunch of Adidas, a bunch of Donna Karen, all the mitzvot he made, the mitzvot. He made the mitzvot. And I say, oh, let's see, how much did you like going to Bet Knesset? You used to go to Bet Knesset, right? Yeah, let's see how much you liked going to Bet Knesset. When you were praying Amidah, how many times did you think about a Kadosh Baruch Hu and instead of your business? How many times did you think about Kavanah of a Kadosh Baruch Hu instead of your vacation coming up? How many times did you think that Ishtabach Shimo La'ad, Kadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the money? How many times did you think during Amidah? How many times did you actually have Kavanah during Shema Yisrael? Because you like going to Bet Knesset. That's the mitzvah you kept, right? Oh, I didn't know I have to think about it. Oh, you didn't? That says in the Gemara you have to think about it. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, so they opened the bag of the tefillah that he had, the Nike bag, and what do they see? They see diapers. They see your mitzvah is full of diapers. Full of goodies. And that's what happens. We're all going to show up in Shemayim one day thinking we're all tzaddikim. Show up to Shemayim, I keep Shabbat, I did this, I did that, and then all the angels are going to open up the Nike bags and say that our mitzvot are full of diapers. Why? You didn't want to do it. You didn't like doing it. Instead of thinking about Hashem, you thought about your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your dog, your cat. You didn't want to learn. You didn't care about learning. You didn't care about Hashem. You didn't care about nothing. But you did it because the rabbi said it, or your wife said it, or somebody said it, and it was convenient. So, okay, so you have a brand name bag. You have a mitzvah. You're going to get a reward for it, but it's full of... And that's a problem. How many of us are going up to Shemayim with Nike bags? And that's a reality. That's a reality. How do you get out of this trouble? You have to learn Torah. Why? You have to start learning about the mitzvot that you're doing in order to start enjoying them. You have to invest more into them. What do you think? The sukkah is easy to make? It's blood, sweat, and tears, and every single year it's harder than the year before, even though we've done it already several times. Why? Because that's what you have to do with a mitzvah. Now, I wish I did every mitzvah like this. Can't tell you I do every mitzvah like this. But the reality is, there's certain things you have to try harder. Why? HaKadosh Baruch Hu, listen, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I suck here, 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 and here. But this one, I'm going to go all out. So at the very least, okay, maybe you have a couple of Nike bags, but you got a diamond. You got a diamond here and there. You know, kind of like, okay, listen, I'm not great in everything. You can't be Moshe Rabbeinu in every mitzvah. Relax. I'm not saying, okay? But I got a couple of diamonds. I got a couple of things I'm really good at. Like every time there's shiur, I always show up. Every time there's tefillah, I'm always on time. Every time there's some type of new chidush, I always write it down. Every time there's something, there's a few mitzvot I'm really good at. Don't show up to Shemayim with a bunch of bags full of diapers. You have to take on a few mitzvot. You have to learn Torah. You have to learn about these mitzvot. You have to take them on. You got to push it. And that's the thing. Say a lot of times people are trying to just coast, do whatever they can just to get away with it. And it's forget about being sad. It's criminal. It's criminal for you. Now, the problem is, at some point, every single person, including us, will be in a dilemma with certain mitzvot. Why? In the beginning, you first start, you're hot. You're in the process of conversion. Entire Torah is easy. Give it to me. Give it to me. The whole thing, give it to me. If I was Moshe Rabbeinu, I'd tell him, listen, Naaseh Nishma, 10 times. Give me the whole thing. I'm just converting. Give me the whole Torah. But you don't know the whole Torah. Give it to me. I want it anyway. I want to be a Jew. I want to be a Baal Tshuva. Baal Tshuva is converts. All Torah. 5 years later, Rabbi, really? 7 o'clock in the morning? Can't do like at 9? What happened? 5 years ago you were Moshe Rabbeinu, the whole Torah. I don't know, Rabbi. I'm tired. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. In the beginning, we're all hot. We cool off. Cool off after a while. In the beginning, how come everybody's praying so fast? Take your time and pray. 5, 10 years later, it's like, oh no, these people take 5 years. I already finished 10 minutes ago. What do you mean? 10 years ago, you used to say these guys are going too fast. How do you have kavanah? Now you're saying, what happened? What happened? Would you become frum? Would you become frum? What happens? You forgot to be the new guy. You know how often you have to be a new guy? Your whole life. In business, you want to succeed, you have to be the new guy all the time. Needless to say, in Torah, you want to succeed, you have to be the new guy. What's my raya? What's the proof? On the Aron HaKodesh. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has what? 2 little babies. Why 2 little babies going like this? What is Hashem? Like babies? Yes, he likes babies. What do you mean babies? These are symbolic of Am Yisrael. When they're the new guy, a little baby wants more information. I do. What do you mean you do? You don't even know what it is. But I want it. But you don't even know what it is. But I want it though. But you don't even know what it is yet. Yeah, but I want it. The other day we were talking for 2 seconds. My little kid, Ovadia, he goes, I want to go fundraising. I said, what's fundraising? He goes, I don't know, you're going to do it, so I want it. I'll take a fundraising. So for the last 2 days, he's been telling me, when are we going fundraising? So I asked him, what is fundraising? He goes, I don't know, but you're going to do it, so I want to do it. That's a baby. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants babies. He doesn't want grown-up frum. He wants you to be a Baal Tshuva forever. He wants you to be a convert forever. He wants you to be new forever. How? Every day. You gotta learn more as if the Torah is completely new to you. As soon as you start treating it like it's old socks, it becomes Nike bags full of diapers. That's what happens. That's what happens, Rabotai. In the beginning, everybody's hot. Everybody's excited. Now, how many times a week I get people telling me, Rabbi, I don't know what happened. I went to shul for the first time. I started crying. So what happened? Somebody died? No, I don't know. The rabbi just said it's time to pray, and I just started crying. I was so excited. I was talking to Hashem. So wow, I missed your feeling. I miss your feeling. I used to have it too. I used to cry too. Now I have to punch myself in the face to cry. And even that doesn't work sometimes. Guy goes to shul, starts crying. I call one guy, I'm like, listen, you left me a message about this mitzvah. This is how you do it. The fanot of the sukkah, you have to do this. He starts crying on the phone. Why are you crying? I don't know, I just learned a new mitzvah, so I'm so excited. You're 35 years old, you're crying? Yeah, it's so exciting, isn't it? Are you always this excited? I said, Ishtabach Shema, I missed your feeling. You just learned a mitzvah, you're crying? I want to kiss you, you're so cute. It's a baby. That's what Kadosh Baruch Hu wants. Stay like that. He doesn't want the old man that's bored of mitzvot. Frum. He wants you new. New. Excited. I love mitzvot. How can you get to that point? Learn every day. Learn every day. Now, of course, I give you the secret. Yitzhak already knew it. Which means he's going to interrupt. And tell you, no, come on, you'll be fanatic, no, come on, you're already religious for 5 years already, enough. You're already religious for 10 years, enough, you're just doing enough. Don't listen to this guy, he's fanatic. Yetzirah is going to interfere, try to cool you off. Why? That's midat Amalek. That's a trait of Amalek. That's what Amalek does, tries to cool you off. So instead of listening to the shiur that's on fire, he says, listen, this guy is so extreme. It's 10 o'clock at night. You don't need to listen to this guy. Listen to somebody that's softer spoken, like grandfather type, that kind of puts you to sleep while he's teaching you, maybe cuddles you a little bit. He's still talking about Moshe Rabbeinu. It's nicer Torah. Nuni, 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 nuni. And that's where the Neshama goes. Nuni, nuni. Why? It goes from fire to nuni. Goes to sleeping. Bye-bye. Used to be on fire. Mitzvot, Torah, Moshe Rabbeinu. All of a sudden he goes to sleep. Nap time. Nap time. Why? He wants to calmer. Why? Amalek showed up. Amalek showed up and told him, listen, this guy's always yelling, screaming. Go to somebody that's calmer. Who did HaKadosh Baruch Hu cry about? Did HaKadosh Baruch Hu cry about some monotone speaker that's half dead? No, he cried about Moshe Rabbeinu. Why? Moshe Rabbeinu yelled at Am Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu yelled at Am Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu cried. Why? So who's going to yell at Am Yisrael like this? Who's going to wake them up? They're sleeping. Who's going to wake them up? Problem is, Amalek sometimes shows up with a beard. He tells you, nah, come on. Calmer Torah, nicer, smoother talking, maybe it rhymes a little bit, a joke or two. Make it smooth sailing. Torah doesn't light you up. Lo b'shamayim, it's touched from heaven. Why? Gemara says itself, Torah is fire. Torah is fire. If you're learning Torah that doesn't fire you up, you're not learning Torah, Habibi. Not learning Torah. Gemara Masechet Chagiga says, Talmidei Chachamim kulam esh. Talmidei Chachamim, a complete esh, complete fire. Last page, Gemara Masechet Chagiga. Says even Gehenom can't touch them. Why? Because the fire of Torah is part of their neshama right now. That fire of Torah is stronger than the fire of Gehenom. They can walk around Gehenom, nothing happens to them. Why? Their fire is stronger than the fire of... what fire? The fire of Torah. There's another Gemara. It says, a new Talmid Chacham, young Talmid Chacham. You see him get angry? Don't judge him. Why? Since he's adding fire to his life, he's still young, doesn't know how to control it yet. So he's a little fiery. It's okay, don't worry. Over time, it'll calm down. B'ezrat Hashem, stay fiery. Why? That's Talmid Chacham. Talmid Chachamim are full of fire. Full of fire. Person wants to calm down. Person wants to be monotone and a noonie. Neshama goes noonie. Neshama goes noonie. You have to have Torah that fires you up a little bit. Now, of course, there are certain things that fire you up more than others. But you have to make it exciting. You have to make the mitzvot exciting. You have to make life as a Torah scholar, Torah observant Jew, Torah Rabbanit. You have to make it exciting. If you don't, Amalek is not even going to come to you. Why? You already did the job for him. That's what Amalek's job is, to cool you off. You're not going to try hard. You're going to cool off by yourself. Anybody ever do Lag Ba'omer fire? Lag Ba'omer fire. Do a little bonfire. You throw some wood in there. Right? After a while, what happens? Fire goes down. How do you keep it up? Keep putting wood. More wood, more wood, more wood, more wood, more stuff. Why? You need more fuel. You don't add more Torah, you don't add more fuel to the fire that's in you. Guess what? Eventually it goes down. Shemer Chem, go to zero. You have to push. Next question. I don't even know if there was a question, I just went off. No? That it?
We just went to Rosh Hoshanah and Kippur, and you know that if you go to Kippur and your sins between you and Hashem can be on hold if someone else is upset at you. But if like someone is upset at you, not because something you did personally, let's say you used to talk to someone and you don't, they're a family member, you don't hear them anymore, and upset at you for not hearing you for a long time or anything. So does that count as someone being upset at you, and if you don't say sorry because you're not aware of it, does that hold on your sins for people, or just that's just
No, I mean if somebody is upset at you because of their own ego or their demands that are unreasonable, then that's not really your problem, because then you could never have a clean bill of health. There's always going to be somebody upset at you in life, especially the more people you know and the older you get. There's always going to be somebody that's unhappy with you or unhappy with certain things about you. It's just a reality. No, I mean, as long as you are following what the Torah says, you are doing what the Torah says, you're complying with the law, you're doing everything that's necessary, and somebody has a problem with it, it's their problem. You can't make the whole world happy. You have to simply do the best you can, and B'ezrat Hashem, the world around you will change. One good thing is that the more you comply with the Torah, the more Hashem will change the world around you, to such an extent that it says that Birtzot Hashem darkei ish gam oivav yeshlim imo. Shlomo HaMelech teaches us that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is happy with you, Birtzot Hashem darkei ish gam oivav yeshlim imo, even your enemies will come to you and say, I'm sorry. So if you still have enemies that are saying, not I'm sorry, okay, so there's a little more of an upgrade we need to do for our mitzvot and our Torah and our so on. But it also means that there's certain people are going to come to you and say, I'm sorry to you at some point. Why? Because the more happy Hashem is with you, the more He's going to change the world and the world's perspective of you. Now I can tell you myself that I've always danced to my own tune. I've always danced to my own tune. I've never been a follower of things. I've always, whatever you want to call it, leader, you want to call it loner, whatever you want, crazy, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't really make a difference. And I've always done my own thing. And I've always had naysayers my whole life. When I was a kid, 13 years old, I wanted to go play football. I was 5 feet nothing and 100 nothing pounds. But I wanted to go play with Amalek. Why? I don't know. I thought I was going to be an NFL football player. Then in high school, I was I'm going to go to college. Why? Are you going to be a psychiatrist? Psychiatrist, you don't have money for college. I'll find a way. And then I went to Wall Street. Like, where are you going to Wall Street? I'll make millions of dollars. Are you crazy? You were making money selling computers. You were making money doing other things. Stay there. No. I want to make millions. And I kept going against the wave, and sometimes I succeeded, sometimes I failed. And when I first became religious, or starting to learn, and little by little religious, not everybody was a fan. Not everybody was a big fan of me becoming religious. In fact, some people that were very, very important to me were very much against it. And told me, nah, come on, listen, you just went through some health crisis, you're going through a health crisis, you're going through a financial crisis. Focus on work, focus on rebuilding yourself, and then become religious later on in life. And, some people didn't like it, they were very important to me. Some people that weren't very much important to me made fun of me. They weren't important to me, so I didn't really care, but they made fun of me. I even had a business associate of mine that, after, I was already into it for a few years, and I met him, and he's a very, very, very wealthy person. I don't know what his net worth is, but definitely at least $200 million, like something obscene. And I met him for coffee, and he saw I'm not drinking anything. He said, "Why are you not drinking? This place is not kosher." Still, at the time, it was so new, I didn't know I shouldn't even show up to these places. And I'm sitting with this guy, we're talking some shop, and he's like, "I'm really worried about you." I said, "Why are you worried about me? I'm happy." He's like, "I don't know, I think it's too drastic of a change. Too drastic of a change." So the point being is, it wasn't roses. It wasn't roses. A lot of people that, and I'm really only mentioning the ones to you that I valued their opinion, even if I didn't necessarily care that much, or I did the opposite, I valued their opinion to something, to a certain extent. Some people were really important to me, some people were less important, but nonetheless still valuable opinion. And I went with the truth. I went with my life. And, it caused me a lot of issues, problems, all types of things. I even lost some people that I cared about, I used to be very, very close to, virtually became enemies because of Judaism, because of the Torah. Truth be told, I don't have a single regret in my body. I don't have any type of regret or sorrow for any of it. In fact, I feel bad for them that they're so mistaken. But one of the things that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did for me over time is that little by little, some of those people, not necessarily all of them, but some of those people that were naysayers and very much against doing TeShuva have actually become some of my biggest fans. They watch all the shurim, they start doing TeShuva themselves, they started, changing their life themselves. Yeah, but just 5-10 years ago, you were making fun of it. Okay, 5-10 years ago, making fun of it because I was stupid, and now today I realize it's a big deal. So, Birtzot Hashem Darkish Gamovay Yeshivimo means that if a Kadosh Baruch Hu's happy with a person, some of those people that are, going against you will ultimately become people that will ask you for a blessing. Some of them will stay against you. Not everybody will. So you have to just stick to what the truth is. What did Hashem say? That's what I'm sticking to. Why? That's the only word that doesn't change. Everything else is an opinion. And opinions change based on the times and the weather. But Hashem's word doesn't change. He doesn't change his mind. So since he doesn't change his mind, you stick to him, you'll see the world around you change. And little by little, certain things will happen. But of course, there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be different tests that HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends you through. And none of them are easy. There is no layups. None of them are easy, especially family tests, marriage tests, life tests, work tests, money tests. But remember, every time before HaKadosh Baruch Hu raises you, he has to give you a test first. What is it like? Every time before you pass a class in school, what do you have? Finals. Why? To see if you learn anything. To take the information from that you've acquired all of this time to see that if you qualify to go to the next grade. You get a test at the end of the year, finals. If you pass, you go to the next grade. You fail, you get left back. Same thing with a Kadosh Baruch Hu. What do you think? They invented it in school? No, Kadosh Baruch Hu invented it. Kadosh Baruch Hu, before he raises you to the next level, gives you a test. If you've learned, you move on to the next level. There's blessing, there's panasah, there's this, there's that, a lot of good things. If you fail, guess what? You get left back. Meaning what? You keep getting that same test over and over again until you pass. Now, it doesn't necessarily happen every single day. Maybe another 6 months later you'll get the same test. But the point that those tests sometimes have eyes and ears and noses. Those tests sometimes are people you love. Those tests are sometimes people you care about. Those tests are sometimes people you do business with. Those tests are sometimes people that you never thought in your wildest dreams you were even going to meet. Different things. So you have the Torah gives you a perspective from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that doesn't change. And so long as you glue yourself to that and what he says, you're guaranteed to pass the test. Why? That's the cheat sheet. The answers are in that book. The answers are in that book. Why do we fail tests? We don't look at the book. Because Baruch Hu gave you the answers. No, I'm going to do it on my own. Okay, good luck with you. Idiot. You have the answers for free. And you're even allowed to use them, but you choose to do it on your own. Okay. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. So, that's the thing. You have to prepare yourself for tests, and you'll succeed. Next question. Okay, over.
I believe a very important calculation I personally struggle with oftentimes is finding the right level of spirituality to live in. Sometimes I'm too calm and other times I'm too anxious. I can get like this after feeling so connected to Hashem. I think it's important to have emunah and realize that everything is for the ultimate good, but how can I make sure that my emotions remain as balanced as possible from here on out?
So, generally speaking, emotions are one of the things that gets a person into the deepest amount of trouble. Why? As you said, you get out of control once in a while. Somebody gives you your salary, you get a few $100, few $1,000, whatever it is. Okay, thank you very much. After a little while, you're not so excited about it. But one day, you're left behind in the office. Everybody left, and suddenly you see that the boss's door is open, and you peek in. You should see what happens. You see the briefcase full of money, cash, unmarked bills. No one's ever going to know you did it, and even if they know, you're already going to be in Bahamas. Got $5 million. It's going to take you 100 years to make that money. What happens? Your emotions go crazy. Take it, don't take it. Steal it, don't take it. Well, I'm not a thief, but I am a thief. But emotions don't go crazy. Now, if you can't get your emotions under control, guess what? You're going to be on CNN. But if you can, then no one's ever going to know. No one's ever going to know you didn't steal. Because they don't say, oh, look, this guy, what a tzaddik, he didn't steal. No one's ever going to know. And that in itself creates an emotion. Like doing the right thing doesn't yield the same attention as doing the wrong thing. So that in itself creates an emotion. And a person needs to constantly battle that balance of emotions and how to balance them. Now, the only way for a person to truly get closer to Hashem is by learning more about Him from the perspective of Hashem and His sages, not from the perspective of your opinion of Him or your delusions of Him or your thoughts of what it could be, but rather, what do we have that's verified? What do we have that's psak halakha? Because as I told you, if today you said that there's a bigger prophet than Moshe Rabbeinu, you consider a kofar, a heretic, can't count you minyan. But Miriam, his sister, said that he's not the greatest. She didn't understand what's wrong with him. She wasn't considered kofar. Why? It didn't become psak halakha. A second later it became psak halakha. That became the new reality. So you have to measure your thoughts and beliefs versus what's the psak halacha. Why? Because psak halacha is reality. Not your reality is not reality. Your reality is opinion. Psak halacha is reality. We always think it's the opposite. We think that psak halacha is like, somebody's opinion, but my reality is reality. That's why people have a tough time with Torah. So you have to measure what is your opinion versus psak halacha. The more in line those two are, the more your opinion is like psak halacha, the more you're going to be able to control your emotions. Why? Because everything you do will have to have a reason that's connected to the halacha. Such as, wake up in the morning, what should I do today? What does halacha say? Halacha says you have to pray, or else you can't start the day. You have to say thank you to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You have to say Birkot HaShachar. You have to say Birkot Torah. Why should I say Birkot Torah? Because you have to learn Torah today. That's what. Oh, okay. All right, can I go eat? No, you can't go eat. Why? Halacha says you have to go pray first. You can't eat until you put on tefillin. Hell, I'm hungry. Okay, so pray fast. What can I tell you? Can't eat until you put on tefillin. Okay, so I guess I gotta pray then. Yeah, you gotta pray. Okay, after that, okay, should I go? Where? Where do you want to go? I'm gonna hang out with some friends. Who are your friends? One guy is a gangster, the other one is a thief, and the other one is a womanizer. Allah says no. Okay, that made a decision for you. Allah makes a decision for you. Why? You don't look at things based on your emotions of do I want to go, do I not want to go, should I go, should I not go. It says allowed, not allowed. Once you look at your life from that perspective, allowed, not allowed, automatically you're removing the vast majority of emotions in the argument. Vast majority of emotions are gone. Why? Because Baruch Hu already made a decision for you. He already made a decision for you. He told you this is not allowed. So there's no point of thinking about it. You're not allowed to go on a date with this woman. Why? She's married. She's not Jewish. She whatever. Not allowed. So there's no point of thinking about, but she's nice, and she's pretty, and she's just my type. There's no point of thinking about it. Why? It's not allowed. It's not allowed. That's it. It's not allowed. There's no point of thinking, this guy is a really good guy. I can do business with him. There's no point. No point of doing business. Why? He's a drug dealer. You cannot do business with him. Drug dealer, that's it. You don't know the money is stolen. It's got blood on it. You don't know. That's it. He's finished. You can't do business with him. He's selling drugs currently. Not he used to, and then he did TeShuva. He's still a murderer right now. You cannot do business with him. Why? You'll be facilitating his murder. You'll be helping him murder. You'll be able to help him wash money and so on and so forth. You can't do it. Allah decides it. And so on and so forth. The more a person's decisions are in accordance with Allah, the easier it becomes to manage the emotions. But when a person is not managing his life based on Allah, because he doesn't know what to do, he just feels what's right, surely it's impossible to control your emotions, because every day you're going to feel something else. And other people around you are going to feel something else. Like, sometimes people say, listen, I feel like I'm supposed to marry this girl. Why do you feel that way? She's just the right type. What did she say to you? I haven't talked to her yet. Wait, you haven't talked to her and you already feel you need to marry her? How is that? How can you feel such a thing? Are you a prophet? I just have that feeling in my heart. You probably are very attracted to her. Well, yeah, she is beautiful. Okay, that's not feeling. It's lust. It's a sin. The way you have it, if you're a husband, allowed. But if you're not a husband, it's a sin. Now, so a person that looks allowed, not allowed, is going to eliminate the I feel from their life, and not all of it, but a good large part of it. And that's going to make life a lot easier. A lot easier. But again, it's not such an easy thing at all times, but I'll give you an example. The Torah is very, very kind to someone that can control their emotions during difficult times. So much so that the Baal Tanura says that someone that gets mocked, insulted, in public and does not respond, HaKadosh Baruch Hu becomes their chavruta, becomes their study park. Furthermore, someone that gets insulted in public doesn't respond, and not doesn't respond like he wants to kill the guy still. Doesn't respond, knows that everything's from Hashem, I'm not even upset about this. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm going to make you famous. One time, there's a Mekubal in Netanya. His name is Rav Amos Gueta. He's a Mekubal, been around for a long time. One time, there was a mayor in a city in Netanya, where I was born, who decided that he wants to allow traffic, like public transportation, on Shabbat, which was forbidden until that time. So Rav Amos came with his students, protest, and the mayor came. And he started yelling from afar. And as he got closer to Rav Amos, everyone was looking, how's it going to be the face-off? Suddenly, as he got closer, became paralyzed. In front of everybody, became paralyzed. Frozen. Couldn't move. Everyone was shocked. Rav Amos looks at him and says to him, you want to come back to normal? Cancel the public transportation. Cancel the public transportation. Anyway, what do you think he become like that one day? Years ago, 50 years ago, Rav Ephraim's father, Rav Chaim Kachlon Sheikheh, saw this in his own eyes. He walks into a yeshiva, and he sees there's an avrech, simple avrech, sitting over there, and somebody else is just tearing him apart. No, who are you? What are you doing in our kollel? You're a nobody using our books. You're a loser. You're this. You're that. Tearing him up to pieces. Now, you guys would think, this stuff doesn't happen in kollels. It happens, unfortunately, way too often. And there's a few times that I wanted to get on a plane and visit some people at the kollel that Rabbi Ephraim attends. A few times. People are strange. Sometimes they wear kippah, I don't even know why. Anyway, this guy's tearing this avrech apart, insulting him in every way possible. But there's people there. And Rav Chaim is one of the people watching this. Sees this happening. After the guy's finished, the avrech looks up and says, now you embarrass me in public, you'll see that you'll remain unknown, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to make me famous around the world. That was the only response. And then went back to his learning, smiling. Hey. Somebody says to you any word that you don't like that's not in your vocabulary of likings, all of a sudden he meets Mr. Right and Mr. Left. This guy just got torn apart. He smiles and he goes, yeah, you watch it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to make me famous around the world. Who's that person? Rav Amos Gueta. I had the merit to meet him once. When I went to Eretz Yisrael, my cousin, Gabi Gueta. Tzaddik, big person. Very intimidating. Made me look like a baby. I have pictures of him and I look like a baby. Big person, Baruch Hashem. Very special person, and he's close to Rav Amos, and he took me to visit him. At the time, I didn't know who Rav Amos was. I didn't know. So I sat there in the yeshiva, in the Bet Midrash over there, sitting there, I don't know, for however long we were there, and I'm seeing them learning. I don't know what's the big deal. Why did he bring me here? I'm sitting there. There's a couple of guys, a couple of them look like they weren't exactly the healthiest. A couple of guys look like they why am I here? And he's doing certain things that are a little weird. Not a little weird, very weird. What's wrong with this? What is this? They don't want to find out who he is and what he's about, and he makes himself weird on purpose. all types of different reasons, embarrassing himself and so on. Now, listen, say some of the things that happen in the world happen for specific reasons. That certain people made certain decisions, and to be a mikubal, a tzaddik, someone that could literally manipulate things in nature, someone that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves, and he's willing to change nature for, someone that is able to impact many people and help them and so on, that can't happen if you're a firecracker. You know, you're just a unlit candle for a long time, and then one day you explode. It has to be controlled at all times. How? Halacha. Allowed? Not allowed. Allowed to be angry? No. Okay, no. Allowed to be angry? Yes. Oh, when am I allowed to be angry? When somebody's going against Hashem. That's the thing. You see what's allowed, what's not allowed. More a person sees, works their life based on what's allowed, what's not allowed, less emotions are manipulating his life. You still have emotions, but you know how to control them better. Next question. Yeah.
Can you go to the restroom in between bracha rishona and bracha achrona? If so, where's the restroom?
Yes. And Sunny, show them where the restroom is. Yeah, please. Yeah, fill it up here. They have something over here. Good. Fill a drink. Oh, yeah, give me. Ma? No, he'll give me one for the, keep it flavor. No? Oh, hina.
Yabba Yosef Sukkot Simon 665 before sounds a custom to make a candy confection by cooking the esrog with sugar after Sukkot and serving it on Tu B'Shvat. It mentions that this is a segula for becoming pregnant and enabling a relatively quick and painless birth to a healthy child. So, kind of a practical question here. How does one make this esrog dish, and how does one preserve it from spoiling until Tu B'Shvat?
So, the first question should be, does it work? As a segula, to keep your etrog and turn it into jelly. There was a woman that we knew lived in Boca Raton. She used to ask everybody for their etrogim, and I think she was like a chef. And then at the end of the Sukkot, she'd get everybody's etrogim, and she'd make jelly out of it. And it's a very common thing. Why? Because it's a skula that if you eat the etrogim, to get pregnant. Now, should you take the etrog from anybody? No. Your etrog obviously should be good. And if you're going to take etrogim from other people, it should be good people. Don't take etrogim from Hoshanah. One time we had the merit to get a little piece of etrog from a very big tzaddik. And it worked. Now, the process of keeping it, I believe, is no different than, for example, when you're making orange. You can turn orange into candy. I think you have to cook it. You have to obviously take everything out. You have to cook it. But that's not my expertise. I think perhaps some of the ladies will know, and if not, then YouTube may know. You turn the skula is real. It's real. If you to make a etrog into jelly for for pregnancy. Now, one of the things that you may find out though if you weren't careful with your etrog purchase, is that you'll cut it open and it doesn't look like an etrog, it looks like a lemon. What does that mean? It's a lemon. That's what it means. Because an etrog tree is a weak tree, very spoiled tree. It requires constant support. So in order to make it strong, the farmers made it with a lemon tree. It's stronger. So what ends up happening is many of the etrogim are lemons. I remember last year we opened etrogim. We had some etrogim. We got some miraculous. Hoshanah, everything was good, but we had some local etrogim that we get from the lulav. Oh, every single one of them was a lemon. Every single one of them, without exception. It's a very, very big thing. So I would suggest for next year to put already a reminder for yourself for next year, 2 months, month and a half to 2 months before Sukkot, start working on ordering a etrog from someone that knows what they're talking about. I mean, I do it for myself personally. If you guys want me to help you with it also, I can. I get some extras here and there, and I can give it to you guys, no problem. But I can tell you one thing: they're expensive. They're not cheap. The shipping, the this, the that. But at least you have an etrog. But either way, the point is that it's not a difficult mitzvah, and you'll see B'ezrat Hashem. If anyone that's going to be here in the morning, you'll see my etrog. See my little baby. It's like a baby. Wait a minute, it's like 6 pounds. The picture is bigger than the picture. It grew. But that's the talk. Most people are not willing to invest. They're going to waste his money. So anyway, back to your question. Is the skula real? That was my question really for you. That's really the question you should have. Skula is real. 2, needs to be in a etrog. 3, as far as cooking it, making it into jelly, either you could ask one of the ladies that perhaps maybe has done it. If not, then YouTube. I'm sure that somebody or somebody's have made etrog into jelly. In reality, somebody has made something into everything today. For everything there's a video. Fourth point, make sure that if you're going to use somebody else's etrog, it's somebody that's a decent human being. And last point, make sure it's an etrog for next year. Make sure it's for next year. Next question.
We learn from the prophets that Hashem doesn't want the wicked to die, but rather want him to repent and do TeShuva and leave. We learn from the Gemara, Hoshanah 16a that there are a few things that make Hashem, look into judge someone. And one of them is when you ask for judgment for all the people, unless you ask Hashem to judge all the people, like in the case of Abraham and Sarah. But we also have stories of Rabbah who had enemies and wished them to die, and then they were rebuked and they went back. But by the same token, we have a tzaddik like David is asking for his enemies to die, or Hashem to kill his enemies. So how do we reconcile these two?
You have to ask the question all over again, but in shorter form.
Wow. Like they say, Hashem says he doesn't want the wicked to die, you want him to repent. And Gemara say, you don't pray for, you don't ask for someone to die or for Hashem to judge someone. Like in the case of Sarah that asked, for Hashem to judge between the two of them. And because of she asked for that judgment for and then she was the one that, first. And by the same token, we have that, King David, that asked, Hashem to kill his enemies. So how we reconcile that?
To pray for a random person to die because you don't like them or they're bothering you and so on, because they're sinners, like for example the Gemara Masechet halachot, as Rabbi Meir was bothered by some hooligans in his neighborhood, and he wanted to pray for them to die, and his wife, Wulia, came to him and said, no, don't you know that Hashem doesn't want the wicked to die, you should pray for them to do tshuva. And he did, and they did tshuva. So, proves your first point that really Hashem wants you to pray for these people. But then on the other hand, David HaMelech, Kodesh Kodeshim, his whole essence was prayer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, crying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Pray for certain people to be destroyed. And there's certain Tehillim that you can read for the sake of beating people in battle and arguments and things like that. That there's a special segula to do that. What's the David HaMelech? The Gemara says, "Alacha ki David HaMelech." Anywhere he went, Alacha is like him, and that created a lot of enemies. Why? Because that means that whatever David HaMelech is thinking, that's a Kadosh Baruch Hu's thinking. So, big people, smart people from the Sanhedrin even, were very jealous of that. Why? They're toiling, they're breaking their head in this, but Allah is like a David. So you had a lot of haters for that reason and many other reasons. But the problem is, for them, is that when you hate him, you hate Hashem. When you hate David, you hate Hashem, because what is his opinion? His opinion is Allah. What is Allah? Allah is Kadosh Baruch Hu's opinion. So David HaMelech says, I don't care if anybody's making fun of me. When Shimi ben Gera made fun of him, David HaMelech didn't care 1 cent. What did he care about? He says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I only hate the people you hate. If they hate you, I hate them. What if they make fun of you, David? I don't care. Meaning, what did he pray for? He prayed for people to die that weren't hurting him. He prayed for people to die because they were enemies of Hashem. And guess what? You do the same thing. I do the same thing. We pray for people that are enemies of Hashem to die every day. In Amidah, 3 times a day. People that are enemies of Hashem, we pray for them to die. Sometimes the person is a sinner, but he doesn't even know that he's an enemy of Hashem. But sometimes there's certain people that know they're enemies of Hashem, but they don't care. They don't believe, or they don't care, or whatever it is. So a person like that, Rabbi Yonah in Sha'arei Tshuva says it's a mitzvah to hate him. It's a mitzvah to hate such a person, mitzvah to pray for him to die. Mitzvah. So that's not the same type of people as the ones that bothered Rabbi Meir Bar Anes. They were just busting his chops and causing trouble, but they weren't necessarily enemies of Hashem. Therefore, it makes sense to pray for them to do tshuva. Whereas the people that were enemies of David HaMelech were enemies against the halakha. They were enemies against Hashem. And for them, it's a mitzvah to pray for them to die. Next question. Mike, you had a question before.
Yeah, so it kind of goes with that. Actually, why did Abraham pray so strongly that Sodom and Gomorrah not be destroyed? Because they were actually murdering people.
This was one of the examples of how a man is limited to his own perspective, whereas a Kadosh Baruch Hu is privy to the full perspective. Now, when we get a flat tire on the way to an appointment, what is the first thing we say? God, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? I'm on the way to an appointment. I'm supposed to sign a deal. That deal is supposed to give me money. That money is supposed to pay the mortgage, pay the down payment for the house, pay for education, pay for food, pay for this. Well, you want me to starve, Hashem? You want me to starve? What do you want from me, Hashem? You get upset because you got a flat tire, you're going to be late to an appointment. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was laughing. He says, you silly little goose. You don't realize I made you have a flat tire because there's going to be an accident 5 miles up the road, that if you don't get a flat tire, you'll be part of that accident. There's not going to be you, or there's not going to be a mortgage, there's not going to be nothing. Saving your life. Or perhaps that guy that you're supposed to get an appointment with and sign a deal with, he's a very litigious person. You sign a deal with him, he's going to sue you in 6 to be at least 50 people keep Shabbat. There's 10 million people there. Sure, 50 people keep Shabbat. 50 religious people, 50 Hasidim, 50 Chabadniks, 50 Breslivers, 50 Reubens, 50 something, something. No. But what if there's 45? You're just going to kill everybody just for the 5 of the missing? And he negotiated with Hashem because he was under the assumption that maybe there could be somebody righteous and it's worth it to save everybody else just for the sake of those few. He was limited from his perspective to his human opinion. And Hashem took him to school by telling him, surely all of this was reviewed, all of this was taken into consideration, and there's not even 10 righteous people there. Not even 10. So this was one of the learning lessons. Avraham Avinu did not become Avraham Avinu until later on. I mean, he was Avraham, but he didn't get to his full potential until later on, until after the Akedah and the major experiences that he went through, after he went through the 10 tests. So, but to get to those 10 tests, you're going to have questions along the way. Next. Go ahead, son. You have a question?
No, I didn't have a question.
Oh, no. You had a question? Go ahead. Raise your hand. You have a question? Oh, go ahead.
So you know we're commanded to love the converts.
Love the covenants. Without the shame.
How are you supposed to be with someone that's in the process of?
How are you supposed to?
To what level are you supposed to?
It's a very good question. How are you supposed to treat someone that's in the process of conversion? Now, this is going to hurt some people, but it's good to know. The reason why it's going to hurt some people is because of emotions. And we just talked about before that emotions are sometimes get the best of you. Now, Gemara says a goy comes to Bet Shammai, says I want to learn the entire Torah on one leg. Bet Shammai says go fly kite. Shammai says go fly kite. What one leg? Who are you? Get out of here. 2. He goes to Hillel. I want to learn the entire Torah on one leg. Hillel says, okay, it starts off with don't do the whole Torah principle. Don't do to your friend what you wouldn't want to do to yourself. That's where everybody thinks, oh yeah, see, so you and your friend is much more important than you and God. No, that's not what it means. What Hillel is trying to teach him is that the entire Torah, how could this be the entire Torah? Don't do to your friend what you don't want done to yourself. How could it be? Surely if you know how to treat your friend, your brain that you have in your head will also tell you don't treat Hashem that way either. Don't do to Hashem what you don't want done to yourself. But the point being is that conversion, you'll see it several times in the Gemara, where there actually are some Chachamim that were, very, very much pro-conversion to the extent where they would help converts much more than people help today. And conversion was a much shorter process back then than it is today. But because of the sins that we've made over the years and over the centuries, the amount of problems that we've had from fake converts has led to the point where there's a lot of politics in conversion today. There's a lot of headaches in it, and there's a lot of falsehood in it, and there's a lot of waiting in it, and also money. So a person that wants to convert normally today has to already take into account that they're not going to be a Jew for at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, maybe longer, maybe less. But if you think that you're going to come into the Jewish world and a few months later you're going to be a Jew, I'm sorry, but most likely you'll be disappointed. Unless you're extremely rich and you care less about the truth and you just want to get to something, you want a certificate. If you have enough money, you can do whatever you want. You can buy the Bet Din if you want. But the reality is that the Bet Din of Shamayim you can't buy. So that means that there has to be, for an authentic conversion, there has to be a process of waiting, a process of learning, a process of doing certain things in order to become a Jew. And that process varies based on people, based on bet deans, based on rabbis, and so on and so forth. Now, how do you treat a convert that's in the process? He's not really a convert yet. He's a Noahide that's interested in converting to Judaism. As long as he or she welcomes the truth, as long as he or she loves the truth about Torah, as long as he or she follows, what Torah says, what the rabbi says, what the sages say, and they're, showing a genuine effort to become a righteous Jew, you should be extremely supportive, because you can, in essence, have a stake in a Jew, in creating a Jew. So it is a very big deal, and you should do as much as you can to help this person, within your means, within your ability, and so on. Be supportive of it. But there's a very big but. You cannot forget that they're not a convert right now. For all intents and purposes, they are still a non-Jew. Even if they look like a Hasid Breslev from the 1800s. Even if they look like the Baal Shem Tov himself. Even if they wear the turban of Rav Ovadia. Even if they have a tattoo on their head that says Moses. Doesn't make a difference. Until they dip into a mikveh, they're not a Jew. And that's important to know when it comes to certain things halachically. You go to a shul, this person wants to pray also. His prayer is practice, your prayer is real. So, push comes to shove, you have to know that the difference between the two, practice and real. 2, you have to let the rabbi know of the kila. My friend over here, not Jewish. Why? Don't count him in minyan. Don't count him in minyan. Unless he does it himself, does the rabbi, he's not Jewish. Don't count him in minyan. Why? Because it's very easy to make that mistake. And, when it comes to different mitzvot, you have to, be careful to a certain extent, because again, a convert is going through a serious trauma in his life, either before, during, and sometimes after conversion. So there's a lot of emotions involved. There's a lot of big decisions made. Usually there was something extraordinary that drove him to this position in the first place. So you have to be sensitive to that. You can't treat him like you would treat anybody regularly. You have to be more careful. Now, again, so that doesn't mean that you ignore the truth or change the truth for them, but you have to be conscious of certain things that are very sensitive to them. So, for example, I know that sometimes there's certain people that, when they hear me say that Christianity is idolatry, they don't really mind so much. But when I say that Christians that believe in this idolatry are going to Gehenna, they get offended a little bit. Why? Because they know I'm talking about their parents. They know I'm talking about their cousins and brothers and so on. Because those people worship an idol. I'm not necessarily talking about them per se with my mind, but that's what they feel like I'm talking to them. And they get offended. But again, if that's what it says, that's what it says. The fact that you have a loss in this situation doesn't change the reality. So you have to be a little sensitive with certain things, which I'll give you guys a side note. That's part of the reason of why I didn't invite everybody that comes to the shield tonight, for 2 reasons. Number one, I don't know everybody the same way. Everybody that's here, I know you guys pretty well for a long time. So I don't have to think about it very much. But other people that are relatively newer, I don't know them well enough. I don't know them for long enough. I don't necessarily want the whole world knowing my houses. Plain and simple. But I also am conscious of people's feelings. I'm also conscious of the fact that they're going to watch this shield. And I also want them to know that it's not that I didn't invite them because I don't like them, because also there was lack of space. That's another reason. But the third reason is that, again, aside from not knowing them, aside from lack of space, the third reason, I don't know if they're going to complete their conversion yet. Like, I don't have that stamp in my mind to say this guy's ready to convert yet. Well, I just met you a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. So I don't know if you're going to convert yet. Yeah, you like it now. I don't know, but maybe Fatima shows up again at your door and says, honey, I love you. You know, you go back to Fatima. So what are we going to do? You know, so that's the thing. I don't want to be part of your confusion. I have to, you know, keep you at bay to remind you that there's, you know, you're not in yet. Not as a rejection, chas v'shalom, nothing. But again, I can't, you know, certain people that are on board, I know these people, I know what page they're on. It's the same page I'm on. Other people, I'm not really sure yet. Not really sure yet. So that's it. And again, it's not a dislike or like. It's just simply, I still need, you know, to get to know you more. Now, I didn't do it publicly in the shiur the other day, and rather invited each one of you individually because I didn't want to offend people. So even though I don't know you that well, and I don't know you, you know, and I'm not this and all these different reasons, doesn't mean I'm going to just disregard your feelings. And hey, by the way, everybody come to the shiur except you. I don't like, you know, I don't know you that well, so you can't come. But everybody else, I didn't do that. Why? I'm not an animal. So I just told you guys it's going to be shiur, it's going to be live, and then, you know, I don't know, today or yesterday I told you guys, you know, come to my house if you got this invitation, you know. So it's still conscious of people's feelings to a certain extent, and that's it. That's the reality. Thank you, Tzaddik, appreciate it. Conscious, you have to be conscious of their feelings, even if they're not Jewish yet, even if you're not really sure. Why? Because they're people. They're still Hashem's creations. But as far as helping converts, I'll tell you this. I'll give you this little inside scoop. Why am I doing this? I don't know. But I guess I like you guys. Ooh, huh? This will wake up the dead. I deal with a lot of people that want to convert. Right now, there are over 140 families that we're working with to help them convert. It's a lot of people. And many of them, I'm helping them from afar. Meaning, I'm trying to guide them. They ask me questions from time to time. I send them some information, something to send them package, different things. I can tell you that converts ask a lot more questions than Jews. People that are in the process of conversion ask a lot more questions than natural-born Jews. Why? They're hungrier. They're, you know, many times more excited, but also they have less resources. So when they find somebody that's willing to answer their questions, they literally ask every question under the sun. So to have 141 families like this, it's a lot of questions. What does that mean? If I was in the business world, I would charge every single one of them money. Why? Because they pay me a lot, whatever price I want, in many cases. If I tell them, listen, I don't mind your questions. You know, I know you send me 5, 6, 7, 8 questions a day, but you know, would you mind sending me, you know, $200 a month, $300 a month, $500 a month, $1,000 a month? You know, depend on where do you live. Oh, you live in Colorado? Okay, $1,000 a month. Where do you live? New York, $5,000 a month. Oh, where do you live? I live in Guantanamo. Oh, okay, $3. How about this? I'll send you $50. You know, yeah, depends. Charge people, you make money out of this, but we don't. We also have an aspiration, Bezat Hashem, as one of the goals of the organization, or Chaim and I, is Bezat Hashem to one day open a Bet Din. But not just a regular Bet Din, but a Bet Din that's recognized by the Rabbanut. We could open a Bet Din tomorrow. But to have a Bet Din that's recognized by the Rabbanut takes a little bit more time. And money. When we had this conversation, he said, Bet Dins, they charge money. Anywhere from $600-$800 to $300, $400, $500, $600, $10,000, $15,000, $25,000, depending who, what, when, how, to convert a single person. The faker the conversion, the more expensive. But doesn't necessarily mean that the cheaper ones are more real. Doesn't necessarily mean that either. But you get a free conversion, it's fake. So I asked, how much we're going to charge conversions? Do for free. Like right now, charge. Most likely, not charge. Other than to simply cover costs. Why? If there's any cost or whatever, other cover costs. Why? You can charge, allowed to charge, should charge, business-wise. Most likely not. Don't charge for what we do now, which is a lot more difficult work than bedins. I bring somebody to a bedin, they're like a cooked dish. They're finished. You don't need to add any seasoning, you don't even need to add salt. The guy is tzaddik. Already I'm bringing to the bedin on a silver platter. The bedin doesn't have to do nothing. Easiest converts in the world is people that come to me because it takes a long time to get there, and by the time they get there, they're cooked already, they're finished, they're tzaddikim, they're more religious than the bedin sometimes. What's the problem? So, most of the work is done beforehand. And we don't charge. Why? Okay, I learned something from Rabbi Fine. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has 8 billion people in the world. Out of those 8 billion people, we know of about 15 to 20 million of them that are known to be Jews. There's probably much more that we don't know about, but nonetheless, the 20 million or so that are Jews. Out of those 20 million Jews, probably around 4 million or so observe Shabbat. The entire universe, not just Earth, the entire universe, all of the galaxies, the Milky Way, the stars, the meteors, the trees, the sun, the moon, the car accidents, the sky, the bugs, the cats, the raccoon that was run over by a car, the roads, the traffic lights, everything in the world, in the universe was created for those few million people that keep Shabbat, for those few million people that keep Torah and Mitzvot. Not for the 8 billion people like people think, and definitely not even for the entire 20 million. For the people that keep Torah and Mitzvot, that's what the whole world continues to rotate for. So now, if you're already doing a real conversion, that means you have an opportunity to become a partner with a Kadosh Baruch Hu in giving the world another reason to exist. You want to get paid for that? Isn't that enough? You have an opportunity to create a Jew. Isn't that enough? And Rabbi Fine says, he said, listen, so far we did okay. We didn't charge anybody any money. The people that don't have money, what are you going to charge them anyway? It doesn't make a difference. They don't have any money. And the people that do have money, they end up donating on their way anyway. We don't ever ask them for any money, but they donate on their own anyway because they have money. They end up feeling, oh, listen, this is I like this guy. I like what they're doing. I want to contribute to it. So you don't need to charge them. They donate on their own. Kadosh Baruch Hu sends the money anyway. What do you have to charge money for? And that's the missing ingredient that a lot of people don't understand. Is that you don't have to cheat, lie, hustle in order to make a living. You could just do what a Kadosh Baruch Hu says. Kadosh Baruch Hu sends you the money. That's that simple. Simple. It's hard for people to understand because it requires you to live by allowed, not allowed, rather than living on your emotions. Emotionally, I can tell you, if it was just based on emotions, I wouldn't even charge money for it because I wouldn't do it. Because it's a huge burden, it's a huge headache, it's very difficult, and unfortunately once in a while you have a bad apple. But when you see this is the will of Hashem, Hashem wants more people, you see these people's potential is to become good Jews, good people, why not? Why not? Why not help another fantastic human being come to the world? It's like witnessing birth. A real convert is almost like it's like a baby. And that's the thing. And I see every one of the converts that goes through me, through the whole process, everything is my kids. That's what the Gemara says anyway. It's because they become part of you. They become really seriously part of you. You created them. Because Baruch says you're partners with me. Now, it's so you do whatever you can do to help them, and as long as they're decent people. Unfortunately, though, Rabotai, I'm sorry to tell you that there are always going to be rotten apples that ruin it for everybody. It just is. If you have thin skin, don't get into the conversion world at all. Not to convert and not to help people convert. Why? Because people are rotten sometimes. Sometimes people are rotten. You help them, you nurture them, you give them everything. On top of it, it's all for free. What do they do? Spit on you in the face. Happened a few times. More than a few times. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? That's it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, so before they were, pretending to want to be Jewish because they didn't want to sin like a goy, so now they're sinning like a Jew. Okay, welcome. What are you going to do? Well, it happens. But if you're going to have thin skin and think that every single thing is going to work out, it doesn't work out. You got to understand that as painful as it is for you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is in more pain. Why? It's his kid. It's his kid. So, if you have an opportunity to help somebody come to the world and be a good kid, you don't need to get paid for it. You're already going to get paid for it by being partners. You're already going to get paid for it. You don't need to get paid for it. Of course, you're entitled to make a living and so on, but honestly, I don't know. I learned Emunah from Rabbi Ephraim, and it doesn't make any sense at all, but it works. It doesn't make any sense at all. The more details you know about my life, the less sense it makes. Ask Sonny. He doesn't understand. He stopped asking questions. He gives up. That makes any sense. Goes before in the world. Good. No? Next question. Anyway, I didn't ask questions yet? Okay, son, only ask one question. No?
How can one overcome the trait of brazenness?
How can one overcome the trait of brazenness? A person is arrogant in general. They should know that if the world was clear at what's true and what's false, they would be put in a mental institution. Why? Why should a person that's arrogant be put in a mental institution? Because you have nothing to be arrogant about. Nothing that you have is yours. Your looks, you didn't invent yourself. Your intellect, same as A. Your money could be taken tomorrow. Many times it does get taken at some point. And you can't take it with you. None of your possessions are yours. Therefore, why are you dancing, pretending to be the king just because you were allowed to borrow his suit? It's a ridiculous thing. Second thing is to understand that the trait of brazenness, arrogance, is a detestable trait. The Gemara says someone that's arrogant, even his own family hates him. Even his own family hates him. Why? No one likes an arrogant person. No one likes to be told that they are inferior to anyone else. So imagine you live in a household and your spouse or whoever it is that's important to you in your house keeps telling you about how much better they are than you in everything. Oh, it's a nice jacket, but you know mine's better. Oh, it's a nice car, but you know it's trash next to mine. Oh, it's a nice wife, but she looks like nothing next to mine. Oh, that's a nice... Who wants to be around such a person? Now you're saying, no, but I don't say it. You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. If you have a certain attitude, we could hear you say it in your mind just by seeing your face. An arrogant person is someone that you can tell by their face. You don't have to say things to act arrogant. It's just simply how you respond to things. It's also a way of how you walk. As a matter of fact, going back to the best Musar book of the year, the Machzor of Yom Kippur, one of the things you apologize to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in, on the Amidah 7 times. What do you apologize to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for? Walking straight. Walking upright. Why? Who do you think you are walking like this? Rav Moshe Feinstein walked like this, down. And you're walking up. Rav Moshe Feinstein was Kodesh Kodeshim. Rav Moshe Feinstein was the Moshe Rabbeinu of his generation, walked like this, and you're walking straight up. Who are you? What do you know? What did you achieve? What did you do? What are you? You're a little booger. What do you have? What did you do? No, I'm 50 years old. You're a 50-year-old booger, even uglier. What are you? What do you think you are? You said, I'm sorry for walking straight, and you're still doing 50 years later. No matter what you. Were you retarded? You don't know how to read the Machzor? 50 years you read the Machzor, say, I'm sorry, you're still doing it? So what does it mean? You're a mental case. There's something wrong with you. You're a defect. So the point is, the more a person understands what arrogance is, the more he understands there is nothing to be arrogant about. Because what do you really know that is worthy of being arrogant? Now, if you're going to say, yeah, I may not know a lot, but I know more than them, that's not a reason to be arrogant, Habibi. Why? There's always going to be someone worse than you. That doesn't make you better. So you could just go to the garbage pail and just say, I'm better than them, and look at the rats. Yeah, you're better than the rats, according to your opinion, but guess what? The rat thinks he's better than you. Why? He's probably faster than you. His digestive system is better than yours. He probably has an easier time finding a spouse. It's simply your opinion. Your opinion. But you're both in the garbage in the end. You're both in the garbage. You're comparing yourself to bigger losers and you think that makes you a winner? No. What makes you a winner is if you're a winner next to winners. And you know what? Next to winners, you're nothing. Next to winners, you're nothing. Nothing. You know why? Who's the winners? Are they, the thing? Okay. Done? So, we're back. So, the thing is, there's a person that's arrogant, a person that is simply mad in their mind. There's something wrong with them, because if they compare themselves just to losers and therefore declare themselves a winner, anyone else around them that's somewhat normal and closer to being a winner than them, obviously, will see this is a mental case. You need some serious help. You're comparing yourself to people that are disabled and then saying that you're fast next to them. Yeah, they're disabled. They're on wheelchairs. Surely they can't run. It's like it's a really a demented thing. But you know, today this is acceptable behavior. Why? Because today people are so politically incorrect, but think themselves are correct, where they actually allow men to compete in women's sports because he feels like a woman. So then they're surprised. Oh, new world record. Stephanie won gold medal for picking up 800 more pounds than everybody else. Yeah, but Stephanie has a little bone coming out of her neck and muscles the size of the equator because it's a guy. But people are stupid. So that now, is anyone that's worth that has any common sense think that Stephanie the guy deserves the gold medal? No, because he's a guy. It's a woman's sport. But that's the stupidity of today. When you're arrogant about being next to losers, next to people that are lesser than you, you're a mental case. Now, on the other hand, you guys say, no, but there's winners. Next to winners, you're a loser. Why? Who's your winner in your life? Who's the winner you're comparing it to? What are you going to compare it to? A millionaire? He's like you. He's not different than you. Just because he has more money in the account doesn't make him a winner. Someone achieves something in their life. Compare yourself to tzaddikim. Compare yourself to people that are going to be remembered in 1,000 years from now. In 1,000 years from now, going to be remembered. Well, people think that Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Warren Buffett, they're like the winners. These people are losers while they're alive and after they're going to die. Number one, they're going to be forgotten. And number two, they're losers while they're alive. Between their marriage, children issues, and life issues altogether, who wants to live that life? Talking about people that are going to be remembered and loved forever. Look at the Jewish sages. Yishtabach Shemo La'ad, what beautiful sages we have. You have people even from recent history. You have Rav Ovadia. How do you know that everybody loved Rav Ovadia? Over 1 million people showed up to his funeral. The biggest funeral since Moshe Rabbeinu. The biggest funeral in the history of mankind other than Moshe Rabbeinu was Rav Ovadia's. Now, what do you think? They think, oh, no, I want to come because Rav Ovadia's going to know. What are you going to know? He just died. He left. He went to Olam right now. He's Moshe Rabbeinu right now. What? What are you doing? They couldn't separate themselves from him. They loved him so much. Are you a winner next to Rav Ovadia? What do you know? What he forgot you don't remember? What did he do? What are you so proud about? Did you write your Bia Omer? Did you write your Bia Omer? Did you write TeShuva? Did you remember the entire Shas by heart, back and forth in every format? Somebody asked Ovadia, go to Rav, is it true that you know the entire Torah by heart? No, don't exaggerate. Just half. He goes, oh wow, which half? He goes, which one do you want? Are you like that? You remember the entire? Do you even remember your own bar mitzvah parasha by heart? I don't remember my own bar mitzvah parasha. You know what? I don't have a bar mitzvah. What do you know? What are you proud of? Forget about going to the Rambam and Rabbi Akiva and Moshe Rabbeinu. Let's not go far. We'll go a few years ago. A few years ago, you have a winner. You have a winner in front of you. You have the Moshe Rabbeinu of the generation. You have Rav Ovadia. You anything next to him? Are you anything next to him? Did you even write a piece of paper in you? What are you so proud about? What's for what? What did you do? What did you do? Well, muscles, I had bigger muscles than you. I used to lift 800 pounds over my back and go down onto the ground and squats. You can lift 800 pounds? And you know how much I can lift right now? Maybe this bottle is a little heavy for me. Your body's going to change one day. What are you so proud about? What? You're tall? Okay, it's tall. You get older, you get color, you look like you're short because you... What's to be so proud about? For what? The more you understand that the real reasons for pride, the more you realize it's a detestable trait. So much so that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I cannot be in the same room as you. Imagine this. You're a man, you're a woman. Surely your spouse should be the one that loves you the most, right? Sometimes it's the kids in a certain format, sometimes hopefully it's the spouse because the kids move on one day, but point being is that spouse should love you a lot, right? Like, if you need something, that spouse is supposed to be there. If you want to cry, that spouse's shoulder should be there. If you want to vent, that spouse should have a listening ear. You know, that's the whole point. You know, you're supposed to be each other's everything, right? Imagine this. The person that loves you the most, you come to them, boo-hoo, bad things happen to me, I'm depressed, I'm this, I'm that, spill your guts out. And then your spouse looks at you like a confused dog and says, ugh, can't stand you, and walks out of the room. After you spilled all your guts, told them the truth about everything, I love, you know, like the type of crying where there's like snot coming out of your face everywhere, you know, you're like pulling all your emotions, instead of saying, oh honey, I love you, ugh, disgusts me, and walks out of the room. Guess what? That scene I just described to you is not even remotely close to what HaKadosh Baruch Hu does when someone's arrogant. And guess what? HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves you more than your spouse. But when you're arrogant, he says, ugh, you're disgusting. And he walks out of the room. And he loves you more. What's to be arrogant about? Who would want to be arrogant? Now, surely all of us have a little bit of an ego because we forget that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the one that put all of these things in our life, whether it be money or looks or skill or knowledge or whatever it is. But the deeper you go into whatever you're arrogant about, the more you realize how it does not belong to you and how much of a joke you are for being arrogant about it. What is it like? The Chachamim say there was one time, Rabbi told me this story a few years ago and told me again today. It's a good story. Say one time, a Ben Torah, arrogant, had ego. What kind of ego? Shafuni Anas, look at me, look at me. He wants everybody, look at me, I did this, look at me, I did this. You know people like this? Look at me, look at me. But he learned Torah. But his Torah apparently didn't soften his look at me trait. Because he wanted to look at me. Everybody wants to look at me, look at me. This one wanted a little bit extra. So anyway, this guy one day found a wife, and the deal was with his father-in-law, was that the father-in-law was going to pay for their life, and he's going to learn Torah all day. But that wasn't enough for this guy. He wanted to make sure that the father-in-law knew, you got a deal here. Even though you're paying, you got a deal. I'm a special Talmid Chacham. You got deep bargain. What did he do? He was studying the house, and every so often, he'd hear footsteps. And all of a sudden, he hear footsteps, start studying out loud. Abaye says, but Abaye says, but Rabbah says. All of a sudden, he starts remembering all of the sages that ever spoke about something. It's loud, and everybody needs to know. Right? It's footsteps. What's that? I want to know. I know. Day goes by. Next day, studying. Coffee. Looks at the coffee. Oh, look how many bubbles in this coffee. Okay, let's go back. Whatever. But all of a sudden, footsteps. Abaye, Moshe Rabbeinu, Alcham, Moshe Sinai, the Kul Alma, all the terms in the house, loud, everybody needs to say. Okay. Another day, looks at the cup. Is water really clear? I guess it could be better. Okay. Drinks it. You know, this gold, yeah. Okay, whatever. Let's learn a little bit. But what's that? Oh, but you know, and he starts making all types of sound effects every day. Everything. All the ridiculous, right? You know what's the most ridiculous part? After doing this for over a few months he's doing this, and he's thinking by now the father-in-law should have major respect for me. He knows, he heard, he did, but he says the father-in-law looks at him the same. I don't understand. Why? Well, nothing changed. In fact, it kind of deteriorated. Very weird. So one day, he says, you know what, next time, he comes close, I'm going to open the door. I say, listen, I know you're watching me. How could you not notice how good I'm doing? I'm going to call him out on it. So the next day, he's, learning, but waiting for the footsteps. All of a sudden, gets up. Okay, I'm getting up. Open the door. Well, nobody's here. Nobody's here. Oh, the cat. That's who the footsteps are. All this time he's doing Kiruv with a cat. All this time he's trying to impress a cat. All this time that's the footsteps. The joke's on him. The father-in-law doesn't even know what he's doing all day, doesn't even care. But that's a person with arrogance. All day it's look at me. No one cares, Habibi. No one cares about your face. No one cares about your hair. No one cares about no one cares. Everybody's got their own stuff. No one cares. Everybody's got their own life. What are you so arrogant about? What's so special about you? What are you Rabbi? When you're Rabbi, 1 million people are going to show up to your funeral. That's maybe. What's so special about you? There's always somebody better. And there's always somebody that's right behind you trying to take your position anyway. Everybody's disposable. Everybody. Don't think otherwise for a second. While you're good at your job, guess what? There's somebody right on your tail, 2 seconds away from stealing your job. No, but I'm really good. And so is he. And by the way, he's cheaper. He's half the price. And one day you'll become disposable garbage pail. I had Harvard graduates come to my job. I wasn't willing to pay them $200 a week. They spent $250,000 on school. They weren't worth $200 to me. And I had people that never went to school, and I was willing to pay them $1 million. Why? Guys, listen. There's nothing for you to be arrogant about. When you're getting results, good for you, good job. It's not forever. Don't take so much. But that's the problem. When you're young, it's hard to see the old man's perspective. Why? Because you're so arrogant. You think, I'm going to do it better. What, you think I wasn't like you? What, you think I didn't think I was going to do it better? That by the time I was 40, I was going to conquer the whole world? I thought so. And then I became 40 and all those dreams that I had 26, I didn't even have them anymore. Why? I realized it was completely ridiculous. Ridiculous dreams, ridiculous aspirations. But that's the thing. It's a person that is going to grow up with his teachers being the street, the friends, the celebrities, is going to have a very, very difficult transition from his young days to his older days. Why? Because you're going to realize that all your dreams and aspirations are completely bogus. You're just trying to impress the cat. But a person that is role models, Moshe Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, our sages from the Gemara, our Gdolei Hador, guess what? You could already become a grown-up at 18 years old, at 16 years old. You finished the Shas at 15 years old. You're already a grown-up. You're a grown man. You already understand the ways of the world. You understand the ways between a person and his family, his wife, a husband, everything. You understand what is the real significance of life. What's the purpose? That's something. That's something. But reality is, Rabotai, there is not enough people that are willing to grow up that way. Not enough. Most people want to grow up on their own. They want to, get the opinions of their friends, not the opinions of the Rambam. As if their little booger-faced friend has a better opinion than the Rambam's. They want to get the opinions of the local teacher, as if the local teacher is bigger than Rabbi Akiva. They want to get the opinions of Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs is bigger than Moshe Rabbeinu. So that's what happens. They go through a very difficult transitional stage, and sometimes even people go through a crisis. Sometimes they go through a crisis in midlife. Sometimes they go through crisis in earlier part of life. Hence the reason why the suicides are increasing rapidly. Because people cannot handle the crisis that they're constantly dealing with every year, every 2 years, as they hit different stages of their life, especially in their younger days. You know, for a person to go from, let's say, the age 40 to 50 is a world of difference than a person to go from the age of 10 to 20. Even though they're both 10 years, the amount of changes that happen between 40 and 50 is maybe 1 or 2 changes. The amount of changes that happen between 10 and 20 is maybe 1,000. Because, you know, maturation and so on. So, yeah, I got to that. So the key is to understand that there's really nothing to be arrogant about. There's really nothing to think makes you any better than anybody else. Because surely there is things that other people are better than you. Surely the things that you have are not even yours. And the bottom line is that it's just a completely ridiculous and detestable trait to have, because again, the people around you will not like you. They simply won't like you. No one likes an arrogant person. Now, even though the more arrogant you are, the more likely you are to become famous in this stupid world, but there's a reason why this world is called Alma Deshika, world of lies. You know, the more arrogant people are, the more attention they get, but you see as they go through life, the more difficult their life is. You know, celebrities and stars and athletes and so on, that the more arrogant they were, the bigger their downfall was eventually. Because eventually the show's over. Eventually you can't hold up to the words that you keep saying about yourself. Eventually your reputation can't support its own records. And because of that, the amount of pressure that goes on top of you is even more than anybody else. If you are a normal, regular person, humble person, you fail, everybody says, people fail, no big deal. But if you're a Mr. Show Off, and you fail, they rip you apart. Why? Because you put yourself on a pedestal to say that you're the best, and you're not. You're not only not the best, you're the worst. And guess what? HaKadosh Baruch Hu makes that happen. Why? Because it's a pasuk in the Torah. Ga'avat adam tashpilenu. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says the pride of man will lead to his downfall. That's HaKadosh Baruch Hu uses what a person is most proud about as a way to destroy them. In fact, by the way, one of the prophecies that will happen, the Chachamim say, is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will make himself known to the nations at the end of the days through his smallest of creations. His smallest of creations. What does that give you an idea of? Coronavirus and other viruses. Shem Yishmor. Why? Because what does the world suffer from, aside from ignorance? Arrogance. The world suffers from arrogance. Everybody thinks they're the best. Every country thinks they're the best. No, Russia, we are the best. No, America, we're the best. No, Israel, we're the best. No, China, we're the best. Everybody's the best. They're so good they forget about God. People are becoming less and less close to Hashem, closer to idolatry. Sometimes it's themselves as the idol, sometimes it's a cow, sometimes it's something else they make up. But in essence, people are more and more distant from Hashem because of their own ego is in the way. And what ends up happening is that people become more anti-Hashem. I mean, if you look at pictures of your grandparents and your great-grandparents, what they wore on a day-to-day basis is like better clothes than many people that are modest wear today. What people wear today was not even qualified to be underwear in the previous generation. Completely pathetic. The way men little boys, the way little boys used to dress walking in the streets. Back then, most parents can't get their kids to dress like that for Shabbat. Average little kid would wear a suit. An adult surely would wear a suit. Today, you have to convince your kid to put a dress shirt on because he likes t-shirt, because he paid $350 for the stupid t-shirt because he's stupid. But he thinks he's smart because it says some idiot's name on it, and therefore that makes it expensive because it has little sparkly things on it, like you're something's ridiculous. But that's the thing, that's the generation that we have today. So you have a generation of arrogance and ignorance, which is the worst possible mix, meaning that not only are they ignorant, but they're arrogant about it, which is the exact opposite. I mean, at least if you had knowledge, you know that okay, maybe you have a reason to be arrogant about. But it's the most ignorant generation in the history of mankind, yet they're the most arrogant. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, you think you created the world, you think because of your iPhones and your iPads and your supercomputers and everything else, you're going to decree what the weather's going to be, you're going to decree where the virus is going to be, you're going to decree where the money's going to be, you're going to decree who's going to win and who's going to lose. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm going to make myself known to you through my smallest creations. But not make known to you that you're going to say, oh yeah, right. No. You're going to know that this virus, you're going to know that this thing can only come from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Can only come from me. My littlest creation, needless to say, my biggest creation, you're not going to be able to handle. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to show himself to creation, to the nation, it says, to the smallest creations. And it seems like maybe coronavirus is at least a hint of it, if not the thing itself. So, Hashem detests arrogance because it's the opposite of him. He's not only humble, he's also, his signature is emet. Is emet. Arrogance is the polar opposite of Hashem. It's sheker, because you have no reason to be arrogant, and on top of it, it's arrogance, the opposite of humility. So it's literally no different than idolatry itself, which is the polar opposite of Hashem. So why would anybody want to be in a status that Hashem finds them disgusting? Who would want that? Even people that are idol worshippers, but yet believe that there is a creator of the world, but they also believe in idols of all types and so on. Still, if we tell them, listen, my God curses you, they get scared. Oh, how do I get this curse off? Wait, but you believe in your God. Yeah, but still, your God, he cursed me. I don't want him to curse me. Nobody wants him to be cursed. Even the idol worshiper believes this. How do we know? We know from the Torah. Torah, it says different stories. Some idiots that believe in idols, but they're scared of Kadosh Baruch Hu. Anyway, even people are crazy today, where they think that there's a reason for them to be arrogant. And it shows in people's speech. It shows in how people perceive themselves. It shows how people describe themselves, and how they give themselves a certain amount of credit of things they do and things like that. And the truth is, the older you get, the more you realize that there's really nothing to be proud of. But unfortunately, the Gemara says, a Talmid Chacham gets better and sharper over time, but an Am Haaretz, an ignoramus, gets worse over time. Meaning, if you're a Talmid Chacham, you continue learning, although your body may deteriorate through age, your intellect, your mind will improve, become sharper and sharper. But the Am Haaretz, the ignoramus, he deteriorates. What does it mean deteriorates? Not their body, because surely both of their bodies are going to probably deteriorate. What does it deteriorate? Your character traits get worse. So if you were arrogant when you were younger, by the time you're older, you're completely you're disgusting to everybody. It's like walking fecal matter in the street. No one wants to be next to you. The older a person gets, the more detestable they become if they're an Am Haaretz. Because they were arrogant at this age, they became more arrogant over time, and that's why many people hate old people. Why? Because they're very demanding. They complain non-stop and so on. Why? Because even though their body has deteriorated, their character traits deteriorated with it. So if they were arrogant, they're more arrogant, even though they have less of a reason to be arrogant. They were a complainer back then, they're even more a complainer now. Even though they have, less to... That's the way it is. So, that's the thing. It's why would a person want to do such a thing to themselves? Only reason is because they're not paying attention. They're not paying attention. And society supports arrogance. Society promotes arrogance. Even though time and time again, we see a repetitive story of how the more arrogant people were, the bigger their downfall. Look, for example, in the athletic world, people say that one of the best boxers that ever is Muhammad Ali. Cassius Clay, I think was his real name. Now, Muhammad Ali surely was a skilled, warrior of some kind, but he was also a detestable person as far as his arrogance. He was simply somebody that was unbearable to society as far as how much trash he would talk and this and that. What did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do to him at the end? Wasn't able to talk, wasn't able to move, became completely nothing. Became someone that's hard to be around. Hard to be around. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shut his mouth. Albert Einstein, very proud of himself, even though his marriage didn't work out so much. His children's situation didn't work out. Nothing worked out so much other than his fame in the world. And what did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? He took his brain, and after he died, he took his brain, and now his brain is dissected, and it's in different universities around the world. Different universities around the world have pieces of his brain. Which means what? Which means that until this day, decades after he died, his neshama cannot rest. Because so long as a piece of a body of a person is not buried, the neshama cannot rest. So he's suffering right now, as we speak, because there's still pieces of his body still roaming and being preserved. What was it? His brain. The thing that he was most arrogant about. He thought that he runs the world because of his brain. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, look, I'll take the brain that you're most arrogant about, that instead of using it to learn my Torah, you used it for your nonsense. I'll take it and not be the reason for the suffering. Steve Jobs, the guy was as arrogant as can be, made a lot of people cry, made a lot of people, lose their mind because of how cruel he was. Because he wanted to succeed. Okay, when he got to the peak of his success, finally his idea worked. Finally, he was accepted and recognized by all of his peers and so on. He gets cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, some type of cancer, and all of the money in the world that he had already, couldn't buy him a different liver. Died like a dog. Meaning all of his work, all of his efforts, all of his everything, strangers are going to benefit out of it. Strangers are going to benefit out of it. And so on and so forth. It's the same thing over and over again. It's the same thing over and over again. But that's the thing. People don't understand that Hashem detests arrogance more than anything else. But hopefully the people that are watching this and that are learning the Torah understand that not only do they not have any reason to be proud and brazen about in general, but they're literally making themselves a target on Hashem's hit list by being arrogant. Because that's what happens. There's an action, there's a reaction. Hashem says, you're arrogant, you're on my hit list, eventually I'm going to have to take you down. That's what happens. So why do that to yourself? Why do it to yourself? I give you an idea. No matter how religious a person is, they value their prayers. When you pray serious prayers, or even not so serious prayers, you hope that it reaches Shemayim, it reaches Hashem, and it gets something. Sometimes your prayers are better, sometimes your prayers are less good. the Rabbi Chaim Volozhin writes in the name of the Gaon Vilna in the Sefer Keter Rosh in Ever HaEzer Ot Chet 8. He writes in the name of the Gaon Vilna that the Gaon said, if you take all of the prayers that are ever made, Mincha, Arvit, Shachrit, Tfilah Yechidit, the personal prayer, Yom Kippur prayer, all of the prayers I've ever made in my whole life, I'd give it all away for a single Chidush in the Gemara. Somebody get prayer. What do you pray for? You pray for good health. You pray for money. You pray for zivug. You pray for everything, and the Hashem gets answered. Imagine the prayer of the Gaon Vilna. It's worth a lot. He says, "I'll give away all my prayers for a single chidush in the Gemara." And that's a person that knows what he's talking. Knows what the Gemara is. Knows what prayer is also. He says, "I'll give it all away for that." So, a person that understands the value of real things is telling you, look how much the Torah is worth, and you're not even learning it. Yet you feel proud about things that are not Torah. You're proud that you don't know any Torah. That's what you're proud about. Because all your knowledge is, what is it? What do you know? Baseball teams? What do you know? The salary cap of every team in the NFL? What do you know? The soccer players? What do you know? What do you know? Somebody came to Rav Moshe Feinstein. Said, Kol Rav, we have a Shlom Bayit problem. Well, what is the problem? And the wife says, listen, Kol Rav, hey, my husband wants a car, brand new car, fancy car, and I don't think it's a good idea to get. So Rav says to them, why do you think it's a good idea? Why, you can't afford it? So the guy said, no, Kol Rav, Baruch Hashem, we can afford it. Okay, so what's the problem? No, we're just worried about that, it's going to bring Ayn Hara. Bring Ayn Hara. Evil eye on us. Why would evil eye? Why, your neighbors don't like you? No, they like me, it's good. So why are they evil eye? They're poor? No, they're okay too. So why? I don't know, I have a fancy car, people can be, people are jealous. So Rav says to them, how many times you finish the Shas? How many times you complete the Gemara? He said, no, Kvodo, I'm sorry, I'm not a rabbi. I didn't finish the Shas. Oh. How many Masechtas you finish? No, Kvodo Rav, no. Why, I don't understand, why is the Rav think oh. How many Masechtot do you know by heart? How many Masechtot do you know by heart in the Gemara? How many know by heart? No, I'm sorry for the Rav. No, I'm sorry. How many pages in the Torah do you know by heart? No. Guy's embarrassed already. The question, no. Wait, so you don't know, you didn't finish the Shas. Not even once. You didn't even finish half the Shas. You don't know any Masechet by heart. You don't even know any page by heart. You can buy whatever car you want. Oh, really? He goes, yeah. Nobody has any reason to be jealous of you, bro. There's nothing to be jealous about. What Ayn Hara are you going to get? What Ayn Hara? There's nothing to be jealous about. You have nothing. Chazid, miskin. You're a poor person. You don't have anything. That's a mind of a person that knows what's value. Saw money, saw this, saw everything. Right? Knows what's what. Next. Huh? How can you have Kavanah in prayer? Very good question. Now, Rabbi again, alav shalom, says that his grandfather was also a big tzaddik. Was also a big tzaddik. who saw Eliyahu Navi a few times. Eliyahu Navi came to him a couple of times. And the Gemara says that you even have it in the songs of Shabbat. Eliyahu Navi song, praiseworthy is the person who saw Eliyahu Navi and Eliyahu Navi said hello back. It's a good sign. Very good sign. And one of the inspiring experiences that Rabbi Yagin's grandfather had, he said that he was working in construction in a cave, and they were working on a boulder, and they eventually cut the boulder in half, and he saw that inside this enormous boulder, enormous giant boulder, like the stones that are on the beach rocks, inside the middle of it, not like towards the end, or inside the middle of it is a little hole, a little pocket, and inside it there's a worm. Inside the stone there's a worm inside, and right next to the worm there's another little pocket with a little bit of water in there. And he says, at that point I realized how Kadosh Baruch Hu runs the world, so much so that even if you're in the middle of a stone, you don't even know how you got in there, and you're never coming out, Kadosh Baruch Hu will still give you parnasah. Will still give you parnasah. Now, what do people pray for the most? Pray for parnasah, pray for good health, pray for zivug, pray for kiss, pray for Now, if I told you I could give you a certain zgula, I give you Sefer, Tana Devei Eliyahu, Sefer by Eliyahu Navi, and Eliyahu Navi comes to you, hello, you can say hello back. What are you going to say? No? Yalla. What are you waiting for? 8 hours? We have to wait for this. Yalla, let's go right now. No. Write it down right now. Let's go. Let's stop everything. I want to know how I can meet Eliyahu Navi right now. Why? Eliyahu Navi, I can tell him something, 1, 2, 3 things. That's it. I'll take care of business. If I told you a little further, Eliyahu Navi, Kodesh Kodashim, if I told you I can get you a certain prayer, a certain zgula, I have a book in my house, say certain prayers, Moshe Aaron, certain prayers, Moshe Aaron. I want to know how to meet Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Why? Because you want your prayers answered, and you want top of the top to answer. We're fools. We're excited to meet Eliyahu Navi. We're excited to meet David HaMelech. We're excited to meet Moshe Rabbeinu. We forget we get to meet their Creator every single day. Yishtabach Shemo La'al HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You get to have a personal one-on-one conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You get a personal conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you can tell him whatever you want, whenever you want. So now, if a person just goes over everything I just said, what would I do to meet Eliyahu Navi? A lot. Somebody told you, listen, I know how much exactly you have in your bank. You write me a check for half of it or all of it, Eliyahu Navi comes to your house tomorrow. How quickly would you write that check? 2 seconds. By the time I finished a Navi, I wrote the check, make it payable, finished. I tell you, Moshe Rabbeinu shows up to your house, you're writing check and you start borrowing money. The reality is, for free you can get a Kadosh Baruch Hu to show up at your house, to show up in your Beit Knesset, to show up in your whole life. The second, what? Pray to HaKadosh Baruch Hu be'emet. Karov Hashem lekol korav, lekol asher yikru be'emet. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is close to all of those who call Him, but only all of those who call Him be'emet, for real. You have kavanah. So now, if you repeat this in your mind, 15, 20, 30 minutes before the prayer, that already helps you understand the value of your prayer. Why? Because you have problems throughout the whole day. You need solutions. So where are you going to go? Ghostbusters, where are you going to go? Go to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Go to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Think about it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu can solve all your problems. That's number one. Number two. Think about your obligation to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told you to do A, B, C, D, all of these mitzvot. Sometimes we failed. Sometimes we woke up on the wrong side. Sometimes we're living on the wrong side. But we still need HaKadosh Baruch Hu's help. You have to say, I'm sorry. Your prayer is an opportunity to say, I'm sorry. Your prayer is an opportunity to do TeShuva. Chachamim say you're supposed to do TeShuva before you do your prayer. Start thinking about TeShuva before you pray, 15, 20 minutes, half hour before your prayer. Start evaluating. How many mistakes did I make? I woke up in the morning, I yelled at my wife. Okay, mistake number one. I woke up in the morning, and instead of going to pray, I went and ate a breakfast the size of my head. Okay, mistake number two. Okay, I got to work, and I stole somebody else's parking. Okay, mistake number three. And on top of it, when he came and he saw me steal his parking, instead of saying, listen, sorry, but I said something else not so nice. Mistake number four. Okay, I'm Chilul Hashem. Mistake number six. Client came and, he asked me how come I charged the same exact thing twice, and he caught me stealing from him, but I made pretend like I really didn't steal and it was a mistake, and it's his mistake, and I convinced him to give me the money anyway. Okay, mistake. 500 mistakes by the time you get to Mincha. Start thinking about your obligation. Start thinking about all the mistakes the person made for the day. Start doing TeShuva for them. When a person starts doing TeShuva before he prays, not during prayer, before he prays, the prayer itself becomes much more valuable. Why? The prayer itself starts giving you the emotional aspect, the emotional effect of that sorry that you said 30 minutes before prayer. Why? Because in order to say I'm sorry for real, you have to think about what you did wrong first. So if the first time you're thinking about what you did wrong is during prayer, you're not going to say I'm sorry at the same time. So first you have to think about it, what you did wrong. Then during prayer you say, you see the emotional aspect of it. It's another way to have more kavanah when you pray. The biggest thing is to understand that the only way that a person can truly change the circumstances in their life is as a result of the prayer. And the reason why is because HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not change his mind. He doesn't change his mind. So which means that if on Rosh Hoshanah it was decreed for X to happen, nothing you can do about it. I'll give you a real life example. It just happened a few days ago. I told you the story a few days ago about the woman that had cancer one day and no cancer the next day, right? The next day, I got another miracle story. One of my students in Texas. Nice guy, Noahide. Married, just had a baby not that long ago. He has a career and does okay and likes to learn Torah, watches all of our shiurim, and really nice guy. Likes Musar, likes to improve himself, says that the shiurim have changed his life drastically. And he, Baruch Hashem, he donates from time to time, and he, very nice person, very supportive. You know, he's like one of those people that says, listen, I'm sending this, but this is for you personally. I know you don't take salad, but use this person. Like, he cares enough for me to like live and eat. Very cute. Anyway, he tells me, not that long ago, that one day he decided to build something on his own, like a hobby. and he's well to do with his hands and things like that. He's a handy guy, and as part of the building, he lost his train of thought, and by mistake, he breathed in this chemical that goes directly into the lungs, and it's pretty much only a matter of time before you die. I forgot what it's called. Like pretty much it ruins your lungs, and slowly but surely you die. And there's no cure. I wish I would remember the name. I can look it up, it's no point. Now, it's not a question of if you're going to die. It's a matter of time. So the way he explained it to me. It gives you a certain disease, and that disease is not curable, and simply it's just a matter of time before the person is not able to breathe, and Shem Hashem dies a very horrible death. And he says, I can't believe after all the years of experience that I have, I wasn't paying attention. I breathed this poison. I would never make this mistake, but it happened. The poor guy, imagine, brand new kid, marriage, life, everything, he's like, what am I doing? My kid, my eye. I said, don't worry, Kadosh Baruch Hu can change the world. How? Pray. We'll pray. And B'ezrat Hashem, whatever you can do to help Am Yisrael, whatever you can do to help Kiruv, like you always have, is always good, but nonetheless, we'll still pray for you. You know what? So he, Baruch Hashem, took it seriously, cried to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, helped support more people doing TeShuva, and we prayed for him on Rosh Hoshanah. It's one of the, remember I told you guys of the campaign for Rosh Hoshanah? So he's one of the people who brought us a prayer for Rosh Hoshanah, but also he did the same thing for Yom Kippur. He did both. And both, Chaim and I prayed for him. And surely, the money is going to help feed people and do good things. We pray for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to have mercy. A few days ago, he says to me, if you guys remember, I said the Refuah Shlema, Jonas Ben Sherry Haley is going to have a procedure tomorrow, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to make a miracle for him. A few days ago. So the next day, he had a procedure. Doctors, they look at each other, confused. Why? Why confused? Nothing there. You're perfectly healthy. Shtabach Shemolad. The same thing that was supposed to kill you. We saw it, there's that. No comprende. We don't understand. Gone. Gone. How? Kadosh Baruch Hu. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He sends me this email, and he's excited. Amazing. What changed? HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind? HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't change his mind. You think HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind, you're kufel. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did not change his mind. What happened then? How come the other woman got cured of cancer? HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind? No, HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't change his mind. All of the miracles that we see practical on a daily basis, HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind? No, HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't change his mind. So how did it happen? You see, Rabotai, when the decree is made, it's made on a certain person. It's made on person A. Person A gets bill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the bill. On Rosh Hashanah, it says person A gets this bill. That's his bill. It has his name on it. When a person takes the Gemara seriously, that says, Tfilah u'tzedakah mishanim ro'a gzera. Tfilah of a person, prayer of a person, and it's tzedakah that they give, change the decree. What does it mean? Why? Kadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind? I just say he didn't change his mind. So what does it mean? The person that got decreed on Rosh Hashanah, the bill 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a person that looked like A. But after you prayed with your heart out and you cried to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and you did TeShuva, you are no longer the same person. When you gave the tzedakah, that's real tzedakah to help Am Yisrael, for real, not to pretend. You put a stamp on who you are. That's the ID. You prayed, you look different. You put the stamp, that's the idea. It's a completely different person. So yes, the Gezerah is still there. It's just not you. It's somebody else. It's somebody else. And if a person truly understands the power of their prayer has literally to change you, in order for the decree to change, in essence, because whatever difficulty you have, it's not going away as long as you are you. You need to be different in order for the decree to change. You need to be about TeShuva in order for the decree to change. So long as you're the same, the decree stays the same. When you change, the decree changes. That means, Rabotai Yikarim, your prayer has the ability to beat that change. If a person knows that their prayers is something that can do that, they're going to take their prayer much more seriously. And when they know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves prayer, loves when people pray to Him, especially when they cry to Him, because no matter how horrible the situation is in the world, the gate of tears is never closed. You cry to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like as if you're a destitute person. That prayer David HaMelech teaches us in Tehillim, the prayer of a destitute person is higher than the prayer of Moshe Rabbeinu. The prayer of a destitute person crying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is higher than the prayer of Moshe Rabbeinu. It's higher than the prayer of David HaMelech. That's what Tehillim says. Why? A destitute person is coming to Hashem saying, listen, if I was Moshe Rabbeinu, he has some merits. So maybe he can get away with something. If I was David HaMelech, he's Mashiach. Well, I'm nothing. I'm zero. I'm a nobody. I have no merits. I have no Torah. I have no mitzvot. I'm a nothing. Zero. The fact that you allow me to exist is already a miracle. But if you're already going to allow me to exist, at least let me learn some Torah. At least let me get married and have tzaddikim kids. At least let me eat so I don't die. What's the benefit you get if I die? No, I don't have anything. I can't say I have merits. I can't say I have mitzvot. I can't say I'm a talmid chacham. I can't say I'm a tzaddik or tzaddikah. I'm a nothing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I have zero to offer you. Zero. I can just offer you what I can do from now on. You come to HaKadosh Baruch Hu crying tears and say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I don't have anything. I don't have anything. But give me a chance. That prayer, Rabotai Kareem, is higher than Moshe Rabbeinu's prayer. People ask me, oh, what was the prayer that Moshe Rabbeinu prayed 515 times? You don't need to pray 515 times. You pray like this, so the Hashem's going to work out. If it didn't work out, you didn't pray like this. Why? Because it takes a lot of effort to pray like that. A lot of crying. But the point being, Rabotai, is if a person does it seriously, takes prayer seriously, he can do it. Who prayed like this? Rabbi Dodia. Who's Rabbi Dodia? Rabbi Dodia was one of the biggest Rashaim in the history of mankind. Wasn't even a rabbi. Every sin that he could possibly make with a woman, he made. So much so he was addicted to prostitutes. Every prostitute he would go to. Gemara says. One day, he finds out there's a very famous, expensive prostitute in a faraway land, and he goes to this prostitute, puts all of his money to go to the prostitute. He gets to the prostitute, and he has his way, and then after the prostitute says to him, look at you. There's no chance for you to go to heaven. He says, who are you, filthy prostitute? You tell me to go to heaven or not? Who are you? He says, look, look at you all day. Prostitutes, filth, disgust. Nobody worse than you. Nobody worse than you in the world. The prostitute told him the truth. that he never heard in his life. Sometimes getting a musaf from a criminal is worse than getting musaf from the rabbi. And what ended up happening? Rabbi Dordia took this to heart. He went to the mountains and he started crying. He said, oh son, please help me, pray for me. Son says, the amount of sins that you made damaged me already. I need to pray for myself. And he says, the moon, please pray for me. The moon says, the amount of sins that you made brought so much tum'ah to the world, I'm damaged, I have to pray for myself. The heavens, please pray for me. The heavens says that, listen, the amount of filth that you created in the world from all the garbage, we all have to pray for ourselves. He started praying to the mountains he was next to. He started hysterical crying, I don't have anything, please, the mountains, please have mercy on me. I don't have rabbis, I don't have talmidim, I don't have nothing. You have mountains, please, you're next to me, please pray for me. The mountains say, the amount of garbage that you've put into the world has made the dirt in our mountains disgusting. We have to pray for ourselves. Rabbi Dordia at that moment realized that he has nothing to do. He has really nothing. He is a nothing. He's a negative nothing. And he starts crying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu when he realizes how much of a nothing zero he is. And he said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I have nothing. I am a nothing. And I have nothing to offer you. But I'm sorry of everything that I did. He cries himself to death. And the moment he dies, a bat call comes out that Rabbi HaKadosh hears from faraway land also. Rabbi HaKadosh, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, hears it. Olam HaBa welcomes Rabbi Dordia. And he was a famous criminal. Everybody knew this womanizer. And Rabbi HaKadosh, who knew exactly what happened here, the Ruach HaKodesh, says, look at that. Some people can get to Olam HaBa in a moment, and on top of it be called rabbi. Woe to us, he says. Why woe to us? You're tzaddik, you're kodesh kodeshim. He says, yeah, but look at his tshuva. Who can cry himself to death like that? Who can cry himself to death like that? Other than somebody that's mamash, tfilat cheser oni, but a prayer of a destitute person. Not everybody can pray like that to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The point being is that a person that really cries to HaKadosh Baruch Hu the best they can, with really delving and thinking about all of how much they depend on Hashem and how much they want to do and need to do and so on, surely their prayer will be much more valuable than your traditional prayer. And you can do this during your Shachrit, your Mincha, your Arvit, or you can do it in your individual prayer that you can do whenever you want. Just as long as it's not in a filthy place, it smells bad. You can do it any time you want throughout the day, and I highly recommend that you do. Many people, in Chassidut, Breslov, and otherwise call this a Itbodedut, where they pray to Hashem. This is not a new concept by Chassidut. This is already around from the beginning of time. The Gemara says the Chassidim of the times of the Gemara used to pray for 9 hours a day. 9 hours a day they would pray. More than almost half the day they would pray. So prayer is a very big thing, but you need to see it as that. You need to see it. That's my ticket to talk to Hashem, the creator of all creation. And if you delve over it, think about it, reflect, and see what the potential is, surely you're going to treat it differently. If you look at a customer that's wearing shorts and a t-shirt, okay, you're going to say, this is a regular guy. Like, whatever, hi, bye, very, very cordial. But if you recognize his face, and you remember, wait a minute, hold on, you look it down, you see the Forbes 500 has him on the cover with the same ugly t-shirt and shorts, but he happens to be worth $50 billion. All of a sudden, what? Yes, sir. You want coffee, sir? How are you, sir? Sir. What happens? It's the same guy. No. It's not the same guy. Yeah, this guy, t-shirt, shorts, ugly mustache, everything. Yeah. But now that I know he's worth $50 billion, all of a sudden he's sir. All of a sudden he gets a coffee. All of a sudden he gets a lot of things. When a person understands what prayer is, he realizes, I gotta act a little better. I gotta do a little bit better. Why don't we? Because we think it's just some ugly t-shirt and shorts person with an ugly mustache. We don't realize it's on the cover of the Tanakh. That's Forbes 500 that gets replaced every few weeks. It's the cover of Tanakh, the eternal book. Person that takes that into account, surely their prayer will change. Next question. Yes.
Does his TeShuva actually remove the impurities he created in the world as well?
TeShuva removes the impurity of?
Did his TeShuva, the story you mentioned, did it remove the tumor he created in the world as well?
Oh, did it remove the tumor in the world? I mean, the problem is with removing it, you can't remove a stain as quickly as you made it. So, for example, this delicious coffee that can wake up the dead, it's good inside my body, but if I spill it on my shirt, now it's most likely you can remove it, but it won't be removable just like this. Like as easy as it was to spill, it's not as easy to clean it. I have to send it to a dry cleaner. I have to let them know, listen, there's a stain over there, and I have to put special chemicals on it. And even if they can clean it, it's still a process. So the more, the deeper the stain, the more difficult it is to move. So his tshuva surely helped him get a ability to go to Olam HaBa, but to remove all of that, it takes a lot more time. Number one, it takes a good actions, takes actual mitzvot, and it also takes time to eliminate certain things. Certain things bear fruit, so it's not so simple to just get rid of it just because of the one action. It requires a little bit more than that. That's why the Gemara says, the commentaries on there says that he didn't actually enter Olam HaBa, heaven, right there and then, but rather the Bat Kol was saying to him that he now has the opportunity to go to Olam HaBa as a result of his tshuva after he pays for the crimes, which meaning he has to go to Gehinnom for a little while. But before that, if he didn't do that, he would have no chance of going to Gehinnom, to Gan Eden. So this particular issue allowed him to eventually go to Gan Eden. Eventually. It's not so simple. He just pretty much cries and goes to Gan Eden with Moshe Rabbeinu. No, not so simple. Not so fast. No, next. Okay.
If when you wash, the water isn't distributed somewhat evenly, then do you wash again?
You mean when you do Netilat Yadayim?
Right.
No, Netilat Yadayim, in essence, you're supposed to wash your hands. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be exactly even, though. Sometimes you have it very, very disproportionate, but as long as you at least wash your, your to the point where it's, covers your hand, it's fine. Even though sometimes you do a lot more in one pull than the others. It's as long as you washed it. If it's the morning blessings, like in the morning you wake up, you say Modeh Ani, you go wash your hands. The way you wash your hands is you wash one. So it's three on each side, but it's alternating. But when you wash for bread, it's three on one side and then three on one side, meaning that it's repetitive. Three, and then you go to the other side, three. Now, there is a little thing I can teach you as far as this is very good to do once in a while, maybe once a month or however often you want to do it. But to remove tuma, this is specifically for Jews. But if somebody wants to do it as a non-Jew, do whatever you want. I just don't think it'll have an effect on it, to my knowledge. But it's very good to do. There's a few ways to remove tum'ah. The person has as a result of the klipa that they have as a result of sins and so on. And one of the ways you can go to the mikveh. If it's a kosher mikveh, go. It's good once in a while, once a week, once a month, once whatever. but sometimes you don't have an ability to go to a mikveh, or sometimes you just want something else. So the Chachamim came up with other things that you can do, and one of them is a netilat yadayim mikveh. What's a netilat yadayim mikveh? Netilat yadayim mikveh is that you will do the rotating, the one, but 10 times on each hand. So a total of 20, and then right after that, you do the repetitive 10 times on each hand. So 20 and 20. So a total of 40 times. 40 is symbolic of purity, like the 40 days and 40 nights that Moshe Rabbeinu was in Mount Sinai, 40 days that the Mabul, 40 is a repetitive number that symbolizes renewal. So a total of 40, but like I said, it's 1, 10 times on each hand, which is the way that you would wash your hands in the morning, the alternating, and then you would do 10 and 10 like you would do for a bread, before you eat bread. But again, no break between, no talking in between, complete focus. Do that. There is also other ways, other things like the Ben Ish Chai came up with there's certain things with kavanot of certain words, but we're still in first grade, so let's just do the simple ones like this. And even the simple ones are not so simple because number one, it takes some time, lots of water, and focus. So you can try doing that, but again, you don't need to do it every day. You do once in the blue, you do once a month, once a week, whatever, but it's good to do. It's good to do. Listen. Next.
That doesn't apply. That doesn't apply to the women, right? Like that's that kind of.
What? It's the time?
Yeah.
So a woman can do it too.
But that doesn't replace her going to that mikveh.
No, it doesn't replace him going to the mikveh either. I mean, he's not obligated to go to the mikveh anyway. But no, it's a purification tool. A woman doesn't go to the mikveh just because of the purification of one. There's many different aspects of her. The main thing is, Allah says she has to go to the mikveh. That's it. Even if there wasn't a purification. Torah says you have to go to mikveh, that's it. It's not enough reason. There's no. The rest of it is all the additions of different ta'amim of what we know and how and what. But the reality is, Torah says you have to go to mikveh. A woman has to go to mikveh. That's it. That's the end of all.
So for a guy going to actual mikveh versus him doing with the animals, what's the?
I mean, it's different. It's different tools that you have. It's different things. It's not. It doesn't contradict each other. It's very, very likely and even possible that some people that are familiar with this would do both. Obviously, not at the same time. If you went to the mikveh, you wouldn't do it that day. You would do it a different day. But nonetheless, you could use. This is one tool. This is one tool. This is the fan, and that's the air conditioner. This is the motorcycle, and that's the car. It's different tools to get from point A to point B. That's it.
Someone who's not married, like a guy who's not married, is not allowed to go to the mikveh. But for that one, you can do this one even if you're not married.
Yeah, something.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard in the Zohar that the flood water actually got put from hell and it was very hot, right?
Okay.
So therefore, and it also caused the ground to look much older than it is, and that probably caused confusion. Why didn't that water burn the ark itself?
Very good question. Why didn't the hot water burn the ark itself? So the Midrash Rabbah says that the flood had miracle upon miracles, so much so that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made the surrounding water around the ark normal temperature. Wherever it went, instantly the water became normal temperature for two reasons. Number one, not to burn the ark like Son just asked. And number two, not to kill the animals. Which animals? Not the animals inside. The animals outside. The animals outside, There were two giant animals outside that the re'em. The re'em was an enormous animal. You could compare it to, let's say, a dinosaur, but it looked like a deer bull mix, just really, really big. And there were a pair of cubs, male and female, that were connected to the tied to the ark, and their nostrils were the only thing that could fit into the ark. That's how big they were. And they would simply walk or swim behind the ark. Now if the water was hot, they would melt, they would die. So Hashem had to protect them also. So miraculously the water would in essence go back to normal temperature as they would go wherever they would go.
The fish also,
The fish also didn't die, because the fish didn't make any sins like the rest of the animals. Some explain it that the fish went into a deeper part of the ocean, and therefore the only water that was boiling was the water on the higher surface. And some say that they went into a deeper part, in essence, the further part of the ocean, and the hot part was closer to the coast. Either way, the fish didn't die for different reasons. Yeah.
What's the whole deal about, like, this animal sinned, the fish did not sin? Animals don't have free will. So what's the
So the animal sinned means that there's a certain nature that Hashem instilled into the world, meaning that everybody knows that a male and a female is what it's supposed to be. Okay? It's not supposed to be a male and a male or a female and a female. That is not normal. That is not a appropriate thing, because if your parents were both guys, you wouldn't be here. If your parents were both girls, you wouldn't be here. So the natural way of the world is for a male to marry a female and a female to marry a male. Simple. So that's the normal course of things. Also, everybody knows that a human can only be with another human and not with an animal. Why? Because if your father was a raccoon, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be your father. It cannot be, right? So everybody knows that for the sake of the world, it can only be the same species. That's in essence what's real normal means. Normal means what it's supposed to be. So there was a certain nature that Hashem gave into the animals, that they were supposed to act a certain way. Now, although until the time of Noah, all of the animals were vegetarian, including the lion, as a result of the sins of man affected the world around them. The tum'ah that was created by the sins affected the ground as a result of it. Because let's say every time you say a curse word, that curse word doesn't just disappear. That curse word, floats in the air. Eventually, or if it goes up, if it's a really big curse, goes up with the heat, and the cloud swallows it up, goes down with rain. That rain goes into the ground. That ground grows a vegetable. That curse is still in that vegetable. Somebody eats that vegetable. Now he wants to curse again, meaning it reproduces and it creates more and more tumah in the world. So all of the sins that a person had, whether it be curse or wasting seed or stealing or lying or whatever it is, they created tumah in the world, impurity in the world. That impurity affected the food. That food affected the animals. Therefore, the animals started acting against their own nature. Suddenly, the sheep started chasing after the lion to eat him. Even though the sheep really, in reality, should be prey, but it wasn't. They weren't carnivores back then. But nonetheless, everybody knew that the lion was the king of the animals. He's the superior. The sheep suddenly started chasing after the lion. The zebra all of a sudden wanted to marry a raccoon. The different animals started mating with different species, acting against their own nature. And it's not that they sinned like they said, listen Hashem, we don't want to listen to you, but the sins of the world affected them to such an extent they couldn't return back to normal. What is that like? A dog with rabies. Now, although that dog the day before he got rabies was little coochie, really, really, really cute, once he got rabies, bye-bye dog. It's not the same dog anymore. Eyes go red, he starts doing this, he starts doing that, starts foaming from the mouth. You got to kill him. What? Not the same dog anymore. Yeah, but I want him back. Can't. Too late. No more. Same thing with these animals. These animals, the tumah affected them to such an extent that they became different type of animals. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to destroy them. And the only thing that will remain are the animals that weren't affected yet. Hence the reason why many of the animals were newborns. Like the Re'em. The Re'em were newborns. Not only because of the size, but also they didn't sin yet. They weren't affected by the tumah of the world. So that's in essence what that means. Good question.
So all the things that sin got destroyed?
Yes.
What about the trees and plants? How do they sin?
Trees and plants also again started working against their own nature. The ground even was considered sinful, where Kadosh Baruch Hu had to take, I believe it was 6 amot. 6 amot from the ground was destroyed. 6 amot from the ground, so that's something around 10 to 12 feet of the ground was destroyed. To remove the tumah for the next generation of the seed. Everything acted against its own nature. Everything acted against its own nature as a result of the impurity. I mean, the world was a built world. It wasn't like 5 people. It was like today. It's an enormous big world full of people and a civilization and countries and so on and so forth. And the whole world became complete filth. Hashem had to destroy every aspect of the world, every part of the world, because it simply was a virus that was unrecoverable, unfixable. Next. Yeah.
So, can I pause a prayer if I don't want to be rude to someone that's trying to ask me something, especially when that person is one of my parents?
The Gemara Masechet Brachot says, if a king comes to you in the middle of prayer, you're praying Shema Yisrael, and you know that this king doesn't mess around. If you don't answer him, he's going to kill you. You're allowed to answer the king. But if a scorpion crawls on you in the middle of Shema Yisrael or in the middle of Amidah, you're allowed to move. Why? To kill you. But if a snake goes on you, not allowed to move. If your friend or anybody else comes to you, interrupts you in the middle of prayer, not allowed to answer them. Why? Kadosh Baruch Hu is right there and your life is not at risk. So long as your life is not at risk, you're not allowed to interrupt prayer. Not allowed to interrupt prayer. But if your life is at risk, then you're allowed. Hopefully, your life will never be at risk while you're praying or at all. Period. But there's nothing ruder. There's nothing ruder than leaving a Kadosh Baruch Hu in order to say hello to somebody else. Why? Kadosh Baruch Hu is more than your parents. He's more important than your parents. So you could in order to not violate the Torah, not violate the honor of Hashem, if you say, for example, in the middle of a prayer, and your parents saying, "Oh, hi, Uli," and you don't want to just ignore them completely, so you could look at them, something like this, without saying a single word, make a facial expression, a smile of some kind, and imply that you're praying or show them that you're praying, and that's it. Let them move on. If they want to have a conversation with you, you can have a conversation. Okay. But surely, your parents, I'm sure, are not going to insist on having a conversation while you're in the middle of Amidah. But you have to do whatever you can to train yourself not to talk during prayer about anything else other than HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even at certain parts that are not as strict as the Shema Yisrael and the Amidah. And the reason why is because, again, it's you're trying to get a Kadosh Baruch Hu to listen to you, trying to talk to him. It's not polite for you to simply just walk away from him, just to go acknowledge your boy that just showed up at your house. So you have to, or even your own parents, you have to, really believe that a Kadosh Baruch Hu is next to you. And if you don't, if you can walk away from your prayer so easily, that means you really don't believe that Hashem is there. If you can talk about mundane things so easily during your prayer, that means you don't believe that Hashem is there. And if you don't believe that Hashem is there, why are you praying? Who are you praying to? The wall? The wall's not going to do nothing. If you don't believe that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is there wherever you're praying, what are the prayer for? What are you praying to? The wall? The ceiling? The chair? What? The Aron HaKodesh? The Aron HaKodesh doesn't have a life. What are you praying to? So that means you have to understand that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is there. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is there, how could you be talking to somebody else? A person has to think about these things. And most of the time people know a lot of the things that are said, it's just that they never thought about it. Oh, now you put it that way, okay, now I understand. That's it. Fixed. Yeah.
The book for Heritage, Volume 1, Tishrin, section of Ishmael and Esau, states that our sages said the power that was given to the sons of Noah to become the founders of the seven nations was later given to the descendants of Abraham. That all the seven nations of the world draw their sustenance through Abraham's descendants, and the divine influence was divided between Ishmael and Esau. Mentioned later that both had 35 nations, and the 70 bulls sacrificed to Sukkot are atonement for those nations. And so my question is, why aren't these 6 sons that Abraham fathered with the Torah mentioned? Why wasn't the divine influence divided among those sons as well?
Which sons?
With his sons with the Torah.
Oh, why didn't they get anything?
Yeah, if this was transferred, the power was transferred to Abraham's descendants, why was it only given to Ishmael and Esau, but not his sons with Torah?
Well, I mean, it was also given to Yitzchak, not just Ishmael and Esau. These were the chosen people that Hashem decided. For every major person that's mentioned in the Torah, Hashem makes it clear that not everything that came out of him was something that he chose to continue. Meaning, not every fruit that the tree that came out of the tree was something that Hashem wanted to replant into another tree, and make it into further. So, for example, out of Adam HaRishon, neither Cain nor Abel are in the world today. It's the next son, Seth. Only he's the one that something came out of. So Cain came into the world, the second person in the world, nothing. This is it. Abel came, nothing. So how come? Because and Cain had a lot of kids. Cain had kids, had wives, had this. Because Baruch Hu didn't want anything from him. Okay. Same thing with a lot of people. So you have Avraham had Ishmael and Yitzchak. Both had certain things. He had other kids, but the other kids got a different present. They got the power of witchcraft, which still is in the world, but in essence, those descendants are not in the world. And Yitzchak had Esav and Yaakov, and he had the descendants, but they each had descendants. But Esav, not all of his kids ended up becoming something. Many of them are no longer in the world. Moshe Rabbeinu, does anybody know the names of his children? Gershon and Eliezer. But Gershon and Eliezer, we thought that they're going to become the leaders after Moshe Rabbeinu. Naturally, you would think that's what would happen. Moshe Rabbeinu was great, and he actually suggested for Hashem to make make one of them the leader. Hashem says, "No, I don't think like you. I don't. They're not fit to be a leader." And actually, one of the descendants of Moshe ended up becoming an idol worshiper that David HaMelech rescued. did Kiruv with. So many years later. But the point is that it's a not every fruit is edible, not every fruit is as good as the other, and Hashem in essence chose certain people that stood out, and obviously in His infinite wisdom, that they're going to be the continuation of everything else. As far as his reasoning for it, we can speculate, we can read some midrashim about what makes certain things special, but tachlis, bottom line, no one can possibly know why this one and not the other one, because he could have done the same thing with the other one if he done with this one. But I do know that Esav and every one of the wicked people also had the opportunity to be one of the righteous people. Meaning the Midrash Me'am Loeh says that Esav was really supposed to be the father of half the tribes. Meaning it was supposed to be 6 tribes by Yaakov, 6 tribes by Esav. That's the potential that he had. But he chose otherwise. Ishmael himself, he himself did TeShuva. But his descendants are killing us in the middle of the streets today. Why? He did okay. He corrected himself, but there was still enough impurity created as a result of his action from before he did TeShuva that it left fruit that Hashem wanted to reproduce. So, why Hashem chooses this versus that? That's Hashem decides to do certain things. You also can see that there are certain people, for example, that no matter what they do, they're successful. And there's certain people that no matter what they do, they're not successful. They're poor. I'll give you a couple examples. You have Ibn Ezra, one of the Jewish sages. He says that on himself that he saw unfortunate that if he started an umbrella business, there would be a drought. There would be a drought. No rain anymore. If he, started a food business, people would stop eating. Anything he did when it came to business failed. He tried different things. Torah was a big, giant Talmid Chacham. But when it came to money, poorer than dirt. On the other hand, the Abarbanel. The Abarbanel, everybody knows, he was the treasurer of Spain. And when the Rishayim from Spain said either you convert to Christianity or leave to the Jews, Abarbanel left with them, even though they said no, but you can stay here, and you can keep 10 of your students, so you have a minyan. Special conditions for the Abarbanel because he was a genius, and he helped their financial situations. He said, no, wherever my people are going, I'm going. And he left, and I believe he went to Portugal. And then he went also to another country, and he became the treasurer over there also. Meaning wherever he went, the king chose him to be the top guy. Top guy, which obviously shows that he was not only Talmid Chacham, he was a very, very well established, successful scholar of all types and all traits, to the extent that he was the top official, the treasurer, most responsible, most important person pretty much in government in 3 different countries. Why? Because Baruch Hu decided. Him, Shefa will come from him. Shefa will come from him. He was going to be one of the vessels that Hashem uses to bring good to the world. That's it. No matter what. That's what it is. And so there's certain people that HaKadosh Baruch Hu simply decides that this is how I'm going to bring good to the world. Sometimes they're good, sometimes not. But the point is that there's certain people that are like that Hashem uses as that. Why him and not him? That's you have to be God to know that. You have to be God to know that. But the point is that it does exist. It does exist in the world. You see certain people that, despite the circumstances, they, they're, cat with 7 lives or 8. They keep coming up. So, 100%. You know, only time that's a problem is when it's a terrorist and you can't kill him. 7 times what you show him.
Is he
Also exists.
Is Rabbah the one the king asked for his capital? Is that is he the one?
HaBRIT, it's going over
That's him, right?
If he asked him for his
I
capital,
think the king asked him. There's some. I think. In a Gemara, there's a story about. I don't remember the name. I was trying to remember the name the other day. I could not remember the name. I think it's. The king asked him for his capital because they were saying like he was taking money, and the king asked him for his capital.
yeah.
That's him, right?
Okay. And he's the one that the king asked him, how much money do you have? And he told him exactly how much money he's given in tzedakah.
Yeah.
And the king got offended because he thought that's what he was saying is all of his money, as if that's all the money he had in the bank, not understanding that he only considered his possession the tzedakah money that he gave away. And the reason why is because after, he had, let's say, $10 million in assets, and he was helping the king become a billionaire, and a few Reshaim that were anti-Semitic and jealous of the HaBRIT came to the king and told him, listen, this guy's stealing money. How's he getting all this money? This, that, the other thing. So he was sure, no, he's not stealing money. He's a tzaddik. He's a good guy. Look, ask him. He's not even going to tell you how much money he has. So the king already did his investigation, and he found out he's got a house for $1 million. He's got this. He's got that. So he knew approximately how much he's worth. So he came to the HaBRIT. He said to him, how much money you have? And to his surprise, the HaBRIT says, $100,000. Giving you this hypothetical example, $100,000. So the king got offended. He goes, well, you lied to my face. You lied to my face. Your house is $1 million. Arrest him and take everything he has. And in a second, they arrested him, threw him in a jail, and repossessed all of his property, everything. And the king was really, really upset and was going to kill him, but he just couldn't understand how this genius that he works for him for so many years could treat him like such a fool and lie to his face and say such a ridiculous number. I mean, surely he's smart enough to know that the king is going to find out how much money he has. Especially since it's such a big difference. 100,000, 10 million, it's a world of difference. So he couldn't get his head around it. And after he cooled off after a couple of weeks, he came to the Rabbah and he said to him, listen, I don't understand. Why would you lie to me? He says, Your Highness, I never lied to you. If you let me speak, I would tell you. He says, okay. He says, you asked me how much money I have. Now I know that the only thing I have is the tzedakah money. The tzedakah money I invested for Torah, for Zikui Rabim, for Kiruv. That's the only thing that's mine, to help the poor. That's the only thing that's mine. None of the other thing is mine. He goes, no, why? You have a house, you have a this. He goes, Your Highness, you and I know it's not mine. Why? You took it in 2 seconds. You took it in 2 seconds. Like Kadosh Baruch Hu took it from me, gave it to you in 2 seconds. It's not mine. What's mine? The money I already gave away. Why? No one can take that away from me. No one can take that away from me. I already gave that away. I already made the mitzvah for it. I go up to Shaman. They ask me how much I have. I give them already. Here's my bills. Here's my pinkas, my booklet that has every little dollar that I ever gave. That's what it has. I gave it already. That's mine. All the money in the bank, that's all for show. It's all for show. Look, just like that, Kadosh Baruch Hu gave it to me. Just like that. Person that understands that can understand the purpose of life just like that. Just like that. Oh, boom boom. Smells good. It's smells like mint. Also helps you wake up a little bit. No? Next.
What's your favorite thing about learning Torah, aside from the fact that it's what Hashem wants you to do, and that it helps to strengthen your connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu?
What's my favorite thing about learning Torah, aside from connecting to Hashem and aside from it's what He wants? Well, everything is new. Meaning, It's all old information. It's been around since the beginning of time. But to me, it's all brand new because I didn't know it a minute before I studied it. So it's like you're a baby rediscovering or discovering the world for the first time. Now, I assume you don't have any kids yet. But there's other Hashem, one day you have kids, and you see when you take them outside for a walk, they point at everything. Abba, 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 what? Lizard. Abba, 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 what? Bird. Abba, 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 what? Tree. Abba, everything is new. They're excited about everything. You're used to it. Like we were saying earlier today, used to it. But damn, everything is exciting. Torah is 1.5 million times. Every single word, every single paragraph you read in this book, or in this book, or in this book, or any of these books, every one of them, it's brand new, and literally, it rewires your brain, rewires your thinking, to the point where it's like, oh, now it makes sense why that and that came up, and why this and that came up, and the more you allow Torah to enter your mind, the more you're allowing the rewiring of your brain to happen. What is it like? Doing a remodeling on your house. Now, if you have a house, let's say your house is worth, I don't know, $200,000. If you, let's say you want to renew the house a little bit, you want to put a nice little bathroom, $10,000 job. Okay, nice bathroom. So every time you go to the bathroom, you can see nicer stones. Okay, nicer appearance. Kitchen. Now you're talking. $25,000, $30,000. Could be more, even $50,000, $60,000, depending on how much you want to splurge. But that makes a bigger difference. Why? That's one of the centerpieces of the house. Makes a big difference. Every time you read one of the Sfarim Kedoshim, it's not a $40,000 kitchen. It's not a $10,000 bathroom. It's $1 million job, meaning it's a new house. It's a new house. You complete this book, you complete this book, you complete any of these books, it's a rewiring of your mind, of your body. Every page, not every book, every page of Gemara, every page of Chumash, every page of Musar, every page of Halacha. The more you understand it, the bigger the remodeling job. So everything is brand new. And for me, I've always been a studious person, but never in my life did I actually think that there's so much that I don't know. I read a lot of books, studied a lot of different things, and I never understood how little I knew until I started learning Torah. Why? Because every time you finish a book, it's like, no, I got that book. No, I got that book. No, I got that book. I got that book. Torah, you could study the same book 1,000 times, you're still not going to learn enough. Same book, not different books. Same exact book. You read TeShuva, Path of the Jaws, Mishneh Torah, whatever you want to read. Any real serious sefer, not from the garbage of today. Talk about real Sfarim. Real Sfarim, the Rishonim, Gdolei Ador, big people. Or you read Masechet in the Gemara, you're not the same person. You're a different person. You're a different person. So much so that the more you delve into Torah, the deeper you are in it, the more it is a permanent part of your day-to-day life, the more you're going to see how you cannot believe that you used to be the person from last year. But every year a year will pass, and you look at your last year like, wow, I used to do that. I used to be like that. I used to look like that. I used to think like that. And it becomes, you become further and further from your old self. Similar to how somebody looks at their own pictures from high school on their 10-year anniversary. It's like, wow, I had that hairdo. I can't believe I look like that. Oh, wow, it's a different person. But yeah, I remember I used to do this, I used to do that. But now with Torah, completely different. It's like your character developed drastically. And that's, again, with every book, there's a series of it. But I generally recommend books that are old, not new books. Meaning, not that it necessarily need to own an 800-year-old book, but that's printed 800 years ago, But the book itself had to be written many years ago, or at least by the biggest rabbis, the most reputable rabbis of the recent generations, because a lot of the stuff that's written today, that's published today by, people that are trying to make a name for themselves, a lot of the stuff is garbage. A lot of stuff has kfirah. A lot of the stuff has why even go there? Why even bother? That's honestly, it's a people ask me to write a book, and I have a couple of things written and stuff, but I don't invest so much into, just simply because if I was like a consumer, I wouldn't buy it. Why? I could buy a Rabbi Yonah. Why would I buy a Rabbi Yaron? But who is he? I could buy a Rabbi Yonah. Who is this Sharon? What? Rabbi Yonah. A grandson of Nachmanides, the Ramban. I could buy his book. I could buy the Ramchal. I could buy the Ramchal 300 years ago. Who is the Sharon Reuven B'chlal? Why do I care about what he says? I could buy the Rambam, Moshe ad Moshe lo haya ke Moshe. Who's this guy b'chlal? Why do I care about what he says? So that's on one end. On another end, there is a merit, there is a reason to write a book, because again, although these books are, and all the books that I have are ageless, no matter what you do, you could always read them. The books that there are some books of today that should be written because they put things in perspective of today. Like the lectures of today is, same information from 800 years ago, but relevant to today, to your life today. So there is a reason to write it, and that's why the Chachamim always recommend for a person to read books, write books, and so on. So I'm not discouraging anybody from writing a book, but I personally don't advise people to read many of the recent books, because many of them are heretical, and to the extent where, unless you know what you're talking about already, you don't even know what you're reading. You don't even know that you're reading heretical stuff. Like the young man that sent me that thing today about the Tinok Shenishba, he thought, first of all, he thought the Chafetz Chaim wrote it, and second of all, he thought it was right. Like he was sending to me, oh, it's a proof. Like, it's wrong. Look at the Chafetz Chaim itself. Look at the halacha. It's the opposite. So again, I don't think that those two rabbis did it on purpose, but the point is, it's wrong. It's wrong. So why go there when you can go to something that's verified true? Verified true. So but there are some serious Talmidei Chachamim that write serious books that are very, very good, fluid, and so on. Because some of the older books are very difficult to read. Most of them are very difficult to read. They're very dense, and and sometimes they're complicated to understand them. So there's some Talmidei Chachamim that simplify the complex language, so you can read that. But again, it's very important for a person to understand that there's nothing better than the original. Nothing better than the original. It's harder, it's more difficult to read, and so on. But if a person can, surely that's recommended higher than anything else. Anytime I ask, for example, Rabbi Reuven, I say, listen, I have either to learn Gemara or such and such book. He says, learn Gemara. I said, okay. I have to learn Gemara or have a shiur with you. Rabbi Reuven, I was supposed to learn. Like, yeah, he asked me, you want to learn now? I said, well, I'm actually about to start learning Gemara. What should I do? Go learn Gemara. Instead of learning with him, go learn Gemara. Why? He says it's better than me. Now, do I agree? Not necessarily, because I don't know how great Gemara is in comparison to how great Rabbi Reuven is. But the point is that someone who knows better than me tells me what to do, so I listen. But that's the thing. It's if the more a person understands the magnitude of Torah, the easier it is for him to understand why he should delve into it as deep as he possibly can, because every word is golden. But you're not going to find as much gold in a modern book as you will from a older book, classic, like some of the ones that I've mentioned today and in previous lectures. The books of today, at best, they're mediocre because they mention many of the older sources. At best, it's many of them. To be honest with you, I tried to read a few of them because people send me books here and there. Oh, read this book, this right. I don't even know why people buy it. I guess people don't know what the older books are, but I don't understand. Next. In the back, you guys have questions? Yes?
During the time of Mabul, was there anything that anyone that did not sin? Everything was.
Did anyone not sin at the time of Mabul?
Yeah, or anything.
Yeah, Noach.
Only
Noach and his family were the only ones that didn't sin. That's why they survived. If they would have signed, then he would have killed them also, destroyed the entire world. But there was some people that didn't sin, but like Methuselah. Methuselah was his grandfather. He was righteous. He didn't sin. But that's why HaKadosh Baruch Hu waited until he died before he brought the Mabul. Meaning he didn't die during the Mabul. He died shortly before the Mabul. Hashem waited for him to die, and then he put the Mabul. But at the time the Mabul already started, like the rain already started and so on, anything that was in the world was only sinners. Only sinners. Next. Yeah.
Noah didn't sin. Why did he get reincarnated as Moshe?
So Noach didn't sin relative to his generation, as far as he did not act promiscuously, he did not steal, he did not murder. He didn't make the same sins as everybody else, but in his level, because he was a righteous person, more was expected from him in order for him to perfect his neshama. So he was very good, but he wasn't perfect. So it's like he got, a 95 on the test. It's good, but it's not 100. It's not perfect. So for that extra few points, he had to come back again. Yeah, next. Yeah.
We know when we're wearing tefillin, it's like we have Hashem's crown in the
Repeat that again.
When we're wearing tefillin, it's like we have a direct connection with Hashem, and it's like we have His glory on us. But is there any way for someone to have any other thing to be doing, whether in the middle of prayer, to go, whether it's check their phone or do something other than be focused on their prayer, whether they have time or not?
I'm not following. When when a person has their tefillin,
Yes.
he has the glory of Hashem on him,
Yeah,
and
but at moments let's say they go check their phones or do something other than praying because they have time in between. Is there any means for them to do it?
The Gemara in Masechet Shabbat says that anyone that thinks of anything other than Hashem during the time of tefillin is already a sin. Needless to say, if that person's attention is on mundane things, checking your phone while you have your tefillin on, forbidden. Having a mundane conversation while you have your tefillin on, forbidden. The Gemara talks very harshly about it. Very, very harshly about it. A person should not do anything other than pray to HaKadosh Baruch Hu or learn Torah while they have their tefillin on. If they want to do other things, they need to take off their tefillin. Why? The tefillin are a big deal. They're not a headband. Tefillin are not a headband. You want to check your phone? Take off your tefillin. You want to, have a conversation about the Jets and the Knicks and the stock market? Take off your tefillin. Because tefillin is a big deal. So a person needs to focus as much as possible when they have tefillin. And also, if they get tired to the point where they know they cannot stay awake, they have to take off their tefillin. Not allowed to go to sleep with your tefillin on. Now, so it's important for a person to be alert, to be awake when they have their tefillin on. And generally speaking, if a person wants to have kavanah when they're praying, shut off your phone. Don't just put the vibrate on. Shut it off. Shut it off. Why? Because the vibrate is just yitzhara. Vibrate is yitzhara. It's going to vibrate and so on. Sometimes I forget to shut off my phone, and every single time it rings. Every single time. Never fails. It's yitzhara. Just shut it off. Don't worry. The world can continue. The world can continue without you answering the phone for the next 15, 30 minutes. And you have to learn it. There's a time for Kadosh Baruch Hu, and really being worried that your wife is going to call, or your kids are going to call, or the police are going to call, or the boss is going to call during the time that you pray, and you need to have access to the phone is avak kfira, the dust of kfira. Why? Well, you're running the world. What? So if you answer the phone, you're going to change the world. If you don't answer the phone, you're not going to change the world. Shut off the phone. Shut off the phone. You know, whatever you're gonna get with or without the phone. Whatever you're not supposed to get, you're not gonna get with or without the phone. So having the phone on while you pray is simply giving the Yetzirah a open door policy to ruin your prayer every time. Why? Because every 2 seconds, even if the phone is on vibrate, every 2 seconds you're gonna look at it. Oh, the light went on? Oh, what time is it? Oh yeah, what time? I messaged you. Yeah, Chazot Shag. 2 seconds. Somebody texts you, you're going to read it anyway. You're going to read the text. Why? No, I'm not touching the phone. I'm just reading it. Why aren't you reading Siddur Chamor? Why aren't you reading... Oh, no, I have extra time, so read Tehillim. No, they're doing Chazot Hashat. Okay, so pay attention to every word they're saying. Wait, the Chazot Hashat is socializing time? Not socializing time. You're supposed to listen to every word he says. And if you have extra, he's not talking, and the guy that's walking to the stage to do Aliyah, is Saba Geppetto. Takes 45 minutes to get to the bima, so you have time to burn. Guess what? Open a book and start reading. Don't look at your phone. Don't look at your phone during prayer. Why? It's going to ruin your prayer. You're going to look at the text message. You're going to look at the alerts. You're going to look at the email. You're going to look at this mail, that mail. Shut off the phone. The world will continue even though your phone is off. Even though your phone is off. I know somebody that said that he believed that when he closes his eyes off, when he goes to sleep, the world stops. Like he doesn't think that the world continues, like everybody has their own life outside of him. Like he thinks, like, they're only there because I see them. But when I go to sleep, they disappear. Like they don't have their own life. Now you think it's ridiculous, right? Right? This person was a genius. That's what he thought. Now, what's the truth? Truth is you're just the same. Why? You have your phone on when you pray. Why? Because somebody's going to call. I have to answer. Because if I don't answer, how are they going to continue with their life? How are they going to know? They need to know that I am addressing, that I know that they're there. They need to know. I'm not going to call them. I'm just going to text them. I'll get back to you. I'm praying. I'm going to do it. What? The world can't continue without? A person that can't shut off their phone, they have a very, very hard time studying Torah with full focus. Why? Because your phone is a Yetzirah, Satan, Malach, Hamavet, all in one box. Every 2 seconds, something's going to ring, something's going to flash, something's going to ding, something's going to do something. Every 2 seconds. This thing is mamash, this is a kaparat avonot, this thing. It's good, you can do a lot of good things with it, do Kiruv, do this, do that, but it also ruins your mental state of mind. Ruins your state of mind. It's many times I want to take this phone and throw it across the room. Can't, because it is what it is, but the point is that it's very, very hard to ever acquire any Torah so long as you treat this phone like it's you can't live without it. Like if you miss your phone during Yom Tov, 2 days Yom Tov, 3 days Yom Tov, you should know that you're a sick person. You have sickness. You have to get over it. You're an addiction. You need to know. Okay, I'm not saying that you have to be on your phone all day. Like I have a terminal on my computer. Pretty much, my computer is constantly on 24 hours a day. So people think I'm online 24 hours a day because it's on all the time. It's on literally 24 hours a day because I have the messages coming in. Many times I have to respond. There's 300, 400, 500 messages every single day, so it's on. And yeah, I'm on it for a long times and so on. But the point is that it's at some point I walk away. At some point I shut it off, and I don't miss it. at all. If somebody else could do it for me, I would give it to them the job in 2 minutes. But the reality is, if I have a Yom Tov and I have a Shabbat, I don't even think about my phone. Why? Good riddance. Good riddance. I have peace of mind for 24 hours with Baruch Hashem. My wife tells me, oh, this year it's 2 days Yom Tov. Oh, Baruch Hashem. Oh, 3 days Yom Tov. Yishtabach Shemo. Talk on the phone 3 days. But during the day, when it's not Yom Tov, this thing is on 24 hours a day. You know, you can't sleep, can't think, can't breathe. It's always constant. So there's certain times that I have to, ignore it or even shut it off. You know, I try to, like whenever I'm with my kids, not to have my phone. Like I put it in my pocket, I put it somewhere, but I don't look at the phone at all. Because I've noticed myself that if I'm paying attention to my phone when I'm with my kids, I'm not paying attention to my kids. I'm not paying attention. In that 20 minutes that I spend with them, it's like, all right, it's already very little as it is. It's like, come on, don't look at the phone. Same thing if I'm with my wife. Same thing if I'm eating. Same thing if, certain times of the day. Also, anytime that I have my phone next to me when I try to study, might as well take the books and myself and throw us both in the garbage. What? It's not going to work out. Not going to work out. You know, so you have to know how to shut the world off, because without it, you're not going to be able to succeed. It's also hard for me. It's hard. I'm sure it's hard for you, but you have to push yourself. It's the only way to succeed. Only. I'm jealous of people who don't have phones, but in today's world, very few people. Very few people. Next. Yeah. Fine.
Yeah, in Ecclesiastes it says there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that will happen has already happened, and vice versa. I was wondering, what is some alternative interpretations of that? And can it have anything to do with the possibility that the world goes in cycles of several thousands of years at a time and restarts? Or that's separately, can it have anything to do with that also?
So the nothing new under the sun, Shlomo HaMelech says, nothing new under the sun, and there's several commentaries about it. One of them is that the certain things that happened in the past, like the plagues of Egypt and destruction of the major civilization, it's going to happen again. Right before Mashiach comes, it's going to be 15 days of darkness, it's going to be different plagues and so on and so forth. So whatever's going to happen in the future, it technically already happened. Other commentaries say, yeah, it's also the nature of people. You know, you're going to have one guy running the world, causing trouble. Like, oh, wow, this guy's the worst ever. No, he's not the worst ever. He's just another guy ever. Like Hitler wasn't the first Hitler. We also had Haman, we had Nebuchadnezzar, we had Titus. We had many other Hitlers. They're just called different names. So every so often, HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows a Hitler-like person to come to the world. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. And so there's several different commentaries as far as other things that it can mean, but nonetheless, it's these are the basics that I know off the top of my head. But as far as the world going into cycles, no. This world is almost 6,000 years old. At the year 6,000, we're at 5781. At the year 6,000, the world goes into its last 1,000 years, which are called the Yemei Mashiach, the days of the Mashiach. And during that, after that 1,000 years, then we transform. Whoever is here and part of the righteous people, we transform and move into the Olam HaBa. Olam HaBa is this completely spiritual world. And some say this world is destroyed, some say it doesn't destroy, but needless to say, it no longer has the same significance as it has today. Now, before this world, sages say that there were 6 other worlds. There were 6 other worlds before this. As far as people, souls, things like that, we don't really have much information about it, or at least I don't know very much about it. But nonetheless, it's not that this world had rotations every few thousand years and so on. Rather, this world had certain sections. The Chidah says that there was 3 stages to this world, the first 2,000 years, the second 2,000 years, the third 2,000 years. It's 3 different stages, 3 different forms of idolatry, and so on. So again, the certain things repeat themselves clearly, certain things repeat themselves less clearly, but needless to say, the same mechanic that's running the world back then is the same one that's running the world now. No difference whatsoever. Next.
How do I get more familiar with what's going on when I go to shul? Oftentimes I find myself flipping through the pages of my siddur trying to find where the congregation is. Is repetition the answer, or is there something that I can study?
Are you Sephardic or Ashkenazi?
Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi have a lot more resources in English than Sephardim do. I would recommend getting a Art Scroll Siddur. The Art Scroll Siddur has a lot of instructions on the Siddur. And I would recommend, looking at all of the non-prayer text that's there, because it tells you what to do. Second thing is that repetition is critical in order for you to learn how to do what you're doing, in order for you to know what's going on. Because even if, let's say, for example, you learn about HaBRIT today, okay? Unless you continue repeating HaBRIT every day, in a month from now you forget that it even exists. So you have to repeat it. Second thing is, when you first start praying, even though I heard what HaBRIT is, I heard what Mincha is, I heard all of these things, but you never really read them often, so the words coming out of your mouth is like, peanuts. It's hard to come up. So it's not fluid, so you're very slow in comparison to the congregation, so you're constantly falling behind, because for them it's already fluid, they already have said it 1,000 times, so it's much faster. Whereas for you, it's the first, second, 50th time, you're still struggling to even remember what to say, when to say it. So the more you repeat it, the more you do it over time, the more fluid the siddur will become. The easier it is going to be for you to read that, and ultimately the easier it's going to be for you to read even things that only come up randomly, like holidays, or every so often. Because many of the things that you repeat in the prayers, which are much longer, of the holidays, are sections of different parts of things that you repeat during the year. So if a person invests more time into prayer every single day, into learning every single day, into doing every single day, it'll solve a lot of issues that they have with prayer, but most importantly, it'll get them to a point where everything becomes fluid to them, where they could actually eventually help another person that's new. Now, in the beginning, you'll make plenty of mistakes. Don't beat yourself up too much about it. Shlomo Melech teaches us that HaKadosh Baruch Hu likes the baby's mistakes. What baby? A Baal Tshuva or a convert is considered a baby in the eyes of Hashem. In essence, when you're a Baal Tshuva, you start keeping Shabbat, you're a newborn baby. You're a newborn baby. When you convert, you're a newborn baby. Don't worry about the fact that you're 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old. You're a newborn baby. Not newborn baby in the sense where in 13 years you'll have another bar mitzvah. The newborn baby meaning as far as you're starting, with a clean slate. Try to take advantage of it. Try to stay away from evil and do good. Collect as many mitzvot as possible. One of them is to glue yourself to Talmidei Chachamim, glue yourself to Torah, glue yourself to mitzvot. Succeed. Next. Next.
So the 188th positive mitzvah is to wipe out from among the descendants of Esav, the descendants of Amalek. Why then
Repeat
did
that
we
again?
offer? That's right. The commandment to wipe out Amalek.
To what?
Amalek. To wipe out.
Oh,
Amalek.
wipe out Amalek. Yeah.
So why do we then offer 35 of the 70 bulls throughout Sukkot to atone for the 35 nations of Esau. Seeing how Hashem allows for a nation to be destroyed once their measure of sin is full, don't these offerings seem counterproductive to the mitzvah of destroying them? On the left.
Gotcha. So, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Chachamim explained to us, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't bring punishment until the barrel is full, if you will. Meaning, there's a certain amount of sin that he'll accept before he delivers punishment. So this means that he doesn't punish us right away, or the evil nations even right away, until we get to a certain threshold or so on. Now, Amalek, didn't fill up their barrel of sins from day one. They started filling it up, but didn't fill it up to the top. So therefore, Hashem didn't punish them completely until later on when Moshe Rabbeinu and Yeshua ben Nun. But even when Yeshua ben Nun came and nearly destroyed them, Hashem stopped him. Hashem stopped him from destroying Yeshua ben Nun. We said, no, we have a use for them in the end of days. We have a use for them in the end of days, leave them in the world. So they themselves, although they're evil, they have a purpose. This evil has a purpose in the world. One purpose is to be a tool of the Satan in order to create doubt, in order to create separation between you and Hashem. That's their job in the world. Why? Because you need, in order for it to be an even playing field, you need to have similar tools across the board on both sides. So, and as far as destroying them, this is a mitzvah that Hashem Himself said that He'll allow us to fulfill at the end of days. Allow us to fulfill. Because we had a chance to fulfill at the right time of Yeshua ben Nun, practically won the war, but Hashem said no. Hashem said no, not yet. It's not time yet to destroy Amalek. Yeah.
Earlier we were saying about not praying for evil person to die, except for someone who's really going against Hashem. And as we learned from the story of Rabbi Meir. What about someone who's known to be a fair and they are leading Jews astray, and we pray for them to die in our midah? What about the way, let's say, Rabbi Meir was about to destroy these people, but these people they were redeemed because they weren't evil against Hashem. Right. But that person was actually, we're praying for because they're actually evil against Hashem. Is it allowed for anyone to do this, to get rid of that person since they're leading more people astray?
If somebody leads people astray, it's a mitzvah to pray for him to die. It's a mitzvah to hate him. A mitzvah from the Torah to hate this person.
So that trick Rabbi Meir was going to use, can someone use it to get rid of someone who's leading other Jews astray, when without him, that person could have been doing tshuva and...
The Gemara says if there's a hole in the ground and your fellow falls, you take him out. If someone that is not great falls, different conditions. Someone that's machtia rabim, someone that causes the public to fall, to sin, you can push him in the fall and help him die. Help him by killing him. To such an extent. Obviously, we're not saying or advising for anyone to kill anyone, but you just have a good perspective of what the Torah thinks of a machtia rabim, someone that causes people to go away from Hashem. To such an extent that the Gemara says anyone like that has no share of the world to come, is at a point where Kadosh Baruch Hu will punish them in the most severe way possible, and you can't count them in minyan. You have to do whatever you can to stay away from them, to warn people about them, to publicly embarrass them, and in so many words, torture these people until they do tshuva or go to Gehinnom or wherever else they came from. Because someone that leads people astray, there's no one in the world that Hashem hates more than that. No one in the world. It's indescribable how much Hashem hates the people. Indescribable. Because it's bad enough when somebody is, let's say, a homosexual and going against Hashem, and it's bad enough. But he himself, at least he's doing the sin by himself. But when this guy is leading people astray, guy was Shema Shabbat, now he's not Shema Shabbat because of you, it's a missionary. And a missionary is so bad, you're not allowed to be within 6 feet of him. 4 amot. Not allowed to be within 6 feet of him, meaning not allowed to stand next to him. And the Gemara says that you could even lead him to fall in a hole and let him die in a hole. Why? He's a bad person. Bad person. He's destroying the Shabbat.
Also,
Good.
is it the same to the same extent if someone, another Jew is asking you for help and you embarrass them, but over the phone? Is it the same as doing it in person, or it's just?
No, you can do it. I'm not following.
Now let's say, okay, someone embarrassed someone in person. The person is embarrassed because of whatever you said or did. And in front of the person, you see they're embarrassed. But if you do it over the phone, is it the same extent as being in person?
Why? If you apologize over the phone, you mean?
No, if
What are you doing
embarrass the person over the phone, and on the other side you did something that embarrassing, and the person may feel bad
you definitely need to apologize if you embarrass them on the phone or otherwise. But there's a lesser significance on publicizing, embarrassing another person on the phone versus in person. It's much more severe to do it in person than to do it on the phone or via email or so on. Much more severe. In the back, you guys have any questions? In the back. Anything? No? No comprende?
If you have a big ball of water like you have and you drink half of it and you make bracha and then you put it in the refrigerator and come back later, do you make a new blessing on the same, or is it already?
Yeah, if you, let's say if you did a shakol on the water and then you put it away, meaning your mind left the focus that you're going to drink from this bottle. Next time you want to drink from the bottle, you have to do a blessing again. But if you have your mind that no, this bottle, anytime I want to drink today, I'm going to this bottle, then you don't have to pray again, unless you leave the house or the vicinity that you're in. Why? Because surely if you left the vicinity, you didn't continue thinking about this bottle in the back of your mind. But generally speaking, it's perfectly fine for you to drink the same bottle in the same house all day, but you have to have the right meaning and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah. So,
If one has longer curly hair in front, is putting tefillin on problematic? Is there a suffix if he's fulfilling the mitzvah? If he has like longer hair there, like there's a big barrier of hair between the tefillin and his head.
well, as long as his feeling can rest comfortably on his head over here and at the hairline and sit comfortably without moving constantly, he's perfectly fine. But if his hair is so long that it moves and the feeling over here 1 minute or over here 1 minute, by the time you finish it's on his leg, he has a very, very serious problem. He has a very serious problem. That's number one. Number two, he has to be very careful not to be a woman, not to be look like a woman and spend so much time doing his hair and getting haircuts. He goes to special barbers to get a haircut just right, and he wastes an hour and a half of his time to cut 3 hairs That's not good. It's not a good thing to do. It's a big waste of time. It's also not good to be associated with that type of environment. But again, as far as the tefillin is not necessarily judged based on the length of the hair, but rather, who's wearing it and what they're thinking on when they are wearing it, and who's working on himself. It's not just the hairdo. It's not just the hairdo. It's a little bit more than just the hairdo. But I would say that a guy that is going to have a Yirat Shamayim or at least is trying to acquire Yirat Shamayim, is going to double check that his haircut is kosher before he gets it. Double check that his haircut is kosher. Like many people have non-kosher haircuts because they shave their sides to a number 1 or less. I say, no, but I'm black. No, but I'm Spanish. No, but I'm white. No, but I'm in trouble. You shaved your head less than a number 2 on the sides. This area over here, you shaved it all over. You have a problem. Right? The Savior said no. And it's a person that just simply ignores the sages has even a bigger problem than the sin itself. So a person needs to double check his haircut to see if his haircut is even allowed. There's some people that like the haircut where they have like a mohawk. A mohawk type is a specific haircut that's forbidden by the Torah. Or sometimes people go and get haircuts by people that are very impure people. Homosexuals, the likes, missionaries of some kind. People ask me, in my opinion, some of these questions, they really should answer themselves after watching my shulim, but, it's like a guy telling me, listen, this Christian guy came to my, place, and he started talking to me about Yosuke, and I felt bad kicking him out, so I listened to everything he said. Did I do wrong? You just allowed poison to enter your mind. You're asking if you do wrong. A person needs to be conscious, not to allow bad things to enter their mind. Yeah, let's give me some more thing, or we have not that long. Not that long. Only another 5 hours.
If someone has a rabbi, he goes to a community, who also has a show, whatever. He has friends, close to one pair, whatever. But also there are also members in the community that they know, he's not doing certain things, whether he's skipping Shabbat or something like that, major like this, and it keeps doing it, whether it's because they're not telling it, whoever's close to him is a rabbi, or whoever's not telling maybe enough, or he's just not listening. Do all these people have the same share of him not keeping Shabbat, or
anybody,
since he has his rabbi has a bigger share, or vice versa? How is it?
The closer the people are to him, the more influence they have on him, the more of the burden that they have from his sins. Meaning, his parents, his wife, his best friends, they have a much bigger piece of his burden, of his sin, than let's say some, random next door neighbor 5 houses down. They're no sin, but, they're not really friendly. They see each other maybe once every 2 months. What? Tired? No, not supposed to get tired.
You want some more coffee?
Yada. Next. Ken, please. Yeah, coffee. Ken in the back, yeah.
So Renee back here comments on...
Bye, repeat that again.
Renee Bakia comments on Aaron's stack, and he says that basically there were 2 bushes on them. There was one
Hashem was displeased with the nation, the sweet one would wither up and the bitter one would blossom. And so my question is, how did they use this as a sign to do TeShuva during the time when the temple was up?
There was a lot more than that, but the Yetzer Hara is very, very strong. Zeh keneged zeh bara Elokim. The Aron HaKodesh had several different things in the Beit HaMikdash that were more than just the staff of Aaron HaKohen. They had the Luchot HaBRIT, the 10 Commandments of that Moshe Rabbeinu had, and also the ones that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made, 2 sets of Luchot HaBRIT. Now the Luchot HaBRIT were of supernatural existence by the fact that the letters floated in the air. The letters floated in the air, and you can see what the Luchot HaBRIT can say from any which way that you are looking, from the sides, from the back, from the front, any which way that you're looking, it looks as if it's in front of you. Which is, a physical impossibility within nature, but this was supernatural. So the Luchot HaBRIT was enough. If that wasn't enough, then you could look at the fact that they had a jar with the man in it. They had a jar with the man in it. A food that from the desert you could taste like anything. Then they had the staff of Moshe Rabbeinu, a staff that was created Ben HaShmashot, which was the short period of time between the end of Friday and the beginning of Shabbat, meaning that, halachically, it's a time questionable whether it's still Friday or it's Shabbat. And during that time, there was 10 unique creations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu made. One of them was that he created this staff, the special staff that had the Rashit Tevot, the letters or acronym for each one of the plagues, for the tribes, and the staff itself was, the Midrash Me'amloah says, was in a stone similar to a ruby. It was red, and they estimated to weigh 674 pounds, according to the mass and the length of the stick. So it was a massive, massive stick that only a massive person can pick up. That should be enough. On top of it, you had the Aron HaKodesh itself. Aron HaKodesh itself had two, cherubs on top of it that were made out of gold, solid gold. But those cherubs moved. They moved. They looked up. They looked away. They moved. They had a life in them. So that's that should be enough. Next is the Torah says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to give Betzalel special chokhmah in order for him to build the Aron HaKodesh. And the sages say, I believe it's Rashi over there, but maybe Ramban, but one of the sages over there says that what does it mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to give Betzalel special chokhmah to build Aron HaKodesh? I thought it's just, gold, wood, gold. But what's the Chachamim say that the mechanics of the Aron HaKodesh were so difficult that the chokhmah, the wisdom that he had to give, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to give Betzalel in order to build it, was the same wisdom, pay attention to this, was the same wisdom that was used to create the world. Same wisdom that was used to create the world. Meaning, you have to know the secrets of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. which were used to create the world, in order to create the Aron HaKodesh. And they had this available to them. Point being is, they had a lot of things available to them. They also had a lion come from Shemayim every day and then eat or burn the sacrifices. A huge, enormous fire the size of a cloud, but it was a lion, image of a lion. That miracles non-stop. It wasn't enough. Why? Because the Yetzirah changes with the people, with the generation. The stronger the generation, the stronger the Yetzirah. The weaker the generation, the weaker the Yetzirah. And people say, no, but this is the worst generation. Yeah, we're the worst generation in regards to arrogance. We're the worst generation in regards to no reason to be arrogant because we're the most ignorant. But as far as the amount of sins that are made today, there's really nothing new under the sun because they made the same sins in the past. If at some point I stop making sense, just let me know.
How is it that
No, sometimes I talk while I'm sleeping, so if it makes sense, then I'm awake. If it doesn't make sense, I'm sleeping.
at the end of Shlomo's life, they said that the demon was able to take control over him and like he became poor and everything. So how was it like? Was it like you said, the prophet said that the women turned his heart. So what did he go down that at that point that he was at such a level that the demon had power over him, or was it that he just kind of
No, the demon fooled him. And got him off guard and kicked him. The demon kicked Shlomo HaMelech, but a special kick that made Shlomo HaMelech fly to the end of the world. And he ended up going to the end of the world. So Shlomo HaMelech wakes up after he lands from La La Land and realizes he's in a foreign land. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows who he is. And he starts walking, and because it's taking many years, during that time he's his clothes become disheveled, and he doesn't look like the king anymore. And he looks at he becomes a poor person, and this continues for several years. Because again, it was part of his journey. But as far as his wives, that especially Shvat, that it says that she caused him to stray from Hashem. It's not that she caused him to sin directly, but rather that she went back to her idolatry, and he didn't rebuke her. So that counts against him. Take a nap.
So just for now rebuking, you would have lost his Olam HaBa because it wasn't because of his level, but there are ways that some people can't control them. So if you can't control them, what's the...
No, it's not that he couldn't control it. That it counts against him because he didn't do anything about it. The Gemara says in several places, Gemara Masechet Shabbat, Masechet Avodah Zarah, and a few other places, that someone that sees another person sin has to rebuke them. And if they don't, the sin counts against them. And if the person has influence over a crowd and he doesn't rebuke the crowd, their sins count against him. And if the person has influence over an entire city and he doesn't rebuke them, then all of their sins count against him. And if the entire world is influenced by him and he doesn't rebuke the entire world, then the entire world's decisions are counted against him. So in the case of Shlomo HaMelech, he had a woman that he converted her to Judaism, but she wasn't a good convert. She went back to her idolatry, and he didn't rebuke her. And also, he got a measure for measure punishment for not listening to Hashem in the first place, which is not to marry so many women. He married 1,000 women. So, because she in essence went back to her idolatry under his own roof, it counted, and the Chachamim said this might as well be him. Might as well be him as an idol worshiper, even though Chas v'Shalom was never an idol worshiper. Still was under his roof. Should never be. So Hashem, the Gemara says, Masechet Avodah Zarah, that the moment that Shlomo HaMelech married Queen Shva, HaKadosh Baruch Hu sent Malach Gabriel to the ocean, who hit the ocean with a staff, a special staff from Shamayim, that made an island made out of sand, which later will become Rome. Why is this important? Because this was the moment that Hashem decided that the Bet HaMikdash of Shlomo HaMelech will be destroyed. By who? By the Romans. Shlomo HaMelech tried to bring the Mashiach. How? By bringing world peace. How to bring world peace? By destroying the tum'ah of the world. How to destroy the tum'ah of the world? Go and marry the most impure woman in the world, Queen Shva, and make her do tshuva. He failed and got himself pinched, got himself infected by it. And that's the reality. Why? Because he miscalculated his own wisdom, miscalculated his own abilities. Well, even though he was great, he wasn't great enough to cancel out any part of the Torah. So much so that at the later on, when the Torah, the Gemara says that there was a question about changing one letter in the Torah, and Kadosh Baruch Hu says, tells the Torah, let there be 1,000 Shlomos. 1,000 Shlomos with all of the sacrifices that he brings be cancelled, and not a single letter in my Torah canceled. The Shlomo was known as a very, gracious servant of Hashem. At one point, I remember Rav Mizrahi, God bless him, he calculated how many korbanot, how many sacrifices Shlomo HaMelech brought on the grand opening of the first Bet HaMikdash, and he calculated, I believe, something like in the value of $135 million. Just for the grand opening event. How many 20,000 of this and 20,000 of that cost? So, and he brought thousands and thousands throughout the years. So he was known as a very, very gracious servant of Hashem as far as sacrifices and so on. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, let there be 1,000 times that, because 1,000 Shlomos and all of the korbanot that he brings be cancelled, and not a single yud, a single letter yud, the smallest letter in the Hebrew alphabet, not be cancelled at all. So it's a special significance is paid for the Torah. It's much more valuable than anything else.
So if you saw someone breaking Shabbat for a while, you never said anything, because whether that person is not so close to, or you don't try to approach it because there are people more close to them, that comes on you. But if you finally someday or just say something, does that leave you, or does that you still have to?
If you tell him, the Rabbi Yaron says in Sharet Tshuva, gate number 4, that if you go and rebuke a person, Stop violating Shabbat. And he rejects you, mitzvah to hate him. You're relieved of your issue, but then at that point it's a mitzvah to hate him. Why? Until you rebuked him, he was considered a sinner. But once you rebuked him and he rejected the rebuke, he's not considered a hater of Hashem. He's considered Soneh Hashem. He hates God. And David HaMelech says, those who hate you, I hate. Those who hate you, I hate. So mitzvah to hate them. Mitzvah. Again, you can still help him. Doesn't contradict. The Netanya says it doesn't contradict. You hate his actions, but you still can try to help him. Do TeShuva and so on, but the point is that he's an enemy of Hashem. If he rejects the rebuke. But you have to do him and yourself a favor and tell him something. At the very least, give him a CD. Give him a CD, do something. You can't just stay like that. Poor guy. Imagine for a second seeing a volcano. You ever see a volcano on a screen? Imagine a person falls into a volcano. Want to imagine that? No? Not so much? You don't imagine their skin melting? Not so much? Eyes popping out? No, not so much? No, right? Well, that's exactly what's going to happen to him if you don't tell him something. You didn't do TeShuva. So imagine that because you didn't tell him, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to make you watch it. Why? It's your fault. Might as well watch it. How much are you going to enjoy your Gan Eden? Might as well be getting on. Why? This is what you did. You could have told him keep Shabbat. You didn't tell him because you felt comfortable, you felt. And there you go. He's melting now. My son's melting because you felt comfortable. You could have given him a CD. Could have sent him a link. Give him a nice trach right and left and just get him to come to the shiur. You could have done a lot of things. You didn't do nothing. Why? Because Yitzhak won. Hashem says, look what happened to my son because you let your Yitzhak win. So think about that. This is why, by the way, just so you know, I know some of you guys have been with me for a long time, you find it a little funny and scary at the same time. But it's also part of the reason why I mention scary things in practically every shiur. Practically every shiur, there's a little bit, if not a lot of it, of scary stuff. Why? I don't know. There's always somebody new in the crowd. And I always think to myself, I don't know if I'm ever going to see him again. I don't know if I'm ever going to see her again. I don't know if the people are watching online, Baruch Hashem, there's a lot of people. And I don't know if they're ever going to watch another shiur again. So at the very least, to get a jolt into their neshama, that's going to make them question themselves, and hopefully inspire them to watch more shiurim and do TeShuva. In case it's the last time I'm going to speak to them. Hopefully they get something, but if they don't get that much, at the very least, they won't enjoy their sins that much. Because those going to remember that crazy guy that was falling asleep during the lecture, but also made him scared right before he took a nap. No?
When is the person supposed to check for shotness?
When is he supposed to check for shotness? If he buys a new suit, should check shotness.
Does it matter if the suit is a certain brand or a certain expense?
No. Even if the suit says there's no shotness, that there's no material in it, there's no wool and linen in it. It says 100% wool. You still check it for shotness.
So if it costs $15 versus $1,000, you gotta get it checked either way.
$15 or 15 million. 15 cents or 15 million. Don't make a difference.
And what if someone tells you you don't have to get it checked? That's a certain brand that has or only a certain brand has it. The rest you don't really need to check.
Then you tell that guy, thank you very much, I really appreciate it, and ignore everything he just said. When you go, check. Why? Because the experts in the Shatnez business know that there is no guarantee. Why is no guarantee? Because things change in the factory business. Plus, even though it changes in the factory business of how companies make their clothes, they don't necessarily need to report it on the tag. Why? Because there's a certain amount of percentage of material that you're allowed to use, both for clothing and even for food, without reporting it. Without reporting it, which if it's under a certain threshold. So that's why sometimes you'll have food that looks perfectly fine, but it's not kosher anyway. Or a suit that looks perfectly fine, it says 100% some other material, but you open it up and you find Shatnez anyway. Why? Because there was 2% of such and such, and that's already enough.
So that's biblical, right?
Okay. Shatnez, you should know, is such a big deal that if you know your friend is wearing Shatnez, you're allowed to take off the jacket from his back in the middle of the street, with no fear whatsoever of embarrassing him in public. It's why? Because Shatnez is like wearing fire. Wearing Shatnez is like wearing fire. So if you saw your friend on fire, surely you would take off the jacket that's full of fire. Same thing. Hashem does not want Shatnez in the world. This whole Shatnez thing starts from the time of Cain and Abel. So it's important for a person to be more conscious and careful with their clothing. It's not really a big deal. It's not so expensive. Not so expensive to do it. But I recommend that whoever you do it with, you go to a Shatnez expert. There's an organization, Shatnez Association, that they give people a certain certification if they go take a certain course to become experts in this Shatnez. And when they check for Shatnez, they have a lab. There are two types of people that check for Shatnez. One, a person that just has a good eye for certain things and experience and can look at the Shatnez. And then there's a Shatnez expert that has a lab in his house or his office that he's checking Shatnez. Who do you go to? The lab. Why? Because the first guy, as good as his experience is and as good as his eye is, he can still miss certain things that you could only find in the lab. So you have to go to the guy that has the lab, and if you don't have one locally, then you can look it up online, or you could, send me an email, and I'll text message is better, and I'll send you the website of how to find one online. You can just simply mail them your clothes, mail them the money, and they'll check your stuff and return it to you. But you at least did your ishtadlut of checking for Shatnez. Plus, it's a mitzvah. Every piece of clothing that you check for Shatnez is a mitzvah. It's nothing at all. And now every single time that you wear that clothes, it's a mitzvah from the Torah.
And that's only with suits?
No, I mean, it's everything that could have Shatnez. I mean, like a shirt is not going to have Shatnez. Because, we don't put that type of material. But a suit does, a jacket, a coat, sports jacket, generally all jackets. There's certain things that have Shatnez.
So what if someone buys a button down? It says 100% cotton. Okay?
Button down shirt?
Yeah. But
Where is it going to have wool?
somewhere, let's say somewhere.
It would be very unusual for a shirt to have wool, but yeah, they could check. They can check. Listen, there are many people that check. I have a printout or my computer from the Shatnez Association of what they recommend to check. They recommend checking your blankets. They could recommend checking a lot of things. So if you're going to check everything that they recommend, it has to be a process. It's usually not a one-day thing. You send, XYZ clothes. Okay, you finish that. You send this cover. Finish that. You send coats. You finish that, and so on and so forth. You send in pieces. But at the very least, you're doing something about it. But it's very much a real thing. It's very common. And it's not a hard mitzvah. It's an easy mitzvah.
If one goes to a place for a service, let's say a laundromat or to get a haircut, and they have some people just put a Buddha statue on their face and stuff, not for idol worship, you will say, but just for display because they think it's something. Are you allowed to go there, or is it just it's on display and you don't know if it's for idol worship or just for?
This happened. Question is, if you go to an office and it has a idol in the office, can you stay at the office? If you know that, and I actually went to a dentist one time, and my wife came with me, and we walked into this Jewish guy's dentist. The entire office is full of statues, Buddha. The door has Buddha on it. The counter has Buddha. The walls have Buddha. There's some fat guy everywhere. And it's like everything. And me and my wife both want to vomit. And it's like, what is going on here? Would we marry him? He's a Jewish guy. Russian guy. Anyway, as I'm waiting, we're like, okay, do we get out of here? Do we not? I mean, it took us a while to make this appointment. Kind of weird. We walk away. What do we do? I don't know. No. So we're sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, we're allowed to be here. All this Buddha. So I send a message to Rabbi Reuven. I'm waiting for the response. He's not waiting for my call all day. We're sitting there. And then they call one of us to come sit down. So we get to one of the private rooms, whatever. More statues. Right where you're sitting on this, bed over there that they have, the seat that they have, and you're pretty much looking at this statue again. Now, I'm pretty sure that they had everything for decoration because they like the way this fat idiot looks like. I don't know why. I mean, they could just simply put any fat person on there. They just decide one. I mean, you can just pretty much pick any American. They're all fat. Everybody's obese. Just put them on your counter. I just don't understand the point. But anyway, so I think they called my wife, and she's sitting there. We're both sitting. There's another statue over here, and I'm thinking, I'm still waiting for a response. See, Rabbi Reuven is not responding. I tell her, no, honey, there's a problem. We gotta go. My wife's like, yeah, you're right. We gotta go. The dentist's like, what? What do you mean you gotta go? What happened? It was not a serious problem. We gotta go. You have to leave. No, we don't tell them idle. We're not gonna listen anyway. Ran out of there. She goes, so did he tell you yes or no? I said, no, he didn't tell me yes or no, but I just couldn't stand it. She goes, me too, I couldn't. I felt so bad being there. So we both ran out of there. As soon as we sit down in the car, he finally responds. Says, if you know that they're worshiping the idol, for sure, not allowed to be there. Not allowed to be there. But if it's just for looks, allowed to be there, but not recommended. I said, Baruch Hashem, I don't know what they're doing over there, but I already chose the not recommended part. We left. Test. Not a test. Not a test.
You mean they have to worship that specific one that's there, or in general?
Technically, I mean, if they worship anything in that office, once they worship anything in that office, it becomes a temple. Even if it's not the idol that's on the counter, but it's the idol that's in his private room, the whole place is a temple. The whole place is a church. Can't be there. Not allowed to be there. Yes.
Even if it will, obviously, that's if it's in a kosher restaurant as well.
It could be in a wherever. Doesn't make a difference. A kosher restaurant has a Buddha statue.
Yeah, we have one up north here as well.
A kosher restaurant has a Buddha statue.
Was it a Chinese restaurant?
Shem Yishmor Yatzir. Shem Yishmor Yatzir.
Can you get a haircut from a Buddhist?
Can you get a haircut from a
They
Buddhist?
have statues in front of you. Getting a haircut.
The Gemara says in Masechet Avodah Zarah, you should not get a haircut from a non-Jew, needless to say, an idol worshiper, if you are alone with him. He may kill you. But if you are going to get a haircut, it has to be open, it has to be other people to eliminate the risk. Generally speaking, you should stay away from idol worshippers, which Buddhists are idol worshippers. You should stay away from them. Generally speaking, it's not a good idea to get anything from them. A normal non-Jew, you could do business with them. You could say hello to them. If they're decent people, you could even befriend them to a certain extent. But an idol worshiper, most dangerous people on the planet. Most dangerous. Doesn't matter what type of idolatry, whether it be Christianity or it be Buddhism, or it could be somebody that's worshiping a motorcycle. Someone that's an idol worshiper is not a normal person. I can tell you, they are willing to do things that are not normal for a human being for the sake of their idol. The previous generations, idol worshippers were willing to burn their own kids for the sake of their idol. And I know that maybe you're going to say, yeah, but this Buddhist is a really nice guy and he doesn't really do it and this and that. I get it. But if Mr. Buddha comes to him in a dream and tells him, listen, go kill ABC guy, guess what? He's going to kill him. So, generally speaking, it's better to find a different place. Find a different place, a more kosher place, perhaps get a haircut from a Jew, or somebody that's not visibly an idol worshiper. It's definitely a better idea. Very, very good. Idol worshippers are also, they're missionaries. They won't let you remain a non-believer in their eyes. They express their beliefs. Why would you allow this tumah to enter your mind? And say, oh yeah, did you ever hear about Yoshke? Yeah, you saved my life. Yeah, and he did this, this, and that. And you're going to say, no, but I don't believe that garbage anyway. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it or you believe it. It still affects you. Listening to that garbage still affects you. It's not a good idea. Next. Yeah.
Earlier in the shiur, yesterday I believe it was, you were talking about building a Jewish home. So my question is very broad, but I think very important. How do you build a Jewish home?
How do you build a Jewish home? First and foremost, it requires the home's priority to be based on the Torah and following the Torah. Second, the husband and the wife must be willing to do everything possible to follow the entire Torah. Whatever they're not following, they should aspire to follow it as soon as possible. Wife has to cover her hair with a mitpachat, look modestly. The husband needs to also be modest and learn Torah every day, in addition to his job or her job or whatever it is, whatever they're doing to making a living. But in essence, what they need to have in order for it to be a Torah home is have the Torah be the primary motivator behind all of their actions. Meaning, what do you want to do? What does the Torah say that we need to do under these circumstances? Should be the question. And that means that their kids need to go to yeshivot, Jewish schools. Jewish school means it's only boys or only girls, not boys and girls together. Boys and girls together is not a Jewish school. It's reform. Needs to be boys or girls, unless it's very, very little kids, 3-year-old kids. But once they're a little older, that's it. Cannot play together, cannot learn together. Why? It confuses the kids, gets their attention. It does a lot of different things. Needless to say, it doesn't do any good. Only bad things could happen. So the kids need to go to a yeshiva, a seminary for a girl. They need to make sure that they follow the Torah, keep Shabbat, only allow kosher food in the house, have a set lecture or shiur Torah that they attend, kosher synagogue that they attend, and really little by little grow their knowledge and Torah together, or have a little bit of time each day or at least each week where the husband and the wife will study some Torah together, watch a shiur together or something like that. If they have kids, the kids should also learn on a regular basis. You should not have a television broadcasting regular channels. They're allowed to use different types of screens for the sake of showing different Torah. Like, for example, if they have a screen that's connected to BezatHashem.org and they watch Shiur Torah on it, whether that screen is a TV screen or a laptop screen or an iPad screen is irrelevant, as long as all it's showing is Shiur Torah. But once it starts showing you the news and the advertisements and the filth and the tuma and all that stuff, then you have a very serious problem. You cannot have such a TV. Not allowed to have such a TV in your house. You're going to bring problems to your house that way. It's like being married to one woman, but having 6 women in your lives. Every commercial is a new woman. No good. You have to get rid of it. And that's it. That's it. I mean, a synagogue, kosher community, a Jewish community. This is at least the basics. And you go from there.
On that subject, before you even get to build a home, you have to find a mate and to furnish your home. And especially now that a lot of going converting, a lot of people are converting to Judaism, Christians, and so forth and so on. And the custom out there and custom inside Judaism are 2 different worlds, days and night, day and night. So what are the do's and don'ts, as someone is looking for a mate or something like that? Because before you even get to the home, you need to know what to do, how certain things to do to get, to find a mate and build that home. So I don't know, it might be off topic, I don't know.
In my head, everything is like gibberish right now, so I don't know if it's on topic or off topic. I'm hoping I'm making sense. As far as the preparation for shidduch, preparation for marriage, like I said in the previous lecture, I was stuck the rabbi lecture, I said, the 2 most important things for shidduch is for you to be attracted to each other physically and for you to have similar ideology. If you have similar ideology, the rest of it is going to work out. If you don't have similar ideology, even if you're attracted to each other, it's not going to work out well. You have to have similar ideology. It's the most important thing, but you also have to be attracted to each other. You can't be disgusted by each other or anything like that. Now, as far as preparation, a person needs to know that the whole point of a relationship is for you and your spouse, your other half, to bring the best out of each other, meaning make each other better version of themselves. Next thing is, you are teammates, not competitors. Don't compete with your spouse. Next point, don't ever go to sleep angry. Don't ever go to sleep in the middle of a fight. Complete your fight, say I'm sorry, even if you feel like you've done nothing wrong, and then you can go to sleep. Now, if that saying I'm sorry takes you a few hours because she doesn't want to listen to you, next time you'll think twice before you say a stupid comment at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, next, You have to, take everything into consideration and not just the current issue. Meaning, as I was telling somebody just the other day, your wife makes food. You come home from work, tired and hungry. You're hungry enough to eat a building, but you'll settle for the stew that she made. She makes the stew, and you're looking at it, thinking, oh, this must be as delicious as the stew that Esav ate and sold his firstborn rights. This must be a delicious stew. It's worth it, right? You take the first bite from the stew, and it tastes like your problems. It tastes like a nightmare, and you don't like it. What do? You tell your wife, or you don't tell your wife? If you want to stay married, you shut up. You don't say nothing. You say, thank you, honey, it's delicious. If you want to get divorced at some point, tear your wife apart and tell her, listen, you're a terrible cook. You should go learn from my mother how to cook. That's how you ruin your wife's life, and she'll hate you for the rest of your life, even if she tells you I love you. Why? Because no matter whether it tasted good or it tasted bad, she worked hard on it. And she didn't mean for it to taste bad. But you judged her entire life based on your one bite. Even though she could have judged you harshly on a lot more than just one bite, but she didn't. Why? Because she looked at your entire character and not just a single event. So what do? Next time your wife makes you food that tastes like your problems, you say, delicious. Why? You're not thinking about the food. You're thinking about how she was there for you when you wanted to commit suicide. You think about the time that she was there for you when you were lonely. You think about the time she was there for you when you were angry, when you were happy, when you were this, when you were that. You think about all the wonderful times that nobody else wanted to be next to you other than her. You think about all the wonderful things that she does for you. You think about all the wonderful things that she's willing to do for you. You think about all the wonderful things that she is. You think about the fact that in reality no one should really be with you, especially not a human being, but she decided that she should be with you. You think about all these wonderful things, and before you know it, this food starts tasting delicious. Why? Because now the food is connected to an emotional thing. And same thing with other actions. I'm not just specifying food just because I'm picking on food. Hoshanah, my wife is a fantastic cook. But I'm trying to tell you guys that sometimes we complain about the most ridiculous things in the world, such as food. This applies also for other things. Whatever it may be, whatever is the trouble that you're having with your wife, if you look at that individual action as the end all be all, you will never be happy as a couple. You will never be happy as a spouse. You'll never be happy. Period. Why? You're judging each other too harshly. You're judging each other based on a single event, a single action. It's not good. It's not healthy. Not for a marriage, not for a relationship, period. You wouldn't want Hashem to judge you off of a single action. You want him to judge you off of everything. So why do you judge her so much? Why do you judge him so much off of one particular event? Now, don't think for a second that I'm giving you a get-out-of-jail-free card for doing a really one event that's really terrible, like cheating on each other. That's not one event. That's not one event at all. It's a whole lot more than an event. Cheating on a person is a lifestyle. Cheating on a person is a mindset. It's not an event. Because cheating doesn't just happen. Cheating is planned. Cheating is set up. Because even though you say, no, I didn't mean to, it just that it happened. No, it didn't just happen. You already wanted to, it's just that you couldn't until you could. So you were already cheating before you cheated. So that's not an event. An event is a single thing. Sometimes a person comes home, gets from work, she says, how you doing? And he yells at her back because he was already upset about something that happened to him, and he takes the anger on her, and stuff like that happens all the time to people. And if you judge him so harshly off of that one yell, then yeah, of course you're gonna have a terrible marriage. I'm not saying that he's right, but the reality is that you can't judge him so harshly on that one particular thing. Same thing, opposite. If you guys give each other leeway, you don't judge each other so harshly, you're gonna have a relationship that is growing. If you judge each other harshly for every little rinky-dink thing that each one of you do, it's better that you stop torturing each other and simply get a divorce. Why? It's not going to work out anyway. So at least leave each other, the earlier the better, so you can get somebody that's still young and good looking. and not old and missing teeth. But again, like I said, it's these are things that a person needs to think about before he gets married. Why? Because if you only think about all of these things after you get married, that means that you probably also have some scars too. It's hard to adjust. So another thing is to prepare for a shidduch is that remember that the goal of a relationship is to make each other a better version of each other, but that also means making a better version of yourself. You have to improve in order for the relationship to improve. What if I improve and she doesn't improve? Even if you improve and she doesn't improve, the relationship will still improve. But if you improve, surely if she cares about you, she'll improve over time as well. If you improve, surely he'll improve over time if he cares about you. But if you see that you're going in polar opposites, you're improving, you're getting closer to Hashem and so on, and he's becoming more and more anti-Semitic, most likely it's, you're going to have to get a divorce at some point. Unless, he changes. Why? Because your ideology is no longer the same and you can't undo that. So, last thing is, when you're in a shidduch, talk about, in the beginning, get to know each other. Who are you? What are you? Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from? You're from Mars, I'm from Venus. I'm from this, I'm from that, I'm 5'9", I'm 6'9", I'm all these different stupid things that people talk about. After you waste each other's life with the nonsensical things, you get to the real meat of what gets you going, what gets you moving, what's your aspirations, what's your admirations, what are the different things that motivate you in life. Those are usually the real conversations. And you'll see whether you get whether you like each other at that point, whether you have a similar ideology at that point. It's actually good to ask each other what rabbi you listen to, because if they listen to a heretic and you listen to a tzaddik, then you're going to have a very serious problem. Why? Because if they listen to a heretic, most likely they are a heretic. And that's just the reality. So if they listen to one of the known heretics, I wouldn't say necessarily give up on them on day one, but I would recommend for you to recommend for them somebody, a normal person to listen to. It's not a heretic, and see if they reject it. If they reject it, you should reject them. Why? They'll create a lot of problems in your life. But again, you have to tread carefully, not be so judgmental of them. You have to see if it's just all they know and they're open to some new information, or they're simply closed-minded and they might as well be a Christian that never saw anything else other than that. So it's good to ask for what rabbi they listen to. It's good to ask different questions about each other. But then at some point, after you've wasted each other's time with waste of life conversations, like what do you do? What do you do? How old are you? How old are you? When's your birthday? What's your sign? Like those dumb questions. After you finish that, then you get each other going by really asking the real questions of, like, who are you really? Are you really a criminal? Are you a tzaddik? Are you a rasha? You have 7 names, things like that. After that, you ask each other questions that are a little bit more personal. And if you decide that you guys are good for each other, then you play house. What does it mean, play house? You start picturing each other in each other's lives. In a sense, we're asking each other, so how many kids do you want? How many kids do you want? Okay, so we're going to have 5 kids. Okay, Baruch Hashem, there's other Hashem, 5 kids. What are you going to do when you first wake up? I don't know, what are you going to do? I'm going to say Modani. Well, after Modani. Modani, after that, I'm going to put on tefillin. Where are you going to put on tefillin? In the house? You pray in the house? What kind of husband are you? No, I'm going to go to Beit Knesset. Oh, which Beit Knesset are you going to go to? I'm going to go to Beit Knesset, Rabbi Reuven. Oh, we're moving to Cooper City? Oh, it's going to be kosher neighborhood. Okay, and you start playing house. Where am I going to go? What are you going to do from the morning to night? And this and that, all these different things. You're going to start playing house. Why? Because you have to see this person and how they fit in your life. How they fit in your life. Why? How do they fit in your life? Because if you cannot see this person fitting in your life, you have to ask yourself why. Why should you marry such a person you can't see fitting in your life? I'm not saying that you should become a chas v'shalom a goy and start doing beyond visualizing each other, as husband and wife, simply, without the intimate details and so on. But the point is, you need to play house. You need to ask each other real serious questions of what's going to happen after the honeymoon, after all this, okay, in the beginning, I like you, I love you, I love you, and, before you even know what love is, you already tell each other you love each other, and then after that, you have all the time that you're spending, and money that you're spending setting up the wedding, and then after you feed a bunch of strange people that you don't know and you're never going to see again until the bris, you go back and you end up in some house that you never saw before, but it ends up being your house, and and then you pretend like, oh wow, everything is great, but then you wake up in the morning, it's like, oh, who's cleaning? Oh, it's me. Oh, really? It's my job? Okay, fine. So then after you do that, you clean the house and you have the coffee, but really the coffee's still in a paper thing because you still didn't buy anything, and the stuff that you bought, it didn't go to the mikveh. After you finished all of that and you start playing house, you start realizing life is very different than the honeymoon. Why? Because you have to go work, you have to go make money, you have to open a bank account, you have to go to the city to register your names, you have to have a car that actually the bill comes to the house and not to your parents' house, you have to have a phone and the phone has to work, and you have to have gas or electric, and you have a lot of stuff that you never had to worry about when you're living in your parents' houses. And you have to plan all of this, like who's going to take care of all this stuff? Is it the wife? Is it the husband? Is it some you? Is it some you? Who's going to do laundry? Who's going to take the laundry? Who's going to cook? Who's going to clean? All of these different things you should talk about before you get married. Why? Because if one of you simply cannot tolerate certain things that the other person can tolerate, you should already decide ahead of time you're going to do it. But if neither one of you can tolerate certain things, then you have to decide who's going to make the exception, who's going to make the sacrifice, and really try to do a lot of things to avoid fights after the marriage. Why? Because the Yetzer Hara is going to try to attack, and many times he attacks people in the first year of marriage when the relationship is still very vulnerable and weak, and he breaks up a lot of marriages early on. Why? Because they don't know anything about each other before they get married. They didn't ask the right questions. So the first time that they slept in the same bed together, she found out that he snores. Or he found out she snores. And, he decides to call her mother and say, listen, you should put the pig back in the pit. What you give me here? What's wrong with your daughter? Why is she snoring so much? And she told, what? Yeah, you talk to my daughter. And there's a whole fight happens between the families. You should have talked about this. You should have told them, listen, honey, by the way, I don't know what to tell you, but after just, if you hear me snore, tell me to sleep on my side. Why? Because you're probably not going to like the way it sounds. Point being, I will tell you, all of these things, as silly as they are, these are the things we deal with. These are the silly things that make a life. And you have to prepare for everything. Prepare for everything. Now, there is a disclosure. This disclosure, I only had to give it to somebody once. Why? Only one person was an idiot enough to break it. I didn't think I had to give this disclosure. I thought people were smart. But, Baruch Hashem, people surprise you. What's this disclosure? A Jewish person, meaning you people, meaning someone goes on a shidduch, you do not, under any condition, talk about intimacy in any way, shape, or form during your shidduch dates until you've already decided to get married, and even then you need to be careful. You do not talk about anything intimate, nothing, zero. And even after you start talking about, you have to talk to the rabbi, whoever the rabbi is, to know exactly what to ask and when to ask and how to ask. Because if you say certain things, you could literally destroy the entire relationship in one question. And it happens. People think like, a Bat Yisrael is some zona that they found in the street in a bar or something, and they ask awful questions, and a Bat Yisrael gets scared to death. It's like, who's this hoodlum that you sent me? So you have to be very, very careful with that topic in general, especially on shidduchim. You don't talk about it at all. Yeah, but I'm thinking, okay, smash your head against the wall, you'll stop thinking. None of it, not at all. Yeah, but it's the second marriage, we're grown-ups. Like I said, smash your head against the wall, you stop thinking. What? The relationship should not start with that in mind. You have to develop a relationship talking to each other, And then that's going to come anyway. Don't worry, it comes automatic. Comes automatic. You don't have to talk about it. It happens. Kadosh Baruch Hu created you in such a way that all that stuff is going to happen. But when you're ready to get married, then obviously some of the details need to happen and so on and so forth. But you have to be very, very careful when it comes to that particular subject. A lot of people talk about this subject way too early, and it either leads to a breakup or worse, it leads to a relationship of it's premarital, which is karet. Karet. Karet means cut off from the Elokei Israel. Karet means suffering in this world. Karet means gehenom. Unless the person does complete tshuva. Karet is not easy to do tshuva for. Karet's expensive to do tshuva for. Don't play with karet. So you have to be very careful with certain things. And plus, it's not appropriate in general to talk about what happens between a man and a woman with strangers. And that's the last thing that I'm going to mention, which is that until the second that the rabbi says Mazal Tov after the chuppah, ladies, remember, until after the chuppah is completed, he is a stranger. No matter how much you like him, no matter how good looking he is, or how rich he is, until the second after the chuppah, he is a stranger. Stranger, like I teach my kids, stranger danger. Stranger danger. Keep him at a distance. Why? Because if you don't keep him at a distance, you'll be in danger. You'll be in very serious danger. So you have to keep him at a distance, and you have to make sure that you don't feel too comfortable. Don't feel too comfortable with him until he's your husband. If you do, you're going to be another one of these sad stories that I have to deal with, of how to pick you up after he threw you away. And it happens. It happens, unfortunately. People are very selfish, and they don't care about other people's feelings. And if you allow yourself to feel too comfortable, he also allows himself to feel too comfortable, and the next thing you know, your heart is broken and permanently damaged. So don't do that to yourself. Until he marries you, he's a stranger. Complete stranger. Even if he says I love you, and even if he buys you a $50,000 ring, all that stuff. Stranger. They're all strangers. And with strangers, you don't play games. You don't play games. And I think that's pretty much it. It's obviously if it was up to me, I would say that every couple, before they get married, should go through the Pirkei Avot series and the Bitachon series as a prerequisite. Why? Because at least by the time you finish both those series, you become like a decent human being. The more of a decent human being you are, the more likely you are to make a good spouse. But if a person never learned Musar in their life, it's going to be very, very hard for them to be a good spouse. So, you should make time to learn together. You should make time to learn yourself. But you should definitely invest into your own and each other's character development. Next question.
One quick question related to the same subject. Hopefully it's this last one. And I'm bringing that up because I heard a discussion about it. Is there a time, or is it even allowed to bring flower, like on a date or something to an
Is it allowed to bring flowers to a date? Some say it's forbidden completely. It's inappropriate. Some say if you don't, you're a fool. You have to, it depends who you're dating. Depends who you're dating and who you are, and at what point during the dating process. Why? In the Baal Tshuva world, if you don't bring flowers, most likely you're not going to get a second date.
That's right. I think I spoke to once because it's a
In the Baal Tshuva world, if you don't bring flowers, most likely you're not getting a second date. Why? It is what it is. The convert world, same thing. You don't bring flowers, and you're not going to see a second date. In the frum world, certain parts of the Hasidic world, certain parts of the Litvish world, you don't bring flowers, Baruch Hashem. Good, you're not a crazy person. Some of them are going to tell you you're crazy. You're bringing flowers. What are you doing? Bringing flowers. What? You're buying them. Who told you you're allowed to bring flowers? So it depends. Depends who you talk to. But before you do it, it depends who the person is. Talk to your rabbi. Next. Yeah.
To what extent is one forbidden to celebrate his enemy's downfall? Let's say someone heard like Hitler died. Is he not allowed to celebrate?
It's kind of a similar question to what was asked earlier today. If the enemy is just a personal enemy of yours, it's not good. Someone that's a personal enemy of yours, and you take honor in their downfall, you lose Olam HaBa. But if it's an enemy of God, mitzvah. Mitzvah. Hitler dies, Baruch Hashem, amazing, and celebrate it annually. But if it's just somebody that you don't like because he did this and he did that, yeah, next. Yeah, go ahead.
Is taking a 31-minute break from work when I'm allowed 30 minutes considered stealing? What if it's 33 minutes and the only reason I took the extra 3 minutes was to finish benching?
To finish what?
Benching.
Why does your employer have to pay for your benching?
So the answer is yes, correct?
I'm asking you a question. That's not. I didn't say yes. I'm asking you.
Why do they have to
Why
pay
does
for
your
my benching?
employer have to pay you for benching? Why couldn't you do it at 27 minutes? Question. That's question number one. Question number two. Does your employer care? Meaning, there are certain employers that are stringent. They say 30 minutes. You do 32 minutes. They're upset if they know. And there are certain employers that are more lenient. I can tell you for myself. In the past, if you worked for me on Wall Street and I told you come in at 8 o'clock and you came in at 8:05 and it took you an hour and a half to get there because you left at 6:30, but because there was a little bit of traffic, you showed up at 8:05. You know what would happen? I sent you home. Why? Because that was who I was. And you hurt my pride, and I'd rather throw you home and, since you wasted 5 of my minutes, I'll waste your whole day. It's not the right way to do things, but some bosses are like that. Today, I don't do things the same way, Baruch Hashem. I'm a lot more lenient. In some cases even too lenient. I give people complete freedom to do certain things and hope that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, but sometimes people don't do. Now, if your boss doesn't care, he's lenient, 30, 33, 27, it's all in essence the same, Kavod, yalla, go, no problem. But if your boss is stringent, it's stealing. It all depends on your boss. But generally speaking, you should not, under any condition whatsoever, ever make your mitzvot anybody else's problem. Meaning, it doesn't matter that it's Shabbos. It doesn't matter that you have to give tzedakah. It doesn't matter that you have to pray. These are not your employer's problems. Meaning, you have to find a way to fulfill your mitzvot on time you're not getting paid, or on time that's permissible for you to use for your personal time. So say, oh no, but wait a minute, hold on a second, but I need to pray. Yes, but Rabbi, it's a mitzvah. Yes, but stealing is a sin. So just because you're doing a mitzvah doesn't mean that you're allowed to sin. Oh no, Rabbi, I showed up late to my office because I decided that I'm gonna host the synagogue Sudah Shlishit, so I went shopping on Friday to go buy all the extra food for the synagogue. Oh, so what about your boss? What did he say about that? Oh no, he didn't say anything. Why not? Or he doesn't care? No, I don't know if he cares or he doesn't care, but I need to do a mitzvah. Oh, okay, so you're a thief. You're a thief. That's what you are. Why? Your boss doesn't pay you for a day's work for you to go shopping, for your personal party, for your personal brit milah, for your personal whatever it is that you're doing. Doesn't matter that it's mitzvah. It's not his problem. It's not our problem that she's your boss. You have to do your mitzvot on your time, not time that you're getting paid for. If you do it on time that you're getting paid for, you're a thief. You have to come back in a gilgul as some type of an animal or some type of other being in order to pay back people. Why? That's what happens to thieves. So a person needs to understand mitzvot have a certain time. If you have to fulfill a mitzvah at a certain time, you have to get permission from the boss. So much so that, again, if you don't, you can be considered 100% stealing. And a lot of people do it. Unfortunately, a lot of people do it where they think, no, but it's a mitzvah, so it's okay that, these people go smoke a cigarette, nobody says anything, so I'm just going to go pray mincha for a half hour. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You have to get permission from the boss. He's not paying you. Now, if you have such a job, like you work for Google, okay, Google has a section in the building that you could sleep. They promote. They tell you, listen, if you're tired, go sleep. They have a section where you can sleep, special sleep there. And also, if you want to play games, they have a section of the building in a complex that you can play games. You can play pool table, you can play all type of video games. You can play. If you work for a place like that gives you complete freedom, so long as you meet certain metrics, no problem. Go do whatever it is that you want to do. But if you don't have such a place, you don't have such a boss, you cannot just decide to go do mitzvot in the name of the company. 100% stealing. And unfortunately, this is one of those areas where people fail at miserably, and that's why they get surprised when sometimes they don't have blessing in their parnassah, or they have all types of financial struggles and so on, because again, they have blood on their hands. They have blood on their hands. And Hashem is simply trying to wake them up. So it's important to know who you're dealing with. And before you make a decision of what to do, how to do, but most Jewish bosses will not mind and even encourage you to go do mitzvot, go pray mincha, go do this, go do that, unless they're anti-Torah, which people like that really shouldn't work for them. But either way, even if they are religious, and even if they're going to go pray, doesn't mean that you can go. Don't assume anything. You have to ask permission for everything. Why? They're paying you for that time. Unless you're getting paid project by project. If you're getting paid project by project, like a contractor, there is no time. You could come in, you can leave whenever you feel like it, and do whatever you want. No problem. You have that kind of a job, go ahead, go for it. But if you're getting paid pretty much by the day, every day you're getting paid $500, every day you're getting paid $100, every day you get paid $1 million, whatever it is, you get paid every single day, and you take the time out of the day and go decide to take your kid to the park because you want them to try out the new swings. It's not allowed. Not allowed. Even if it's a mitzvah. Not allowed. You have to have permission. Next.
Is it considered the sin of receiving honor in one's denigration? If let's say there's like a group chat and it was about HaBRIT, and they're all like attacking me, you're a bad Jew, you don't do the Shem Shemayim. And I would say like, what's your streak? Like 5 minutes? Like it's to prove a point that I actually control myself while y'all act like animals. Like, I might just be receiving honor from your slight denigration, but it's for a constructive purpose.
Okay, it's just because the constructive purpose is to inflate your ego and destroy theirs, and that's actually one of the things that you say sorry for in the Machzor on Yom Kippur, that you belittled other people and you inflated your ego. It's surely something you said I'm sorry for, but next time you say I'm sorry for it, you'll have more kavanah. It's not allowed. Not allowed to demean other people in any way, shape, or form. If you don't like what somebody says, best thing to do is walk away. Walk away. If somebody insults you personally, the best thing you can do is not respond. Why? You don't respond, you get a special blessing. You don't respond, you get a special blessing. If they insult you and you don't respond, the Baruch Hu says, I'll be your chavuta. I'll start learning Torah with you. How much would you pay to have Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai be your chavuta? How would you pay to have Moshe Rabbeinu as your chavuta? The Baruch Hu says, I'll be your chavuta. I'll be your chavuta. Next time somebody embarrasses you in public, you don't respond, and you understand that it's good for you, I'll come learn Torah with you. So who doesn't want that? So to respond to such people that are insulting you with an insult, not only is it missing out on this opportunity, but on top of it, it's not really constructive. All it's doing is simply insulting the other person, and could very well be a malbim pnei chavero berabim, that you're embarrassing another person in public, which is always forbidden, and you could lose Olam HaBa for 5 minutes of speech, or 5, it's not worth it. So it's a very easy place, a very big trap, a very easy place to fall when it comes to relationship with people, and listen to this guy, listen to that guy, and do this, do that. But you have to remain strong and pass the test, because it's chaval. You say you insult another person, you may not feel the pain that you caused that person, but that person surely feels a certain amount of pain. And if he cries to Hashem, or she cries to Hashem, they'll have a lot of problems. So, that way. Next. You have another one? Follow up?
Well, the thing is, I don't think I presented the question in the best way, because...
Okay, so say it again.
Yeah, on the chat, they post in the streets, like some guys 5 days, some guys 40, some guys 1 day, 0, 1 day, but I was always going up, but they were hating on me, of course. Oh, if you punish me, you're fake Jew and all that garbage. And I was kind of like arguing, not l'shem shemayim, but what I'm saying could be understood to be l'shem shemayim.
So, I understand. That's why
I'm right. I was right. I was trying to prove it.
I get you. There was a group of kids, a little older than you, asked me, can we have a friendly competition? What's a friendly competition? Whoever we seed has to put $50 in the pool for the friends, and at the end of the month, the guy that has the best record or whatever it is keeps the money. Allowed, not allowed? Shouldn't do it. Why? Every single time a person sins, he already has enough embarrassment in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why does he have to embarrass himself in front of all of you and tell you that he sinned? Especially if he didn't see it. Why does he have to tell you? Not just embarrass him, you can break him. You can break him. Why? Because he feels like every time he loses another $50, $100 for every time he sinned, you're guys thinking, what's the big deal? You got free money. No. What ends up happening is we end up start cheering for him to lose. That's why it says that the best of the doctors, in the Gemara it says, the best of the doctors goes to Gehinnom. The best of the doctors goes to Gehinnom, meaning what? Each doctor is good, and therefore his reputation leads to a certain amount of money. The better the doctor, the more money he makes. It says so. Every one of us on Rosh Hoshanah prays for Parnassah, and including the best of the doctors. If the best of the doctors only cares about money, he's going to pray for what? More Parnassah. What does that mean? Praying for more sick people. So it says he wants to pray for more sick people instead of more healthy people, because he cares more about his own Parnassah, his own sustenance thing. Caring about Asher Yitbarach, caring about doing TeShuva and so on, surely you're going to get on. So it's when you have a competition about who is failing and who is succeeding, what ends up happening is that some people subconsciously will start cheering for each other's failure. Like you say, I got 5 days. Oh, oh, what? I got 6 days. Okay, oh, I got 1 day. Ah, yeah, okay, got it. Okay, so he puts the money in the pot, and guess what? He feels bad, and everybody feels good, and he wants to kill himself. Lot of. You have to look at things from the perspective of the victim. You know, it's if certain things happen to you, how would you feel?
Well, I mean, if two people are boxing, one person gets hit first is not necessarily the victim. It just shows the wrong battle. It's not a victim attacker relationship. It's just like when people want to debate me, I'm gonna go and prove them wrong. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. It's just that it's if a person is you don't want to help them, then
Yeah,
you should deal with them privately, not in front of people. Privately. Talk about it, their issues privately. Tell you their story privately. Don't do it publicly. Don't get yourself to the point where you know you're every day you're sinning without even realizing that you're sinning, because you're you know, in essence, benefiting in some way or another by other people's failure, and it's not a healthy way to live. You have to, you know, try to get out of the situation. Honestly, I would recommend get out of the group.
No, I'm not in it anymore, but I'm just asking for stock to go after. But let's say these days, if talking to someone, like, maybe to get to a point, like, what's your no-fap streak? Day 260? No, we're not there yet.
I don't think you should ask anybody that question. I don't think you should ask anybody that question. That's a very personal question. I know today people are very open about their sexuality.
If it's part of the discussion, like, not just randomly.
I understand. But I understand that today people are very open about this issue, and there's videos about it and so on. But it should be embarrassing to make this sin. It should be embarrassing to talk about this subject altogether. It should be. And the fact that people talk about it so openly and not as a big deal, it shouldn't be embarrassing. And so it's the opposite of the norm. So we shouldn't make the opposite of the norm even more normal by, talking about it so freely. So, if you're going to talk to somebody that can help in some way, give you chizuk, things like that, yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily ask questions that have no nafkamina, meaning have no purpose. Like, what purpose does it serve for you to know that he has a streak of 40 days without wasting seed versus your 50 days of no wasting seed? Like, what benefit is that to you? Nothing.
Well, I mean, to prove that my ideology is right and like what I'm doing works, so therefore, let's say there's two chats. You have someone who's like borderline kofar, I don't even know why he does that because he has terrible reasons, or me, which I actually don't do it, and I can give mentorship to people. Therefore, if I debate the other person in the other chat and I'm right, maybe get more people to actually learn and become better on my chat. You know what I'm saying?
Is he trying to get the people not to? Is he trying to make them sin?
No one tries to make anyone sin. Try to help each other out.
So I'm saying, why would they leave the group? Why would they leave the group and go to your group? Why are you debating? Because he's for it and you're against it?
No, I don't know what he's for.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just likes arguing with me. I don't know.
Oh, right. People like that are a waste of time. What's the point? Argue with somebody that is interested in doing TeShuva. It's more constructive. In general, again, how about you should really refrain from insulting people in any way or putting them on the spot, asking them questions that are too personal. it's not good manners to do that. It's not good manners. It's also in some cases it's forbidden. You can potentially embarrass them. It's not it's just not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Oh, look at that. Huh? Let's see, what's the shachar? Shachar 6:13. Yeah, we have 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. What? 6 o'clock already. 5 more minutes. Okay, no, we're almost done. So what'd you guys get out of today? I don't know.
To become more humble.
No?
I knew this already, but that you can talk for a long time.
That's what you got out of today. No, what else? What else? What else? You guys are all awake. It's good. I think I'm the only sleepy one. Good. Now the only question is how I'm going to be chazan for the next 3.5 hours. Oh, you didn't bring your talk? There's a chance I may have a talk in the rough you. All right, listen, guys. The key message here is that we're each here in order to get closer to Hashem. Anyone that's still watching the shiur online, you're watching it because you're trying to get closer to Hashem. We learned today that there's a lot of us that work at doing certain mitzvot, but we hit a plateau to the point where, you know, our mitzvot are not exactly up to par. We're not doing as good as we, supposed to, and that hurts in the end. You know, if you have a $10,000 dress, but the final seaming is made by some minimum wage person that doesn't really know aleph bet of sewing, those final details will ruin the $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 dress. Same concept here. A person is going to do mitzvot, wants to get stronger. So David HaMelech says, "Sur mira v'aseh tov." Run away from evil and do good. Now, so what do we learn from that? Number one, we learn, first and most important thing is don't sin. Second of all, do good. What does it mean, do good? Put your effort into it. Put your oomph into it. Because if the Baruch Hu is going to ask you one day, how come you work so hard on Wall Street but not so much on Kiruv? How come you work so hard on this but not on Torah and Mitzvot? The person needs to know that the Baruch Hu is going to ask him details of how hard they work. Not that he doesn't know, but the point is, the person should have that in their mind. Now, everyone that's still watching has that in their mind, has learned some things perhaps that may be new, and has heard some things that they already knew, but maybe perhaps in a different perspective. What should be the conclusion? The conclusion is that if you're watching right now, live or otherwise, it's a relatively good proof that you want to, you desire to, do the will of Hashem. You want to and you desire to follow what Hashem says. And with that being said, you should have no problem accepting upon yourself a new obligation. Something new. Whatever you're not doing, start doing. If your prayer has less kavanah, have more kavanah. If you're studying only one page a day, now you'll study 2 pages a day. If you're studying for half hour, now you should study for an hour. Each one of us should take on something in order to improve our status and at least show Kadosh Baruch Hu that we didn't sit here like donkeys for 6-8 hours and nothing's going to change. Every one of you, every one of us should make a commitment now of something that they're going to start improving. But if you can't even think of anything you can improve after all this time, either you're extremely tired or I failed you extremely terribly. Because every one of us should take something on. Should be easy. Now, you don't want to go to a whole shiur, spend all this energy, and end up being the same exact thing as you came in. That's a sad case. So you should think about something you're going to take on, and take it on. If the people online that are watching, you want to write down in the comments area what you are taking on, Hashem will send you a bracha. Kadosh Baruch Hu will bless you. We'll pray for you. If you guys are here are ready to take something on, Hashem will bless you. If you're in the shiur, now in a minute or two, that you'll have a lot of tzlachah in overcoming whatever obstacle you have to overcome in order to achieve whatever new Kabbalah you're taking on yourself. But either way, that should be the goal. The goal is for us to get better. Hopefully, you got motivated to do a little bit better. Now we have a new year, and Hashem will continue to have many more shurim together. Thank you again for attending, listening, watching me sleep a little bit. Baruch Hashem. And Hashem will pray in a couple of minutes. Baruch Adonai Olam. Amen ve'amen.